Mute me. It is. Are they saying they can still hear you?
Can you still hear me? Can you still hear me? He can still hear me. I'm not muted.
Well, that's the problem.
Unmuted.
They're listed as
What is with this hair? Emma, can you hear me? Alyssa's agenda item is 3G. Okay.
John, isn't this cool?
This is nice. I feel like a bank teller.
I said that.
Did you
Now,
say that
I
too?
want Good morning, everyone. We are just holding for Commissioner Chesney, who is in the building, and he'll be here shortly. Is that correct, Tyner? Yeah, here's Alyssa. And just as a reminder, if everybody who's here to present in the hall, we will call you in and at the appropriate time and give you knowledge as to who's on deck, so you'll be ready. Just give us a few moments.
Tyner. And this is the last one? I don't even know when the last one
Yes,
is.
because it says no federal or state, so that's the latest.
Good morning, Mary Ann.
Mike, all the mics are on, Judge.
Okay, good morning. Mics are on.
Sorry.
What?
What do you want?
Yeah, because, I mean, it's not 6 feet. So, Belinda, I'm gonna ask before we start, I don't know why I can't sit in my office and listen, I'm in the courthouse. I don't know why that would be a violation. I'm not comfortable with the distance here.
Yeah, I don't think it is a violation.
I'm just.
Belinda?
I contacted the Attorney General's office yesterday for
Yes, ma'am.
guidance. I contacted the Attorney General's office yesterday for guidance because it really is pretty unclear. And the guidance they gave me was that if, that a Commissioner's Court member could not participate remotely if it was not noticed that way.
But I mean, that's not remote. I'm in the courthouse. I'm just listening in
Hey,
another
Judge,
spot. I'm here.
I'll be glad to switch
So I
with you.
don't
I'm
think
not
I'm
concerned.
participating remotely. I'm in my office 5 feet away from the court.
Hey, Brent, I'll be glad to switch with you. I'm not concerned.
I
Let's
think-
switch.
I'd like to get clarification on it, because I mean, I think if the city council does it all the time, I don't know if they post differently, but they're never in the same room, there's 3 in the room.
Go sit in your office.
Down there, but I mean,
I'll switch with you.
That's the only guidance I can give you.
Yeah, we
Like I
did
said, it's
ask.
very unclear,
We-
and that was what
We
they-
wanted that opportunity for everybody.
So, I mean,
but I don't want to kill them.
What about Lorenzo? Would you be willing to move?
And I'm not,
Can you move?
I'm just trying to.
Yeah, that would work.
No, it is good. I mean, I'm happy to do it. Lorenzo, as long as you don't mind.
I don't mean any.
Carolyn?
Lorenzo, I don't mean any offense whatsoever. I'm
No,
just-
he doesn't take it that way.
I can sit here.
Yeah, I just don't want to.
Go ahead.
Okay,
You got the whole table.
okay. Thank you, Lorenzo.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Hey, but still a good idea on the plexiglass. We'll get that done. Tyner, don't you
Okay.
think? Juan, we'll put that in. Okay, let's get started, everybody. Let me gavel us in. And I know there's people in the hallway, so I'll speak up just a little bit. We are going to begin with a prayer, so if we could get some quiet in the hallway and be reverent, I'm going to gavel us in. Please stand for the invocation. Pastor Williams, thank you. Please remain standing after the invocation for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the state of Texas.
Heavenly Father, we give you thanks and we give you praise for your presence in this meeting this day, in your presence in Nueces County, the city of Corpus Christi, and our area. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help comes from the Lord which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Heavenly Father, we invite your presence into the county commissioners' meeting this morning. I lift up to you Judge Canales. I lift up to you the commissioners And we thank you indeed. Give them your guidance and your presence and all that is before them this day. Give them your wisdom, give them your vision, your understanding, unity among themselves, indeed, for all that is before them. And Father, we lift up to you our community where the COVID-19 is concerned. We thank you for the low number of deaths, but we also lift up to you the increasing number of infections. And we ask that you would cause our citizens to adhere to the medical and governmental directives, indeed, for the washing of hands, the wearing of masks, the social distancing. Indeed, that our county, our city, indeed our area may be healthy. And we give you thanks and praise for your presence this day. In Jesus' name, amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Okay, thank you, everybody. At this time, let me call the time for the clerk at 9:17. It's Thursday, June 25th. We are a bit off schedule, but we are still in the same regular week that we had intended always, and we have a quorum present with all commissioners and myself here for the clerk. Timothy, lead us into our so important safety briefing.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, ma'am. We're meeting here today on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse. The restrooms are located on the third floor atrium, past the Human Resources Office on the right-hand side. Please note there is one fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom, and there are 5 other extinguishers located through the third floor atrium. In case there is a cardiac emergency, an AED is also located on the third floor atrium. Participants responsible for dialing 911 in the event of an emergency are Tyner and Margaret. CPR certificated participants within the courtroom today are Margaret and myself. In case of an evacuation, our egress route will be immediately down the atrium stairs, outside the courtroom, proceed through the double doors on the La Pond side of the courthouse, and muster across the street in the parking lot. In case there is a need to shelter in place, we will remain in the building and await further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. Our shared safety topics for today, once again, is COVID-19 and the preparation and prevention and spread of that.
Thank you so much, Timothy, and I know you're going to be around, at least on the third floor, if you would be so good as to, there's a lot of people waiting to present. Just make sure that we're setting the example for everybody and make sure they, do that social distancing, because we know that really works, and if you would help lead us in that endeavor, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Out there. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go straight into general information reports, and we're starting off, Commissioners, with E1, and that's really to bring Melissa in, and she's going to give us a very strong update on our COVID-19 response. A lot of things have changed. There's a lot of things listed. Let her give her report, and then why don't you bring up topics that she could possibly address. Melissa.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Good morning.
All right, so we are moving forward with COVID-19. We're seeing numbers increasing. We're aware of this, but we have a phenomenal testing team here. We have a phenomenal team that's been working on all of the operations. So I'm just going to kind of go down the list. There's so much to discuss. So we have our testing operations that we've been doing regularly, and we are doing even more now that the Guard is testing every day, moving forward until the end of the month. So we've got the Guard testing, we've got our testing happening through public health, and then we also have our employee testing that was set up in response to having employees test positive. Because of those positives, we've been working throughout the courthouse to not only sanitize the different departments that had positives within them, but also look at some of the other areas that we have that are areas of concern or communal areas, places such as the Emergency Operations Center. So we're continuing to move forward on our cleaning and sanitation operations. We have employee testing that was set up kind of towards the last minute. We weren't sure if we were going to be able to do it, but it looks like we're going to have employee testing tomorrow. So we still have folks in different departments that we're trying to get set up. Again, our testing is going to be prioritized based on degrees of separation and contact. So there's a methodology that's used for determining when someone is signed up for testing. And that's all done through human resources, emergency management, working in conjunction with the judge, and of course, public health is the lead on it all. We're working also with the city of Corpus Christi in joint operations for the testing. But moving forward, we're also going to work jointly on addressing kind of the long-term COVID needs for Nueces County, whether that's the city of Corpus, Port Aransas, or the unincorporated Nueces, any of the jurisdictions within Nueces County. So we're going to be looking at kind of a long-term plan. I know that in purchasing and some of the other areas like CBRAC, everybody's starting to take a look at this through a long-term lens. So not only are we looking through a long-term lens, but we're also looking at the immediate issue that we have with the increasing numbers. But one thing to realize is we did reopen the state of Texas. We also had multiple weekends, celebratory weekends, Memorial, Father's Day weekend, and we've been doing a tremendous amount of testing. And because we are testing such high numbers of people, we should be anticipating for our test results to also to be higher numbers as well. And I believe we're going to see that moving forward. But we're going to be coming up with a strategic testing plan so that we're not just testing in a reactive way because we realize we need to test, but setting up that long-term testing that has a strategic plan behind it so that we can save our resources, help our teams rest. And speaking of team rest, one of the things that we're looking at right now is all of the departments, Commissioner's Court Administration, the Judge's Office, all of the departments should be looking at dividing their office into teams. And we're going to get to that point, and we learned it this time with some of us that had to be isolated in our departments. We're going to do rotating teams so that at no given point is every single person that works in a department working together. And so that's something that's going to be coming from the Office of Emergency Management as well as Human Resources that's going to give guidance on how to set up the teams and how to rotate your working from home teams and your physically at work teams. If there is an issue and something pops up in your physical team, then you have additional teams that you can rotate out while that team stays at home so that you're not completely out in your office for 6, 7, 14 days. So that's coming up as well. And commissioners, I encourage you also to look within your office and decide how you can work remotely and also come to work and maybe rotate out with your assistants as well. These are going to be things that all of us have to do, all of our departments. And truthfully, people even in households together as well should be looking at this way to kind of live with COVID-19 long term. Some of the other things that are happening, I know the judge has been working very hard on mask orders, and forgive me for taking mine off right now, but it is not difficult to speak in it. It's just difficult for other people to hear you with the microphone. But mask orders that are supposed to be happening starting Friday, tomorrow. So we're kind of sending out the word to our partners, trying to make sure that we have the resources that are going to be needed to be able to do that and to encourage people wearing their masks. This is all about personal accountability, and I know we've been saying that since the beginning, but it's super important now that we can kind of look at the result of reopening and Memorial Weekend. Anybody that's driving around can see how full the parking lots are at the stores, and there's nothing wrong with that, but you still have to practice social distancing. You still have to wear your mask to help prevent that spread. We are open. We can't do anything about that, but each individual person most certainly can do something about their tiny piece in the bigger picture. So we have the mask orders. We're working on, again, identifying the questions and concerns that are going to come out of those mask orders, providing some of that data to public health since they're already getting inquiries about masks. Some of the other things, we have reopening still kind of happening while we also have this possibility of going partially remote as well. And so we have a reopening and a kind of going remote as well happening simultaneously. And there's something good behind the working remotely while we're opening as well, because anywhere we can eliminate masses, just like we've done here in Commissioner's Court today, where there's not a single soul in these seats here today, that's all we can do. And we can do that across the board for all of our practices, all of our operations, and our day-to-day living. So I mentioned the team rotations, but one of the most important things I do want to talk about today is our Emergency Operations Centers team and also our Public Health team. Those are two teams that have been nonstop working since the beginning. Truthfully, it's everybody that's working super hard since the beginning of this. And so I'm looking forward to implementing this rotate out, not only to kind of protect the continuity of our departments, but also to give each member of our team that moment to work from home. I'm not going to say it's easy working from home. I think it's harder. But it gives everybody a chance to just kind of rest a little bit during their time working remotely. And rest for our team is important. And that's why us coming together and working jointly with the city and Port Aransas and Robstown is super critical right now, because we have the same exact teams. But there are other people out there that we can pull from to assist us with some of these different duties. And that's going to be a goal and a mission moving forward. So I actually have a conversation later with Billy Delgado from the city of Corpus to discuss how we can find different staff members to fill these holes. And it'll take a lot of burden off of the teams as well. So we're going to look for additional help. One of the other things is, and I've mentioned it a few times, but it's a really serious thought that everybody needs to have, is the longevity of this disaster and the seasonality of this. And so I think that in purchasing and our other partners, we are looking out, we are trying to kind of come up with numbers that are needed and kind of guesstimate what we would be using for the duration of the year. So we're trying to schedule that out. We're trying to plan ahead. We're trying to decide and come together to work on operations as a more unified team if we are going to continue for going months and months more, especially as we're ramping up our testing operations. The teams are tired and the teams are exhausted, but they are working very hard. And we have had though we've had our hiccups at some of our test sites, we've had some very, very successful testing, especially some that was put together at the very, very last minute. So I just want to thank our SPAWN team, our public health team, Edward and his team, my staff and the judge's office, everybody that has participated in getting Julie, Guerra, and HR for getting together this last minute employee testing, because testing our employees and finding out those results and what we needed to do from there was critical. And so that was just some of the things that I have in my mind. I apologize for it just kind of coming out like that, but it's a lot of things. If you have any questions for me, I'll kind of open the floor for you right now.
I do.
I'm going to start.
No, she wants to go first.
Go ahead,
Thank
Carolyn.
you. First off, I want to thank you and thank you, the teams, that I know they're working very hard. And I like the idea that you're rotating. I think that's a wonderful idea. It makes so much sense. I want to make a statement, then I want to ask you a question. Hilltop this week, I believe that was done by the National Guard.
Yes.
Do you have any control over that when they're testing?
So we have very limited control on how and the logistics of the testing for that. What we do is kind of help set up the location and then just some of the logistics of getting that data to us. But we don't have much control over how the Guard operates.
Okay, the reason I ask is, to me, it was not very well performed. I drove out because I was quarantined, but I was in my car and drove out there to look because I had calls on that. There was a line from Violet, where Hilltop is, all the way to the light at Calicote. They were blocking entrances. I think the police had to be called. To me, it wasn't thought through. I mean, I know the health department has done a great job because I think they take reservations, basically. And I don't think they did that. And then it's my understanding that they stopped it at a certain time, and there were people that had waited there for a long time that did not get tested. That is an aggravation and frustration for the community. That's the reason I'm asking you how much control you had.
Sure. So part of that is we, I think, had gotten 3 really good locations identified and had been used regularly. Our attempt was to provide testing in different areas, right, so that people didn't have to drive so far, especially the western portion of the county. And so we tried to identify different areas. But I think one of the things we're trying to do moving forward is because we've got those 3 locations down really well in the logistics, even the guard testing at those sites is able to do it very fluidly as well, is instead of trying to have so many different testing sites, perfect the 3 that we have been using. And I know that makes it a little bit difficult for those that have to travel farther, but this should be a one-time test, and I'm sure that we can find a way to help with transportation if that's the case. And then, of course, we also have the option to do testing in walk-in version for maybe some of those facilities and things that you can't take the people out of. But I think one of those things at Hilltop was just, it was the maiden voyage on Hilltop. And so you're kind of expecting to have bumps and hiccups, especially with the ingress and the egress.
Yeah, because Leopard's a very busy road, and to see the line of cars there and then blocking the entrances from the neighborhood you can't see to get out, it's just dangerous. To me, the fairground's the perfect spot for that.
And we did kind of have something happen that we hadn't really had yet, which is we had kind of 3 testing operations happening at the same time. And so it really kind of spread our resources out. So anybody that would be helping with traffic control and ingress and egress, everybody was spread thin. So we've also decided that we're probably not going to attempt to do more than 2 on the same day to prevent spreading our resources too thin.
Okay.
So it's a combination of things that had that one working the way that it did.
Okay, just curious. The other thing, do we know the average age of the ones that have tested positive? We've had a lot of cases. Do we know the average age?
I do, actually.
It's changing to younger.
So, can I just read it out?
Sure.
Who's in this?
Okay, so let me start from the highest bracket, okay? So 27% is the highest bracket, and that's ages 20 to 29. The second highest bracket is 30 to 39 at 20%. The next highest is 40 to 49 at 16%, 12% from 50 to 59. And then sadly, children 0 to 19, 10%. And then believe it or not, this is fascinating to me, the rest of the percentages are made up by the oldest bracket, which is the one we worry about so much. So from 60 to 90 plus, we only have, cumulatively, that makes up 14%.
And the reason I ask is because of all the activities that have been going on. So I wanted to see if it kind of played true to what I was thinking,
I think you're right.
and it does. Yeah.
And as you see also that age range, right, what you would look at and see is the more vulnerable or more, I guess, vulnerable population based on who's getting more affected by this. We originally thought it was the elderly. But I think it's important, once we start testing more and more, I think one of the things you realize is that now that we're getting more and more data, we're getting a better idea, we're getting a better picture of COVID-19. And so maybe that's not really the most vulnerable population, or it could also have to do with more people in a certain age bracket having either underlying conditions they don't know about yet, or also they are kind of, it is the age group, that is out and about the most.
And do we know if that age group, let's say 49 and under, do we have any of those in the hospital? Judge, do you know?
So that piece of they do not give me that particular demographic. I don't have that handy, but, and I don't know,
Okay.
to answer your question. But I do know that 5 out of the 6 deaths, it's the opposite, right? So it's the over 60 crowd that fall into the mortality category, but it's the opposite. That's why it's so key for that 20 to 40 group to really understand their impact on the older group is high. And so it's very clear that our statistics, and I always say this, and people say, why do you always say it's just about, what's good for Nueces? Well, because Nueces needs to look at their own statistics. But it's very clear that in Nueces, with age comes wisdom.
Yes, that's so true.
Clearly.
You got a hard head.
In Nueces. I'm not
Hard-headed.
saying that those are the statistics for anybody else, but here in Nueces.
Fair enough.
You know,
And my last question is this, Melissa. Because whenever we were exposed, we immediately went and got a test. So I'm watching the news this morning. To me, after I got the test, I thought, I should have waited till the 14th day. Because if I tested the 10th day, I might not have had it. Might have had it the 14th day. So it just doesn't seem prudent. I like what you said. working on being not reactive. And I just think that I don't think we can just run and get a test just because we've been exposed. Had hindsight, I would have waited to the last day to see. And might not have even went if I hadn't gotten it. So I just think sometimes they're all running to get tests because they've been exposed or set by someone or across the room. So I think we quit doing testing. We're just letting anyone test even though you don't have a symptom. Is that true?
Well, so public health still has the criteria that you have to meet to be able to be tested. Now, what the guard's criteria is different than public health is, and then what our criteria is, for us, if you're an employee or a household member that was what our criteria was for our testing. And again, that was just for our county employees and household members. I think that's kind of been in discussion since the beginning, which is that whole incubation period and getting tested too soon and when is too early and too soon. And I don't think that we have a defined answer to go by. So what is better, to test too soon or test too late? And so it's difficult once you find out to not go and set up testing, right, to get everybody tested. You've just found out about it. The alternative is kind of challenging because then you would still have to send those folks home. You send them home, they possibly had exposure, so you would send them home. They've got 7 days remaining, let's just say like ours was, 7 days remaining. So you wait the 7 days and then you're tested and then you wait however long you wait based on your results. So I think at the end of the day, you're still waiting or you're still in quarantine for the same amount of days. It's just about that incubation period, which I still don't think we have a defined, by the 3rd day, you're good. If you're gonna be positive, you test positive, or by the 8th day, if you're gonna be positive, you be positive. We don't have that to go by, and so we either test when we find out or wait. And I think we're trying to find a balance by coming up with regular testing dates so that we just know that these are the dates that we have coming up for testing. And as we're finding out about them, it doesn't change what we're doing testing wise. We're just gonna sign them up for the upcoming testing, even if that's 3 days from now. Maybe if it's 4 days, I hope not. But then we're still able to respond in a physical manner with sanitizing and everything else. But I don't know, Judge, if you feel like there's a different way to go about that. This is kind of a learning experience as we're seeing it evolve and seeing the testing evolve and the results evolving to decide when is the best time to test.
And I know y'all are doing the best you can with what you've got. It's been going on for 3 months, so I would think that pretty soon we ought to be able to figure it out, which I know you're trying. But as for me, I think that the public officials, county, city employees, I think we ought to all be treated the same. They ought to have the same rules. That's my opinion.
Yeah, so I just want to add that just in case someone is listening and wondering what we're talking about with regards to all these different testings. So right now we have options. Option 1 is you have a symptom or you have a direct contact with a positive case. You can call your health department at 826-7200. You can also access some of our healthcare centers. They are doing limited testing, like the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation. If you're already being seen at the foundation, you might have access to testing there. In addition, we have Amistad Healthcare Center. It's a federally qualified healthcare center. They do limited testing as well. And then we have our MMT testing, right? So we have the National Guard coming in, and that was a great question, very valuable input. And even though he's not here, he's listening. And so I think what you're saying is logistics were not the best at that place. And I know Edward is going to hear what your comments were and take those to heart. And as Melissa said, we're going to look for the best places and consolidate. So you have the National Guard testing. It's my belief that they're much more liberal there as far as you really just need to fill out their form and can get tested. It's going to ask you about symptoms, but fill out that form and you're going to get tested. That's my understanding of the National Guard criteria. And then we have private testing through our private physicians and our urgent care clinics. And a big shout out for whoever is listening to our urgent care clinics. I've always been careful to say this because you really want to use them for what their intended purpose was, when you really need it. But boy, have they come in really strong as private labs to really assist this community. But of course, you have to pay for it. And that's or you have to have the insurance.
But you get it quick
So-
too, but you get it quick.
And you get it quick. And so I just want to say thank you to all those urgent care clinic doctors and physicians, because you've made a major impact in helping us test. So the reason that we can't just open the floodgates once again to anybody is because of the lack of resources. In a little bit, you're going to hear from our legislative consultant. We always spend a lot of time on this issue, and it's because the public really wants to know what's happening in the world of COVID-19. But he's going to tell you about how we have these, weekly dialogues with our legislative delegation about how they can help us push through our absolute needs. So we've been testing so much, the pantry's getting very dry again. And so we wish we could just open it up to everybody, but we just don't have the resources yet to do so. But we are opening up in so many different areas and communicating so much better that we are getting to more people. We do try to take the sick first. That's, I think, probably any triage best practice protocol. The one thing I do want to bring to your attention, and we put it on here, I'm happy to take it up, Belinda, if it's more appropriate at a later time, but you'll notice that there's no action, but it's a discussion within E1, Melissa, regarding health district contract overtime with the city of Corpus Christi. And this has been a hotbed issue, but I need to bring it to your attention. We do need overtime at this time with our health district employees. As you'll recall, it's a city-county, 60-40 financial share. You'll also recall that we have an interlocal contract with the city. They get time and a half, not time. And I need to put all of you on notice that we need this overtime at this time. And I hope that when we get to the action item, that we would have support for that. For this moment, I just want to let you know that the numbers speak for themselves. Every night, we are on the phone, and they are working actively past midnight at the health department. You say, it can wait. No, it can't. It cannot wait. There were 67 faxes in the machine last night at 11 o'clock when I spoke with Annette Rodriguez. Every one of those faxes needs to be handled. We actually met this morning per telephone, Melissa I, Chief Rocha, and Billy Delgado. The four of us make up the main directorship of the EOCs for your city of Corpus Christi and county. And we are going to address getting some assistance there, both from a volunteer corps and also extra personnel. I just need you to know that there has to be some trust factor as to what's needed. And when your health director says, we have to keep these hours, otherwise we cannot keep up with these numbers, you have to have faith that they're giving you the right advice and that your emergency management team is vetting that. And I just want you to know that they're going to have overtime. We're already obligated by contract to pay it. It's not a question of if we will, we must. I just want you to know it's the right thing. And it's absolutely in the public's best interest to make sure that this overtime gets taken care of. And so I want to bring that up.
Let me say something about that, Judge, you don't mind?
Sure.
I agree with the overtime for the health department. It's an MOU we had with the city. I think it started back in 2008, and then it was redone again in 2013 or something. They all fall under the city, so the city pays time and a half, so it was an agreement that the county had to go ahead and pay those 4 employees that were there with the county health department, the same thing that the city would pay them, and that was a request that the city made. The good thing about that, though, is that I think we pay those, we get reimbursed from the hospital district on the overtime that we pay, so that overtime comes back to us from the hospital district. So at least it's what I understand back then in those days, so I don't know if anything changed or not, so I don't know. Dale's not here, or Dave's not here.
I think they'll be available, though. I think it's okay to ask the question. I think they're listening to you, and then when he comes to present, I think he can address it.
Judge, and if you want to just formally call that second item, if y'all are going to be.
I had a question
more
on the
detail.
first.
Okay, well, let's get the questions, and then we'll call it. Good idea.
Commissioner, I think did you have a question?
Commissioner,
Did
go
she
ahead
go
and
ahead?
finish.
I mean, go ahead.
Okay.
Commissioner
And
Gonzalez.
and really, I had some questions, and they may need to be a little of Julie, but I did want Melissa's input, and I know sometimes when she's got to get back to her business too, but let me say, first of all, I think y'all done a great job. I really do. And I'm not trying to be tit for tat with Commissioner Vaughn. The testing that I've had with the Texas Department of Emergency Management has been phenomenal. I've done 3 now, Port A, Flower Bluff, and Church Unlimited, and they did a great job. So I want to, put that input in. I've got another one coming up on the island next week, and I don't anticipate that'll be a problem. But what Commissioner Vaughn is saying makes sense. I had locations that there were no traffic flow problems,
Right.
and so you never know how many people are going to show up and when they're going to show up, and they probably just didn't anticipate the huge turnout that they had, and then the lines and all that stuff. So that's a major hiccup. I get it, but mine have been great, and I really I do appreciate it. I'd like your opinion on a couple things. One. I'm a little confused, and that's why I kind of wanted Julianne you here, because I really wanted some input on how we're determining when to close departments and quarantine people and so forth and so on. So, because I can't get a handle on if we're doing it right, meaning if people are socially distancing, washing their hands, staying clear of people in the office. Why, if one person in an apartment, and I don't know that it has, I've just heard that this has happened, but I don't know if it's right, okay, so let me just say that. That's why I'm asking questions, is why we would have the need then to close down a whole department if we're doing all these things the correct way. And again, I don't know this happened. I got a report yesterday from one department. I think it was maybe in the district clerk's office, and I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but I get that because they're just following procedures. If one person has it, and just because you're in the same room with them, you're not supposed to have to shut everything down if you've socially distanced and stay away from them, right? I mean, how do we? Otherwise, we're going to
I
shut.
think part of, that immediate shutdown is just to give enough time. I know, I can see you, but you're kind of like circus.
We got a little plastic there between us, sorry.
It has to do with that initial, I can't speak for the length of an office being closed, but that initial, you find out and you're trying to contact trace in your own office, right? You're trying to halt everything long enough to figure out what's going on. Who needs to be tested, who should stay home, how am I gonna clean my office, how long is that gonna take? And so it doesn't surprise me that someone might close down just long enough to figure that out, right? And how long it might take to get scheduled sanitizing.
Right.
But beyond that, I can't really speak on from department to department. I guess it would be more of a decision that would be made about, collectively.
But I think the right answer to your question is, we don't have a policy. Our policy is to follow the guidelines of the health department. And in each of the cases, and I've been involved with every single department with every single positive, and we have had lots of departments have positive cases within that department. And in most cases, we are able to issue the press release, which literally, identifies what's going on so that we're transparent with the public. And then we work with the department head and or elected, depending on what the department is, to, as Melissa says, figure out, identify, and isolate as quickly as possible. And you're right. If the rule of the game is, if you're in the same room, that's not gonna count. But what will count is direct contact. And for guidance and guidelines, we follow the health department. They are the ultimate authority. They outrank me, they outrank everybody. They are the top of the food chain. And what makes it very difficult is when you get into a situation that says, well, what does direct contact really mean? And it's different comfort levels for different people. It technically means you did not stay within the 6 feet. And sometimes when you think about an office, you come and sit down to meet with somebody and sit right in front of them, right? It happens. It happened to us. So I think that the answer to your question is, and Julie is available, Tyner just has to get her on the line. But Julie gets her marching orders from the health department.
And that's what I'm just saying is, I'd like to see something, and it can be CDC, I don't care how we say them, but I'm getting like different comments from different people on that's being done different ways, and I don't know that that's right. That's why I'm asking the questions. I'm not saying anybody's doing anything wrong. I'm asking questions because I'm getting these questions asked of me repeatedly. Okay, how are y'all doing this? Well, we're supposedly following CDC guidelines. Well, what about, and I'm like, look, I don't know, I'm not involved every day like the judge is. So all I'm saying is if we had something in writing that we could put out, and if it's the CDC guidelines, fantastic, that I could show people and say, this is what we're supposed to be doing. And if you find out we're not doing it, let me know. And then I can go ask specifically. So that's all I'm kind of asking is if we could have something that
It gets a
says-
little, and I'm happy to send it to you. I actually have it on my email. If you look up CDC, what should you do as a business? Because we are, in a way, treated like a business. What should you do when you have a positive employee? Those guidelines are very easily delineated. And in fact, I did a whole interview just on that just last week. So I have them on my computer.
And that'd
but-
be great. If you could just, and maybe send that out
Right.
to all electeds,
But it-
all department heads.
Right, but it gets it more interesting. We aren't just businesses. We are critical infrastructure. So as critical employees, as employees of critical infrastructure, you can come in, even if you've had direct contact with the positive, if you are negative, okay? If you are negative, if it's essential to the governmental service that you're providing, as long as you have a proper mask, and this is a proper one, this is a KN95, proper mask, and you're not gonna take it off, you're not gonna have any interaction with anybody. And what happens is that's often not practical for a lot of our folks or employees. So is there a hard and fast rule? Yes. Do we follow it? Yes. Are we consistent? Yes. The fact that you see something that may not look consistent is because each elected official, and there are lots of them in this building, have the authority to take care of their office in the manner they see fit. And some have a less tolerance for risk than others. And so I'm going to tell you, because again, I've been involved with each and every single one of the offices over the last week, because they all dominoed this last week. And rest assured, I don't have any qualms that we have followed the health
And Judge,
department's
For the
protocol.
record, I don't either. I just have questions, and it may be, you hit on something, it may be the fact that a different department head or elected handles it a little differently, that's coming up with the perceived.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Perceived inconsistencies in the community.
Correct.
And those are fair answers to fair questions of, that we need to get out there, because if I can say, if someone calls me and says, well, such and such did this, and I don't want to say a person because I'll get in trouble, because I'm not trying to throw stones, but if my office does it differently than Commissioner Gonzalez's office does it, then I can at least say, look, here are the guidelines, but this elected official can do basically whatever this elected official wants to do. You need to take it up with that elected official or that department head. That's better than me going, I don't have a clue why they did it that way, right? And so that's where I would hope they would also, and I'm sure it sounds like they are, consult not only with you, but with Melissa, who's the other expert in the room on this, because that's what you do. And so that's kind of what I was getting at. And so my segues into my next issue is, do we just, we can't not function. If a department head says that, I'm sorry, or an elected says, my comfort level is I'm shutting down my office, that's not realistic to me. And I'm not being critical of that elected official. I'm saying we need to just go back to going home. We need to send everybody back home, shut the courthouse back down, because we can't shut down county departments in total because of a valid and legitimate concern by that elected official and not function as a government. And that's what I'm afraid we're headed towards based on some of the flexibility that each department head and elected has. Not being critical of that, just saying it's a reality. Then I'm saying, you know what, if that's the case, if one department head can say, look, we're just really, really worried about this, and one person in our department, we're shutting down the entire department, even though 80% of them didn't have direct contact, then we need to shut the courthouse back down and let them all go work remotely. Because guess what? When we were in pandemic and we were shut down, I didn't get complaint one about how this government ran. People worked great from home. They were kicking butt and taking names. There weren't complaints on things that I got that were going on. So I'm very concerned that if we are in fact shutting down entire departments for 14 days to quarantine, and I don't know we are, I just have heard we are in some cases, holy cow, if that's the way we're gonna go, and then it's gonna be a domino, because if one department head thinks, I gotta do it this way, and the other one doesn't, then all those people in there going, well, they care about me more than you care about me, we're gonna get into a real
Right.
difficult situation.
So let me just reiterate, every elected isn't elected.
I get it.
And
So-
they have statutory
No, no, no,
authority,
no.
yeah, they,
So I'm saying maybe we need to close courthouse down, Judge,
No,
and
we.
go remote
let-
again.
Let me just say this. The rotation schedule that Melissa articulated so well is a good rotation schedule. And we will, as they say, welcome to my world. Every day we have these issues, and we've had them, Melissa and I, for the last 2 weeks, but they've been trickling. And now, all of a sudden, they have become rampant. Why? Because our number of positives have come in and really affected.
And they're not going down. And we're not gonna go down for another couple of weeks, so.
No, but
so I
just
guess,
so you
Melissa,
know,
what
they
is your-
they
I'm
can
sorry.
view remote, they can work remotely. And that's what she told you for the first 5 minutes, is that it's a combo of remote and rotation.
I get it, but my specific question for you is, at this point, in this juncture, and I did have a question for you through all my lengthy, deal is that enough, or do we need to close the courthouse down and let people go back and work remotely for another month until this settles down, in your opinion?
I mean, I don't feel like I probably have the truest, best opinion to say whether that's the best way to go or not for the whole entirety of the courthouse in the county. But I do think if we can get each department to create teams to rotate out, then you're going to not have any department fully shut down. They might be temporarily while they're getting their situation settled, but there shouldn't be a reason why they stay shut down or stay closed after they've determined their team and they start rotating out. So there should be one physical team at least. And, I'm going to use grants as a example of one of the smaller departments. The most they could have is 2 teams of 1. Maria would work physically and Natalie from home, and then vice versa the following week. So at no point is grants closed. And I would hope, and I can't, again, I'm limited in what I can mandate or push out or I can only recommend or suggest or guide. But that would be the best way to go. That would prevent a full closure of a department. And it would also give the backup team, if something did happen to those physically working, and it also allows folks to shift out in some sort of rest as they are working from home. And so, but that again, that's been conversations over the last maybe day and a half or 2. And so as we move that forward, I think we'll see it actually working very well, but we would have to have time to see it through.
And let me and I know you don't mean it this way, but let me caution you to say things like the courthouse is going to close. The courthouse is never closed. We've never been closed. We have been working remotely because we have the administration of justice that goes on. So while you don't see jury trials, we have essential hearings taking place every day via Zoom.
And you're right,
And we
Judge,
have
it's the-
access to
I
the
just meant the
court.
physical courthouse.
I know, I
And
just
appreciate
really
that.
worry
No.
about it because people have this sense that, and I know what you mean, that's
Yeah, no,
why I
know.
want to
That's-
just correct it.
That's a fair clarification.
Is that it's really important to know that even if we go remote, we were still here. When we were on stay-at-home orders, I would say probably there were 60 people maybe total in the courthouse, including sheriff deputies, and it was very, it was a very low number for a very large footprint.
And us, yeah.
And us,
Right.
so we were very, it was workable, but I will tell you that when we're open, we can serve the public better when there's at least somebody behind every desk. And what we'd like to do is start those interfaces again that are much more remote with the public. So what does that mean? Well, we've talked about everything from most people know what a ring is, a ring system. The doorbell that has the video. So if the county clerk's office or the district clerk's office, for instance, who really interface with the public somewhat, even on skeleton crew or rotation crew, if they needed to completely shut down their interface with the public, but still wanted to be there physically to answer questions through a ring system, they could do that. That's a way to completely protect them, but they're still here. And so the idea is that we don't want the domino effect inside every office, because I think you put it well, you're in the same room. And just so you know, we're not doing that. If you are not in contact with somebody that's positive, we do need you to be here working.
And Judge, I think that's a really fair distinction, and I think that's really important, because what I would like to be able to say to people is, look, if that whole department is shut down and if it's accurate that it's shut down, it's because they've gone and determined that everybody in there has had enough direct contact to shut down. In my business, I've got more plexiglass and in my business and more spacing, and I got people all over the place. So, and if they're following the rules that I've set out for them, if one of them gets it, God forbid, I don't have to automatically send them home because they're not getting close to each other. They're not supposed to be. And if they are, they're violating my protocols. And that's what I would think we're doing here. And that's what I would like to be able to represent to that. But if when you hear, rumor or not rumor, that an entire department is shut down, maybe a bad rumor, that you kind of go, okay, then I want to be able to say, department head has protocols. If that department's shut down for 14 days, then they must feel like everybody has had direct exposure, because that's what gets me down the path of, holy cow, if that's where we go, then I am afraid. But you're right. I mean, that's why I said in my comments clearly, this courthouse physically was closed to people, but it never shut down. This county was busier than ever. I've said it,
Right.
I've written about it, I've interviewed about it, I've talked about it. This county has been busier than ever during a pandemic because of all the projects we're continuing to do, all the hard work the Commissioners Court has done, continue to do, all the staff, everybody, in addition to the normal projects. Holy cow, we know the judge doesn't have a life outside of being a county judge right now. Melissa probably doesn't either because of all the emergency stuff, but there's been a lot of extra work on all of us in this county. And I think, truly, I think our employees have done a phenomenal job during this, and I have no concern over any of them being able to work remotely because we've proven clearly we can do that. So my other comments are really for Lance. We'll wait till the next issue on the JP stuff. I'm sure or Commissioner Gonzalez may have some on that too, but I'll shut up on this one and go.
Okay, I think there was more questions. John or I think,
Finish, but go ahead.
Let
finish.
him finish. The Commissioner Gonzalez.
go ahead.
All right, number one, I was just kind of saying that we're actually talking about 4 people at the health department right now. We're not talking about 10 or 15 or 20 people. I think we're talking about 4 people. They're under the MOU agreement with the county and the city that was created in 2008, So, and I know that by Dale's there, I guess, Dale, on this, when we provide the overtime,
Just hang on one second. Melissa, would you mind moving to the right and allowing Dale to come to the microphone?
Sure.
Thank you.
when we provide the overtime for these health department employees under the MOU, what's the process?
We've been paying the overtime for the exempt employees of the MOU agreement with the City County Health Department. That's particularly 5 employees we're talking about. We're paying them regular time, we're not paying them time and a half. According to the policy of the county, we received a letter from the city manager, signed by the assistant city manager and their HR department, that told us to follow our policy. But we asked the county attorney, they said it's up to the court how we want to pay them. We have not got a direction on how to do them, so we've been paying them as our policy says, extra hours at regular time.
Okay, and do we get reimbursed for that time that we pay
Some we will, yes.
from the hospital district?
From the hospital district, for what purpose?
For those 5 employees?
Well, the 5 employees, of the 5 employees, only 2 actually work for the City County Health. The other 3 work for our grants that work through the city, so we're still considering them health department employees, even though they're not really associated with the health department, are not under the MOU agreement.
So they get paid for the grants?
They're paid by grants.
Okay.
But they're managed through the health, for one of them is the beach water safety testing that we have. He's now working as a consultant with the health department, so we're considering him as a health employee, even though he's not under the City County Health Department, and I'm not necessarily under the MOU. We're still paying him as if he was a health department employee.
So anyway, that money's not coming out of our budget as far as the general account?
It's coming out of the grant.
Right, okay. All right, that's what. and
But
then-
for the overtime, I think he's
Right,
asking.
the overtime.
Same thing with the grant is paying for the overtime at the moment.
The grant pays for everything, the time and overtime.
And if,
At the
even
moment,
if
the grant
it,
is allowing us to do this at the moment, but we don't know for how long.
and even, I was just about to say, and even if that grant runs out, personnel are covered, including overtime,
Right.
both under FEMA and under, our CARES Act.
For these employees, yes, because they were never considered department heads.
That's correct. And so there is reimbursement, and I take exception with the idea that we are not paying, I did not come up with the rule or the MOU, but I will enforce it to the letter of the law, and I don't know why they instructed us to pay us per county policy. That is detrimental to work side by side as a nurse and have your overtime be paid less than your counterpart because you have a different badge. That's unacceptable, and I don't know why we're not paying them time and a half. That's what the MOU called for.
I don't either, Judge, I just,
Yeah, no, I know. We need to work that out legally. It's very upsetting to them. It's upsetting it upsets the continuity of work over there.
When did we did that, when did that policy come to effect, though, that we pay them straight time?
Our policy, once the emergency inactive by the judge, our personnel policy as through HR states that we're to pay exempt employees at straight time.
Yeah, but that's
No,
not
no,
to
I'm
be
talking
in
about the-
conflict
I know,
with the
that's what I'm saying.
contract.
But the health department, though, I'm talking about the health department.
Well, health department, we have county employees under the health department that work for the county under the county's payroll.
But what I'm asking is, when did the policy come to effect that we pay the health department employees straight time instead of overtime, time and a half, because the city pays them time and a half?
When was the MOU?
When was,
The MOU's been there for, I don't know when it was enacted, it's been there a long
2008,
time.
but is that part of the MOU? Well, actually 98, really, but,
Well, the MOU states that we are to pay the city county health employees as per the city's policy, HR's policy, as well as purchasing policy. For any transaction, then we reimburse the city for their portion, or 40% of the expenses of the health department. And we pay for our regular employees as would the city do theirs.
How do we just fix this? This is, everybody knows overtime's time and a half. I don't know why it's like this, so how do we fix it?
I agree.
How do we
It's-
fix this one?
yeah, I think we need to go back.
All we need to do is
and
we need
change the
to be
policy.
directive of, we have the hours ready to go and they can be paid on the July 10th.
I would make whatever motion we need to fix the whatever we're supposed to do
Second.
for these MOU.
I just wanna make sure everybody's treated the same way,
I don't know if
Exactly.
it's an action
you
item.
know, that everybody's doing the.
And then I would also include
Yes,
in that
actually it
motion.
is. It is. Number 2 is.
And y'all are talking about the health.
Yeah, we're gonna move to number 2 so that you can make your
Okay.
motion.
And the other thing that, Dale,
This is number 2 then, right?
Yes.
I'm still number
And,
one.
and by the way, John gets the patient award.
John wins.
okay, Dale, thank you
Sorry,
very much. I
John,
guess
I
I'll call
did.
you back after a while, but I got a question for Melissa.
Melissa, come on back up.
You know, and I've asked this before, and I've had, I know we're having all these problems, and it's getting worse, not getting better. And every time we mention it, like it's put them in the back burner, the time's now, right now, I think it's the time. I think one of the biggest problems is the beach. We got, with the beach and the piers are a big problem. I mean, we don't even talk about that.
That's because the general land office controls it, not
Well, somehow
us.
we need to get the land office and.
Well,
talk
I'm
to
glad
them
you
and say-
said that. Mr. Berlanga is here. Don't even answer that question, Melissa, because you don't have control over it. Is Mr. Berlanga here? I asked him to come to talk to us about the general land office
And let me
today.
just say, I forgot to
stepped
call
away.
you go back, so my bad. I'm gonna apologize.
Okay.
You called me late yesterday, I didn't call him back.
So I'm gonna answer this because you have to understand in the org chart that this is not under, Melissa's purvey.
I
We
understand.
agree with you. We are concerned about the beaches. Our cell monitoring indicates blue, a hot spot on our beaches. But you
terrible.
need to understand that after Easter, the general land office took over the authority. However, we have a great relationship with them. And they gave us the opportunity to reach out to them when we thought there could be issues and restrictions and limitations.
time now.
We've done that. And we have a meeting set up with them. But just so you know, our beaches aren't just ours. The 3,600 acres, for instance, that we control are in Clayburgh County. And in fact, beaches are a problem all up
Everywhere.
and down the coast. So again, the obvious is that everyone loves the coast. We love that they love the coast. We love that they love our beaches. And right now, it's difficult. That doesn't mean that you don't have access to the beach. We have a long history in Texas, dating back to the days of Ralph Yarbrough, that made Texas beaches open beaches. That's sacred to us. We can never lose that. And so I respect the General Land Office's authority, and it's for them to work with us. I reached out to Scott Cross earlier this week, and he put together a list of coastal park recommendations, and we are trying to set up that opportunity. We're gonna hopefully do it either this afternoon or tomorrow morning. On the phone this morning with Joel Romo, asked Ugo to come over, and we think that they will listen to us. The one thing we can control are our piers And Scott Cross knows what the rules of engagement are per our own orders of social distancing and county facilities, and so he's gonna emphasize that. But it's not just the beaches and people. We've had a tremendous difficulty with how trash has been accumulating, and, there's a lot of issues there. Hugo, just do a standby for just a second. John, was your question for Melissa? I'd like to make sure Melissa can get going. Hold on, Hugo. And then we'll get Hugo to help answer Commissioner Gonzalez's beaches question, and he can tell you what we're doing about that.
Right. Thank you, Judge. Melissa, just a few things. Just on the part that mentioned, what was it, testing of county employees. I had a question been asked, when an employee is tested, are they going through the same standard test that we went through, which is just basically the swab and then that's it? Because I've heard that there's like the swab, like where you get an immediate result. There's a swab where you then have to send, once you collect it, you have to send it off to a lab for a secondary or backup result. And then also even a blood draw. If that's from the same person for the same reason, does that count as 3 tests? Or is that still considered 1 test because it's one subject, one person? Do you know
I haven't
that?
heard of all
Or Judge,
three
I don't know if you
occurring.
know.
It would be, to me, when you say that someone has been tested, they've had the oh gosh, I'm gonna say it wrong, the
The anti-
nasal
The nasal pharyngeal.
pharyngeal swab. That's the specific test for, I don't think there's any test for COVID right now that doesn't start with that swab, unless someone else
And
has heard something.
maybe these individuals got it on their own, I'm not sure.
I think
but-
If they've gone to a
So-
private doctor, if they've gone through
But do we
public
know, do
health.
those count as multiple tests, even though it's one individual? Because it's like different methods, right?
Correct. So what you're talking about is there's 3 main methods that I'm aware of. One is by serology, that's by blood. And we don't recommend those unless you're just doing your rapid test every day and you just, there is some inaccuracies to that serology test. And when I say we don't recommend, I'm saying we don't recommend for the health department, right? We're just working on PCR, the polychain, that nasal pharyngeal swab. But there is another antigen nasal swab that has been pretty effective. And a lot of the urgent care clinics are using that one. It is still a swab in your nose, but it's very quick. So you can get answers very quickly there.
Judge,
Those
you're
are the
talking
3.
about the ELISA? Is that the one you're talking about? That, the one that
ELISA?
the ELISA test that the emergency care clinics people are using?
Yes.
Yeah, and those are pretty.
Yes, but we at the county, the ones we're offering our employees are the PCR, the one that's for sure positive.
I was just wondering, because, as we hear these numbers of testing is rising, I was just wondering, like, even though it's one individual that may have
that's what you
gone
mean.
through.
I haven't heard of one
several.
individual having all the different tests. That's
I've
what I
heard of
thought you
that,
were
and
saying.
so I don't know
Okay.
if people are going and doing that on their own, or if they did
Okay.
it before all this concern that we had here localized here at the courthouse. But I've heard of that, and so I just wasn't sure if we knew collectively whether that counts multiple times. I guess that's maybe an
I see what you're
Annette
saying.
question.
That's
Maybe
an
when you
Annette
talk to her,
question.
we can
Yes.
just find out later for future reference, because I have been asked that several times throughout the last few weeks, and I just thought, well, it's been asked enough that there's probably more people that wonder.
So, right, so I don't think there'd be a count on multiple times, because what we have is we have an antigen, and then what we call confirm by PCR. So I think there will be no duplications, but I will confirm that with her. The other thing that's important is whether or not the 1,028 cases are just PCR confirmed. That's my understanding. We have a separate category called probable. If you see those numbers in probable go up, it's because, believe it or not, there are people that have by X-ray and by clinician been designated COVID-19 positive, but the PCR comes out negative. There's a few strange cases like that in the hospital, and that's why you see probables. But it's my understanding there won't be any duplications. But my question had always been, are we counting the antigen positives? And according to the, some of the urgent care clinics, they don't think we have counted those. So sadly, the cases could be higher if we start counting antigen positive, like the test Commissioner Chesney was talking about.
Well, now, the ELISA, though, is the one where, my understanding is, you can go, you pay for it, basically. If it's positive, it comes back in 5 minutes. and it's like pretty darn accurate. If it's negative, it comes back in 15 minutes, they still have to send it on to the lab to get a definite confirmation, because they said there's about a 1 or 2% false negative in that ELISA test. So apparently it's pretty accurate too. Now, as far as the one that tested, and if you've had it before, I don't know how you would, if that's what you're saying. I don't know how
That's
you-
the IMG and IgG.
Yeah, I don't know how you would count that, because then that's not an active case.
Right.
So I would think they
Right.
shouldn't be
And I'm
counted.
gonna be honest with you, anything that comes back in 5 minutes is not reliable yet. I mean, it's just not. I
Well,
mean,
the-
what,
the science says
Hour,
that it is on
hour.
that, the ELISA says it's pretty, because if it's positive, you're positive. In other words, it's the negative that they have to reconfirm.
correct,
confirm.
So the
that you have to confirm.
What I've read is that ELISA, if it's positive, it's pretty dadgum, like a 99.9%, maybe 100 accurate. If it's negative, they have to send that one on to reconfirm, and that's where there've been some false negatives. But that's
Yeah.
just what I've read. There's no.
Well, like I said, here at the health department, we stick to the PCR.
Which is
but
smart.
But the antigens that the urgent care clinics are doing, if they come back positive and they've taken a swab, a nasal swab, chances are you're positive, right?
And the health department told me they're counting the ELISA tests as
The-
positive.
the antigen
ELISA
tests,
ones,
right.
those, because that's active. I don't think they're counting the ones that
Probably.
said you had it 6 months ago, because you're no longer active. But I think they are counting, they told me they were counting the ELISA positives as well as the PCR positives, which I assume they're counting the ELISA negatives also, but I don't know, because that was one of, no, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting.
So,
Joe. My
Judge,
bad.
if we can find out, just for
Yeah.
our information, in
I'll
case
get it
we're
for
asked that,
you.
I don't know if other commissioners or you, Judge, have been asked that, but that just, I mean, there's a high number of people being tested. Transferring
I'll
over
double-check it.
to my last point, my question, just following up on the first point brought up by Commissioner Vaughn at the beginning of this. The traffic issue. So we have 3 tests that are going on in my precinct today. They're all, I believe, Texas National Guard administered, but I know that kind of still falls in with us, with our local law enforcement, county sheriff or constables or what have you that may be working in tandem and coordinating this. So we have one in Banquetti, Robstown, Agua Dulce. And so I think we're going to have pretty good turnouts the way it seemed on social media. There's a lot of interest. So I don't know if you have that opportunity, Melissa, to find out or make sure that they are coordinating the best routes possible. Agua Dulce is not a problem because it's into the neighborhood where the schools are at. Banquete, because it's right off the highway, there is some frontage road or emergency lane road that people can go through. It may not be an issue too much. And then the fairgrounds, which is, like Commissioner Bond mentioned, the best suited for this. But I do appreciate the National Guard coming out to the smaller communities where I still think they're going to get, huge number turnouts over the next several days.
And I can touch base at all 3 and make sure the ingress and egress is flowing well and that there's not issues or more resources needed as that
I think
continues
2
on
would be
this
good,
morning.
but I wonder about Banquete, which is, I think, today's, because they're right off the highway. And I'm sure people won't be stacking up on 44, but because they have that extra kind of emergency lane that they can hopefully park if the line is that long. So, thank you. I'm done.
Judge.
Yes, I heard it.
I have a question that I promised I would ask, so why can citizens in every other county get a daily count of locally available hospital beds in ICU, but it is not released to the public here? Why is the judge in the Commissioner's Court letting the hospitals which take public money get away with such blatant disregard for accountability?
So I'm gonna take that one. So CBRAC does have an everyday accurate count, and we get that and we can put you on the list to receive it every day. The one caveat is that your count is only as good as the minute that you receive it. And what do I mean by that? You have a constant, if you have a mass fatality, you have a car accident, you have 5 people scheduled for surgery that morning and then go to ICU, those counts are only reflective for the moment that she hands them to you. And so that's one of the things we've been cautioned about, is that let me bring up right now.
We could go from 8 to 4 in a 1 hour period.
In 1 hour period. And
I think people just want more information. They want to know how many hospital beds are available.
Right.
Because they're hearing rumors, and you know how fast rumors go. So maybe
Yes.
even if there's just some kind of update on it to let them know we're okay. Hospitals aren't overflowing, because it's scaring the public.
I can give some positive comments to that right now.
Good.
Currently, we have 41 people in the hospital. I spoke with Dr. Blow. I believe 26, I might be wrong, maybe 26 or 27 are in Christus. We have 16 in ICU. I asked him specifically, talk to me about your ICU beds. What does that really look like when we're really full? And he can probably have at least 50 beds in ICU, and not all of those 16 represent Christus beds. There's going to be a third of what we call the medical surgical needs, right? People who've had surgeries and they need to go to ICU. So COVID is taking up a small portion of the overall ICU. Where it gets tricky is if these numbers, continue to increase. But today, the positive news I can give you today is that currently our main largest trauma center is in good shape with hospital beds right now. And so that's very good. I asked him, what if we were in real trouble? What could we go to? Could we go as high as 60 beds, 70 beds? How could you reconfigure? Remember that there is an ICU for cardiac patients, right? There's, Driscoll has a PICU, right, for pediatric patients, a NICU for neonatal patients. So we in our hospitals separate ICUs, and then there's a subset of ICUs. So I think that today we're okay, but I think what he brought up to me, and again, it's still positive, but it's sort of a cautionary tale, is that it's about staffing. What it takes for me at a hospital, if I were the hospital administrator, he says, to run medical beds for a regular medical floor, might be I could run 6 staff and cover 24 patients. But if I have 24 people in ICU, I might need 40 people to govern that same amount of patients. In other words, ICU is an intensive, staff-dominated area. So I think the right question to ask is not how many hospital beds we have, although that's super important, is how much staff do you have to run those beds? And those intensive care units are very staff intensive. And that's why the docs are very cautious about what's happening. And I need to share with you that yesterday I received a letter from the Nueces County Medical Society, signed by their president, asking me to make the mask order effective yesterday. I did not do that because we had already posted and filed it for Friday. And I do believe that whether you're HEB or whether you're CVS or whether you're the courthouse or any of the other places, the hotels, wherever we've asked you to make this a requirement, there is a I don't know why I'm having trouble with reasonableness factor that gives you a chance to get your signs, create your plan, get your signs, post it, educate your employees, provide masks for the public if that's in your repertoire. And that takes some time. We asked them what would be sufficient. They said by Friday morning they could have it done. And that's why we were reasonable, I think, in our order. If you look at other urban centers, they did the same thing, like Bexar County and some of the other big jurisdictions. There was a time period. That doesn't mean that you had to wait. It just means that that was the reasonable time to enact. But I think they did that because of their concern. So I hope that answers. It's some positive news about where we are, and why the county's always connected with Christus is because of our affiliation with, they take care of our indigent population. So that's why I'm always a little more knowledgeable about the numbers at Christus. But on the CBRAC, Melissa, please go ahead. You request it every day, and why don't you get it to Tyner every day? That way the commissioner can at least say by noon today, this is the number. And she will say to her folks, this number's gonna change.
Yes,
I'm not giving you this number and telling you this is the number for a week.
okay.
But what do you think?
Well, I think that's good. It gives them some information and make clear that it does change. They just want information. They want to know that if something happens, they can go to the hospital, they're not overflowed. Because that is some things that people put out for rumors. So that really helped, Judge. I think that was positive information.
And I don't mean to sound negative but I do want to make sure that I'm being complete. Moments ago, while we were sitting here, the governor has asked Harris County, Bexar County, Dallas County, and Travis County to suspend elective surgeries. So I just want you to know that that's happened.
I don't
So-
think he asked it, I think he ordered it.
He ordered it.
I'm sorry, he ordered it. That's what,
Yeah, I know.
when a governor asks, yes, you're
Yeah.
right, he ordered it.
Yeah.
But he issued an executive order. So I guess what I'm saying is that things are changing in Texas. And so your question is very valid. My answer is accurate. Today, I can honestly tell you we're okay at Christus Spawn and at our hospitals, but you need to keep asking me that question. That could change.
And I'll be sure to start sending that forward to Tyner so that he can disseminate it to you all
Thank
as well.
you.
You know, how about the people that go to Bay Area and all, do they have some there too?
Yes, they do. And also, of course, our pediatric facility also has a complete COVID unit designation, as does our HCA folks as well. We just look to the trauma, center as, you want to know that your trauma center, your level 2 trauma center is doing well. That's what I worry about, and today I can tell you we're okay. But we don't want to have these trends continue, because clearly in 4 counties, they're not okay, because nobody would want to suspend elective surgeries. That has dangers too.
Mm-hmm.
Melissa, we've kept you a long time. Commissioners have asked great questions. We have a few pieces of information to get back to Commissioner Modis. Why don't you, if you would, for me, kindly call or email Annette and double check. It's my understanding that if you're antigen and then we confirm you by PCR, you're only counted once. Can you please confirm that? And can you also confirm if we're counting all antigen nasal tests positives in our count? Those are the 2 questions. Is that reflected? Whether we're duplicating and whether the antigen tests are being counted. Antigen nasal, not antigen by serology.
And that's.
Is that fair?
And, yeah, and I think if the negatives are being counted too, because what I'm getting from these local, as you say, emergency care centers, they're doing like hundreds and hundreds of tests a day. And in fact, someone just sent me, hold on, let me show you what I just got. And it said basically,
My granddaughter waited 8 hours.
yeah, the latest tally on the antigen testing for our 5 facilities in Corpus Christi, they're doing anywhere between 380 and 450 tests a day just.
Right.
in
I don't
those
believe that
facilities.
those are being reported completely.
Not the negative, but.
The
positive.
negatives.
Right, and that's
All the positives, yes, but not the negatives.
And that's a
But-
problem if the negatives aren't being tested also, because let me tell you, their positive rates are running high. They're running 9 to 14% on what they're testing. But I'm not certain that the negatives are getting tested, because like, when I see these daily counts, and I know that one facility, and it's 5 facilities, did 455 tests on their own that day, and we only reported 500 tests that day, then something's not
And
meshing.
again, I know that some people are gonna argue that they're very accurate. The problem is Dishes is not going to count them because of the inaccuracy. And we've gone through the gauntlet of Abbott rapid testing. We loved them, we were excited. I wrote 10 letters to 10 different senators saying, get us these things. And then they turned out to be, 50 to 60% inaccurate.
But you do know that the negative test, but see, they're sending the negatives off and getting them back.
Right,
And
that's
somehow,
different.
if they're
That's
not getting
different.
tested, but if they're not getting counted in the count ever, then we are diluting the negatives.
As they say, take it up with
No, no.
your legislator
I know.
and your Dishes. I mean, we're just following the rules, right? I mean, that's what I want you to know. We're following the rules, and I agree with you. The one thing that you would want the public to know is that thousands of people are being tested every day through private clinics. And that's the story here. And that means that people are either one of 2 things, sick or worried.
Well, and a lot worried, and that's what adds to the whole conspiracy theory out there that this is all just a whatever, and it's not all just a whatever, but we need to be reporting these negatives, and I don't know what to do about that, because
The problem is there's 20 different FDA-approved but not accepted tests, okay? There's only one gold standard, and that's called PCR. And
And I
that's
think
the
you're gonna
issue.
see that deficiency across the board,
Yeah.
even Harris County, Bear County, all of them, we're not gonna have accurate negative numbers. And that's gonna be detrimental for the overall research, but we're capturing as much as we can.
That's a
But
bad
remember,
thing.
don't get caught in the number. What you want to get caught up in is finding your positives and isolating them. So don't worry. The whole goal is to test as many people as you can. You can play with the with the statistics and the numbers. I can manipulate the numbers 100 ways because that's what math gives you the ability to do. It's just you're given a variable. What we want to know, how many positives there are, and we want to test as many people as we can. Those are the two truths I think we can all agree on. Keep testing and get the positives isolated so that we don't damage our workforce.
But to get a true number, and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but I'm gonna beat it, but to get a true number of how this really has affected our country, we have to have a true test of the negatives, and if we are not getting a true test of the negatives, then we are not doing right. And it's not us, this Commissioner's Court or Judge Canales,
Yeah.
I'm saying we are not doing this right. It is, if we are not reporting negatives correctly, that is not right, because that's gonna affect all kinds of things. It's gonna affect what the morbidity rate looks like. It's gonna affect, and when you're trying to analyze a disease and the effect and the true effect it's had on a community, you are right. The most important thing is to get the positives, get them isolated, get them treated. 100% agree with you, but to not test negatives or not count negatives the same way you're counting positives is wrong. And I don't know who to do anything, but I know Hugo's here. If that's a legislative issue, then we need to go talk to the governor and talk to someone and say, hey, we want to start count, if we're going to count the Alyssa positives, then we're going to count the Alyssa negatives. And that is blatantly unfair if we're not. If we are, great, but I don't see that we are. I don't see how we can be, because I know for a fact these private labs are testing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds a day, and they're not all getting reported as negatives. So anyway, that's it.
Thank you. Lots more information. Look, that's why COVID is that's why it takes up all our day, because it takes up all this court. I mean, I'm saying it's just, there's so much to discuss. The only thing else that we need to move on to is that I need to tell you guys about one thing, and then Ugo, just come and just tell them very quickly about what we're gonna do with the GLO. The question to Commissioner's point about talking to them about beaches and what's available to us, like a curfew or like a limitation on access roads when it gets too full and 4 deep and things like that. But I do want to let you guys know that the governor also allowed county judges to create a limitation on gatherings. And I want to put everybody on notice that's listening, and all my commissioners. I've talked to Tyner about it yesterday, so he could, I'm gonna avail ourselves of that opportunity, and going from 500 to 100. And also, he gave us county judges opportunities to get more help to childcare centers. And Belinda's gonna draft something, and we're gonna get that to you guys for review. And we won't sign it till you get a chance to review it and vet it. But it's 500 to 100 and childcare centers. And then maybe some clarification on some other areas, like any order you recognize, after you throw the pass, right, and it's not caught, so somebody catches it and then somebody hits it and the receiver drops it.
Wait, Judge, was that a
Outside.
baseball, basketball,
That was a
football
metaphor.
analogy mixed up?
That was for sports for all lovers. And what I want to
That was
say
a
is
little
that
scary.
there's an opportunity to refine it, okay, to catch things. Let me give you an example. Hotels. I got a lot of questions yesterday about hotels. There's a lot of foot traffic, a lot of volume. For those of you that followed the orders and followed the press briefings, I tried to focus first and foremost where the health experts wanted me to. They guide me and tell me where the problems are, okay? By the way, the problems are bars and beaches right now, okay? But having said that, and nightclubs. But what I've tried to do is try to get the volume traffic. That was the one thing they just said, you've got to do something about that. And we missed kind of delineating hotels. So in the common space, that makes sense, right? When you're checking in and checking out and there's a lot of people, we want to clean that up. So we're going to send you guys a draft. Not sure when. Miss Belinda is working overtime too, but we'll get it to you very quickly. But that's important, that when the governor opens the door like that, to be able to say, thanks, that's a good tool for us. We don't want big gatherings right now. We need to limit our gatherings. And because we know that's where the spread is happening. So just wanted to give you alert.
Outside gatherings or inside gatherings?
I believe the order pertained to outdoor.
Outside.
Outdoor is what he said.
Okay.
On the indoor gatherings, I would say keep your family close and your family closer. Let me say that again. Keep your family close and your family closer. In other words, this is the time during the next 2 weeks to really get your group small. You just don't want to be in this moment right now with big gatherings inside or outside because of where we are with the spread of this virus. Let's have do a 2-week pause on that. Stick to your family and the folks that you know.
2-week personal mission for everyone,
Yeah,
right?
just, as they say, reflect inward. Okay. Ugo,
Judge,
yes, ma'am?
You're not gonna like this question.
Okay, that's
But I'm
okay.
gonna ask it. How are you gonna enforce that? That's the
It's-
million-dollar question.
Yeah, so I want you to know that people always say, why'd you make everybody do a plan? Well, the plan is the only way to enforce anything. We don't have the tools for civil penalties or tickets or anything like that, Carolyn, so you're right. These are order, that's why I tell everybody, what good does a blanket order do if it's not enforceable? So let me share with you that orders, I know I follow orders from people I think are reasonable and I admire, and that I feel like care about me and doing things for the right reasons. That's why I do things. Does the law tell me all those things? Sure it does. But why do I really do it? Well, I want to follow that leader in that moment. And that's what's going to happen here, is that we're going to take that 500 to 100, but will somebody violate it? Possibly. But those are a little easier to enforce because you see them. So if we see huge gatherings, those are enforceable, Belinda, by, can you help us? I know that you've got the language memorized. I believe it's $1,000,
Right, it would be a violation of your emergency.
a violation of the original order of $1,000.
Can you pull that mic closer to you? I'm sorry, I can barely hear you,
I
Belinda.
think it's
apologize.
$1,000.
No, I know, I just can't hear.
Yes, that it'd be a violation of her emergency plan, and therefore it would be a fine.
But that's but that's only for, I thought I read the order, we're on the order, I thought I read the order for, that's only, but that excludes the,
On the gatherings, though. We'll have to rewrite it.
Got the
no,
100, yeah.
oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
As the judge had said, that on the personal individual for the face masks, there can't be any civil or criminal penalties.
That's what I was getting back to, and so, I'll wait till you get to masks. Go
It'll be
ahead.
hard.
But are you thinking about how we going to enforce the gatherings?
No, no. I'll
Something
wait.
else?
It's masks.
Okay,
It's
something
masks.
else? Okay. On the gatherings, the sheriff, deputies, CCPD, they will look for, let's just say, somebody puts together an outdoor beach ball, and it's more than 100 people outdoors. Yes, that can be enforceable. But as a practical, do we have a team of people out there looking for it? No. But citizens are pretty darn good with
I was
this.
gonna say, we find out about a lot of things, so.
They get you, and they publish it. So, but no, I don't have a real team.
Well, if everybody will just be respectful of each other and not let one person define what's gonna happen to the whole county. If people can just do that, because I'm just gonna say this, Judge, I think you've done a really good job trying to protect the county and the city, I do. And there are just negative people sometimes, and they are ugly. So no, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. You really are. It doesn't matter what you do or what any of us say and do up here. And I'll be honest, I hate this mask. I just absolutely hate it. Cannot breathe. But out of respect for the order, I decided I'm gonna wear it. I hate it. I went to a furniture store, 2 furniture stores, and not while I was in quarantine.
Mm-hmm.
One required one didn't. Well, I wanted to go in the store, so I wore it. And I think that's where we're at here. If you want to go somewhere, you have to follow the rules. If you don't, then you don't get to do it. But to me, it's incumbent on the business owners to do that. I don't think that it had to be an order from her, because they have the authority to do that right now, to refuse service. So to me, it's a cop-out if you're not going to make it safe. It's up to you. But anyway, Judge, I think you're trying to do a good job. I really do.
I appreciate that, and, we're just, like I said, we're gonna get those orders to you about the gatherings, and again, every time we write something, it blossoms to 1,000 questions. We do our best, and we really do try to listen to stakeholders. I know I do, and I want you to know, and Andy's here, so I'm already gonna start the apology before we get there. I'm just so swamped, I can't even, I'm starting to write emails that say this: I agree with you, I'll get back to you. Or, I'm not sure you're right, I'll get right back to you. I want you to know I'm listening, so I write something, but I can't even catch a minute to really write the thoughtful email that I need. So Just know, though, when you send us info or you send us this, it does matter. We do pay attention. Okay, can we do number 2 on the you had a motion, Commissioner Chesney?
How about
did.
Hugo? How about Hugo?
Oh, Ugo, sorry, I keep
But
forgetting
if
him.
we want to just vote on that motion and get him.
Could we do that just real
Yeah,
quick?
if that's okay. I mean, it was
All
just a
right,
motion
You
to.
had a
I
motion
wanna
for
say- My
overtime.
motion just for the health department.
That's
Right,
fine.
that was one motion we've already made.
That's
It
fine.
was just to
It's-
fix it,
It's the
right?
health department to fix it.
Right.
So that Dale
Yeah.
has a directive. That's what Dale says. Dale says, just tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it.
Yeah, 'cause it doesn't say that again.
And I got a motion and a second.
And how do you want to state it? Joe, you want to
Well,
restate it?
I think they're all employees, that are county employees under the grant, that should be treated the same way as the other city employees.
That's the
Since
motion.
it's under the umbrella of the city, so they pay time and a half.
Except for, I don't know if they're all covered under the grant. I thought there were 12 employees and 4 were exempt.
The other ones
It's
are
3
hourly
employees,
employees.
right?
Can we
now.
just say all county employees that fall under that
Motion
health
second.
department?
The rest of them are hourly employees. They have to
For
be
the exempt employees we're talking about, there's only a number of 5 that we're talking about. And of that, 2 of them work for grants, the rest work through either 1377, which is our waiver funds, or
Right.
actually 3091, which is our health department. So there's only 5 employees.
5 employees. Okay, so can you please include the 5 employees?
Made and seconded.
All right, made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I do know, Dale, that if you might want to go look in the date, but someone had told me originally that it needs to be, we have to go back to like June 13th. You'll get the dates, correct?
We go back from the start of the event to pay them the
Got
time
it.
and a half
Okay,
for through
thank
the
you.
entire event through today.
All right, thank you, sir.
And can it continue as the city does.
Thank you, sir.
March 13th, yes.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Get it out of the way, man.
Hugo? Sorry. We're going to finish this up. Everyone have a little patience with us. We're on a COVID-19 response roll here.
Hugo, I'm sorry, I forgot to call you back yesterday.
He
I
really
got
appreciates
tied up,
that.
so I apologize.
I know it was late. I think it was like 2:00 in the morning when I called you.
Probably.
That's why he didn't call you.
Hugo, just tell everybody, because the audience, remember, is very interested in, are we communicating with our legislators when we have these questions and issues? Give us a little
You
bit
got 2
of
minutes.
background.
Well, first of all, let me congratulate all of y'all for the way you have been communicating to the public. I know everybody, we got off to kind of a rocky start from the beginning, but I think that without question, there's a lot greater sense of communications with everybody and everything else. And so you're to be commended, because I think you've gone beyond making it fair and making it reasonable and making it workable. Last week, when I went into HEB and I was wearing my mask, there was a lot of people that were not wearing masks. I went in there yesterday. I stay out of town. I come in as needed. I came in yesterday, went to HEB, and I maybe saw 3 people with no mask. And that's after y'all had said, effective Friday midnight, we're going to require that, that you wear a mask. But I think it's also incumbent as us to take the personal responsibility. Because I'm going to tell you something. I will not walk into a business that does not have that requirement. And that's a choice we get to make. I think if you want service, like you said, Carolyn, then you know what? You step in. What's interesting, though, because I spent so much time out in the rural areas in Duval County and through Jim Wells, a lot of those people from the very beginning, when they imposed the mask before you walk into the place of business, they never removed it. They've been operating that way for the long time. And I know they don't get the testing that we're getting here, and that's why maybe they don't show in the high numbers that we have. And so I think you've done an admirable job, and I think this community owes y'all a big debt of gratitude for what you've done. And one of the things that, of course, we've been on the phone since last night and also later today, but Mr. Cross over there regarding the beach and whatnot has come up with some things for y'all, obviously we'll consider. And obviously the GLO now has total control of all the Texas coast with him. But I think they're going to be reasonable, and we're going to be communicating to our legislators. And we've done that time and time again on anything that y'all, that the governor comes down with, and anything that y'all augment or supplement, we relay immediately before any action is taken, and we allow our members of the legislature, where applicable, to tweak or make whatever recommendations they feel. And they've been great to work with, And they've been very responsible and very reasonable on whatever changes that have occurred. Now, hopefully that once we gather with Mr. Cross, and let me tell you something, this county is very blessed to have some excellent people in different departments, whether it's your grant department or whether over at parks and whatnot. I mean, they play the A game, and they play it day in and day out. And so it's great for us to be able to work with people that are very knowledgeable and are willing to go the extra mile to make it happen. And so we are hopeful that that once we come up with a plan and run it by our legislators, because it has an impact. But this should not be just something that pertains to our beaches here. This needs to be a statewide implementation of whatever gets done. Let's not say, okay, we're gonna have this for this area and this for that other area or whatever. Let's make it uniform so that everybody's on the same page. Just like when the initial order was given on the first go-round, that all Texas beaches were gonna be limited in access and everything that went into play. And so we are communicating with our legislators, and we do that on a regular basis. And thanks to y'all's leadership and providing us the guidance and the tools that y'all want us to relate to our delegation.
So how long do you think this is gonna take? I mean, here we are getting positive every single day. It was still going with the beaches back and forth. How long is this gonna take? I mean, are we talking about months, talking about?
No, I hope, well, it better not take much, because
No,
I think, we have some big holidays coming up.
That's what I'm saying.
And so hopefully, I mean, look, I think everybody's recognizing that the numbers and the trend is going upward, and so we've got to slow this train down.
4th of July is gonna kill us, it's gonna, that's
Yeah,
gonna.
and there's ways to do it so that you can still surf and fish and
Right.
jog and walk. Okay, what's killing us is when everybody's 3 deep with the barbecue pit and,
And
and
me
the
tell
big
you-
red. I mean, we cannot have that, and we see it on, that's the amazing thing about technology, is you really can't hide. Big Brother might be watching, because you really can see where everybody is too close. And that's the thing, if we could all social distance, to be honest with you, a beach is is probably one of the best places in the world to be. It's just not the best place if there's 100,000 of you together.
Exactly.
And that's why Port Aransas has my full support with what Mayor Bouillon did. We had an amazing discussion multiple times. He's been very good about saying, look, I have a unique hotspot over
Yes.
here, and I've got to support him on that.
Yep.
And so we understand that we want our short-term rentals. We've got our RV parks up and running. But this isn't, we've got 50%, according to Scott Cross, of people coming to our beach from out of our community.
Which is,
50%. And they monitor it based on beach park permits and.
what is
and other
the
things.
ask? What are we what are we asking? What are we
We're
trying
for
to?
guidance. We're saying,
We're providing, I mean, we're asking for some guidance, hey
We're asking
guys,
for
let's,
some guidance.
So you're gonna go to the GLO or the governor or whatever and say, hey, look, we've got this influx, we need to figure out how to deal with it. Because what I would say is before Memorial Day,
July 4th.
but, I'm
Oh,
saying,
oh,
no,
you're
I'm saying
referring-
before Memorial Day, I think there was a great deal of rule following and socially
Right.
distanced individuals who were trying to do the same right thing, and even people from outside our community were doing the right thing. But then is it just, the sheer numbers has made it difficult. And if you're saying Mayor Bouillon is asking for help and Mayor McComb is asking for assistance, then we need to go ask the GLO for some
we
guidance
want?
on this. But as Commissioner Gonzalez said, we need to get some quick guidance on it as to what they think they can or what we ought to do, because it's very important to know, we can't do anything right now, and the judge is 100% right. We cannot go out there and make a lot of changes to the access, or any changes to the access. Maybe we could do a little bit, but not much, without the GLO's permission, and so we need to get some guidance from them.
Yeah,
I'd be curious to what they think.
Yeah, no, and we are too, and that's why we're moving on it, expeditiously. But I mean, there's no question, like, we let our guard down. The minute we had an opportunity, everybody, just wanted to get out, and just, everybody had the cabin fever and everything else. But you know what, I mean, Port Aransas, and I admire the mayor and the leadership being provided over there, because they do have a unique set of circumstances. And, but they've been upfront on everything, and they're not hesitant when they told property owners that have their second homes in Port A, you cannot come in here unless you're a resident here. That's bold and tough when you're a property owner, but they said, you know what? We don't want the influx of people from San Antonio and Houston coming down here. when y'all are the hot spot in the state. So, again, Commissioner Jag, I mean, I think that hopefully by the end of this week, we get a better indication, and then we'll orchestrate and push anything and everything we need to do, and to hopefully, to get them back and rethink, and to give us the latitude, but it ought to be something that can be applicable to the entire Texas
And don't
coast.
expect that they're gonna close your beaches.
No.
That's not realistic, okay?
That's not gonna happen.
What we're going to do is what we always do, and what I always tell everybody, whether you like it or not, I enjoy making certain that this county has the strongest relationships with every state agency that exists, because it benefits this county. We're not gonna go and tell them what to do with Texas's beaches. We're going to ask them to recognize, first of all, we're gonna inform.
Right.
We're gonna let them know what's happening on the ground, because we're the local experts. The second thing we're gonna do is we're gonna ask them to acknowledge that they understand that we're in peril here and that we're asking for help. Then we're gonna ask for their guidance, and then we're gonna say, and we have thought about it, and we have some local suggestions for your consideration. And by the way, we're going to pair us up with, when Hugo gets a chance to talk to Senator Colcorst, Senator Hinojosa, they're gonna wind up having a county judge phone call up and down the coast, and that's how we're gonna get things done.
So do we need a motion to do this, Judge, or we just?
I just wanted you guys, this is so important.
Go for it.
I wanted to say, guys, are you with me? This is, the beaches need to have some
let's get
sense
some
of
guidance
Make a motion,
guidance.
turn us loose. I mean,
Let-
we're
turn-
already loose.
Yeah, no,
They're
let's-
already loose, but I
Let's get
wanted
some
you to
guidance. I mean,
play-
obviously, I'd like to see what the end result is, and I know the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi does, the mayor of Port Aransas does, but we gotta
Oh,
get
right.
some guidance,
North
and we've gotta
Beach
get
is the
something
beach.
figured
It
out.
is, it is. Can I make a comment? Are
Yeah.
y'all done?
Yeah.
For what my opinion's worth, I'm just going to say this. I'm glad to hear the judge saying we're not closing the beaches down, because I am totally against doing that. We've had 6 deaths for coronavirus. What people aren't talking about is I was told we had 3 suicides a couple of weeks ago. So there is a factor in here when people are closed in and having to stay at home with mental health. So we've got to be able to let people out. We cannot lock them up. So beach is a great place to go. It's free. So Judge, I'm glad that's not on the table, because I think we have to let people out. We cannot lock people up.
No, we're not, I don't think the governor or anybody is
Yeah,
intended to lock anything out.
You can have a curfew, though.
Yes.
Well, you can have
Yeah.
a curfew, but again, we gotta be reasonable. We gotta keep the economy going, and there's a balance there.
Exactly.
And it's a very delicate balance. And then, in terms of the reporting on the negatives, part of the reason that the private labs and whatnot were not reporting their deal because the feds said you don't have to, because they were complaining they were too overwhelmed to be able to provide the reporting. That's part of the problem. But the number that you really need to be looking out for, and that everybody pays very, very close attention to, is the medical community. When the medical community starts saying, our hospital and our ICU beds that are available to us is narrowing, that's when we need to become, I mean, look, the numbers will tell you whatever you need to know for everybody that likes to study statisticians and wants to look at the statistics. But at the end of the day, when the hospital system is overwhelmed and they can't take care of it, that's when we're in trouble. And that's why we have to sit there and listen to what the medical community is saying here in terms of, we're taking up 16 beds right now, ICU. Now that the governor has ordered no more surgeries, non-essential surgeries, I mean, that'll open up, doesn't allow any of those beds to be taken, because we're gonna need them. I mean, this number is gonna continue to move upward, and it's just a question of, can we continue to be responsible to, social distancing, wear your mask when you go out, and do those things. And I think all of us have a part to play. Yeah, people don't like to be told what to do and that, but you know what? If you want to be responsible, because at the end of the day, I mean, you've got family members that may have underlying issues, and you've got grandparents, and you've got children. Those are the ones you really ought to be concerned about. So again, thank you. We look forward to working on this and hopefully bring something that the state will adopt, something that everybody can live to and y'all can adjust to.
Thank you. And obviously, I want to just say too, that TABC has also been a good partner in our Coastal Bend region.
Yes.
And they are working to reward people by saying, good job if you're doing it right, but they're also going to shut you down if you're doing it wrong.
yeah.
And so, just so you know, everybody is on point right now. I mean, I'm getting tons of feedback and tons of emails, and sometimes people say, they like to tell where it's not working, right? They like to share where it's not working. And I want everybody to know that through working with our counterparts at state agencies, everybody is committed to keeping people safe. And that includes agencies you may or may not think about where they have a big role to play, like TABC. So Ugo's role, and Joel has been on nonstop conference calls, Patricia, everybody, the whole team, Reed, everybody's been phenomenal. We've not let anybody rest because there's so many different things to cover. But having said that, I just thought it was important for you guys to know that, A, we're doing our job in communicating with our stakeholders legislatively. They're helping us with agencies, but there is a way to do it right. And I want to communicate that publicly, that there's no such thing as politics in pandemics. Get rid of it.
Yeah, there is, but we're trying
Well,
to avoid it.
Not with me.
Well, no, we're trying to
Not
avoid it.
with me,
No,
though.
no.
That's what I want to say.
Right.
That might happen outside here, but not with me. I work with everybody who wants to work for the betterment of public health in our community.
And Judge,
I can assure you the pandemic
Yeah.
could care less what your
Yeah.
party affiliation
Yeah.
is or.
Yeah,
or
no, I
what side
agree
or
with you,
not.
it exists, but
okay.
not with me.
No, I agree. And Judge, can we get Lance in here, if
Yeah,
everybody's done with
Lance,
Hugo? I really
sorry,
want to find
Hugo,
out
if
what's
you don't
going
mind,
on.
go all the way out. We're being very strict. Go all the way out. We're going to bring Lance in.
Yeah, I want to talk about this JP
Hey, Matt
stuff.
Fogg.
I just need to find out what's going on with these
Yeah,
JPs,
sorry about
Judge.
that.
I mean, no, sorry, just.
Lance,
Well,
yes.
actually, I'd like to hear from Lance first. I want to hear,
Well,
because.
Andy, you'll go right afterwards.
Yeah, and we've read your comments, and I'm taking them very seriously, and I want him to address, because I've sent him your email, and I want him to kind of address where we are on this, and then kind of you come back second, if that's okay, Andy.
So we're in public comment right now?
You sure you don't want Andy to go first? Because maybe not everybody knows.
Well, he sent the email to everybody.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so sorry.
Then yeah,
Go ahead, go
Everybody
ahead.
get it?
Lance,
I got it.
address the JP technology issue with regards to eviction hearings, just to set the table.
Why they're not happening and what we can do to help you get them to happen, because they need to happen.
Yeah.
Well, nothing that y'all can do because we're already in motion. There's 9 devices already out. I think there's 2 going out today. We ramped up on Friday because that was when we were made aware of this situation. We knew about it long before. We had a meeting on 5/22 where we discussed it. And at the time, I believe that the JPs had collectively decided they were going to physically open, and so they didn't need the technology in place. I don't know if that changed or when that changed exactly, but of course it came to a head on Friday. So within 3 days, we've got about 90% of the equipment out. And training, I think, has happened for all but 2 of them on their Zoom training and all that stuff. And is scheduled to happen.
So
Tell them also about the public's access to Zoom at our public libraries, at our county libraries.
Well, hold on, before you go to libraries, if you don't mind, how many of the JPs are now actually having hearings as we speak today?
Well, that would be 0 because they just got the equipment.
Okay, and how fast are they gonna be able to get ramped up and have hearings? By Friday?
They have the all those that have the equipment and the training can do one today if they want.
Okay, so that's how many of, you said all but 2 had the equipment and training?
All but 2, yes.
And I'm sorry, and I'm asking because I can't remember, there's 9 JPs, or? Yes, 9. So 7 of them have the equipment and the training, and then the 2 that don't will get that. You said it quick, and I apologize, you said it, I just want to, when would the 2 get the equipment, be able to go?
We're scheduling this week, and I don't know, have the exact date that they are training and setting up. There's one in particular that I don't think has weighed in at all, but those are the details that my management is dealing with.
Let me shed some light here, because I was at that meeting on 5/22, and we spent hours in there. And 2 issues came up. Number one, OCA, the Office of Court Administration, requires all these courts to have a YouTube portal be established, because under Texas law, we have access to the courts. That means if I want to go hear that eviction hearing, I have a right, under normal practices, to come to court and be there. But what happens in a virtual scenario like now, you've got to provide access to them, but you don't want them to come into your Zoom hearing for cybersecurity reasons. So we provided portals. All of our district judges, all of our county court at law judges, and all of our appellate, 13th Court have YouTube portals. They were all given this notice. None of them did it, okay?
None of who?
None of the JPs
Okay.
got their OCA portals. When we recognized that, okay, a week ago, we figured out a way to give them a link so that they could set one up, or we said, we'll help you. I called Lance and I said, Lance, assign somebody whose sole job is to help get that OCA, and it's required, okay? YouTube link up. It's really not that complicated, but like anything, it was a fine detail that they were not accustomed to. In addition, Lance is right. They really believed as a group that Zoom was not going to be good for them. And they did not like it because they did not feel like the general public would have one of these, right? And even though we pointed out that all they had to do is have one of these, there was still an accessibility factor. They really, really felt strongly that that was going to hurt people, litigants, by having to work with technology, and that wasn't going to be positive for them. And they left that meeting with that feeling. What happened was the Texas Supreme Court and the Office of Court Administration, and we have a fifth administrative district judge, a PJ here, Missy Maderi. She's in charge of the 5th region. She advised them less than 10 days ago that they had to comply. They could not have in-person hearings, that was not allowed. And if they did so at their peril, and they could basically be found in contempt and have serious ramifications in grievance committee for them as a judge. So they went from, I'm going to do it this way, to being told you cannot do it this way, not because we don't think it's a good idea, that we could social distance and do it right, but because the Supremes and the OCA said absolutely not. And they did not, we do not want anybody in Nueces County, Judge Maderi and I, to be brought before OCAs, and get slapped on the wrist. So what I want to say to Andy, and I didn't quite get to articulate it the way I want to, is this has nothing to do with IT. It's the opposite. If it weren't for IT, they wouldn't have the 9 laptops. We wouldn't have had, if it weren't for Michael Robinson working overtime and Lance, we wouldn't have any of this. There was a disconnect between what the Texas Supreme Court has ordered, which is zero, no in-person hearings may take place.
All right.
Well, it's the rules, and we are rule followers here in Nueces County. And what we did is alert them, and then we had the logistics issues. YouTube portals, purchasing iPads, getting everybody trained. And here's another big one. And I did something I normally don't do, which is I tagged on to one of your emails. If I want to say something to everyone, usually I do my own everyone. But I didn't have time, so I tagged on to Lance's, which is that none of the judges, why did they need iPads? They all have computers. They needed iPads because their computers were so old, they did not have cameras of high quality on their laptops. And why is that? Because they hadn't requested through the warranty program. So what we did is we said, hey, everybody, let's get the warranties completely up to date. So in addition to your iPads, you're going to get your, all your laptops, not laptops, your desktops, or any device you have. If it needs to be upgraded, here's how you get it upgraded. So we even went that extra step. But the idea was the JPs wanted to help the people. That's really what happened.
And I
but it
appreciate
couldn't be
that,
done.
and I appreciate that, Judge, and I'm not at all criticizing. The only reason I'm asking is because I know Lance has been involved in it, and he's been kind enough to respond. But what I need to know is, I guess, and maybe we should have had the administrative JP come in, is when will these start? Because, we now have all this done. I don't care, I'm not pointing fingers, I'm not criticizing, I get that they're feelings, but you also have tenants out there destroying property and doing things that are not helping, and these hearings, with all due respect, they need to happen, and they have to happen. And I'm not saying this to you, Lance, I'm just saying it in general, because we need some answers also, and my bad, I should have said, maybe bring the JP administrative judge in and talk to that person and say, okay, when are we starting? the past is the past, it's water under the bridge. We need to get a date certain where these landlords can go in there and do what they need to do. And I appreciate what we went through and all this, and I think it could come again real fast. So if we don't use this window of opportunity, and the governor decides to send everybody and stay at home again and say no more evictions for a while, then these poor landlords, and they have rights too, and they're not getting their rights heard. And so we need some dates certain from, the JPs, if they we would appreciate knowing, so that these people can know what's gonna happen and we can get in there. And again, I don't know who, maybe Judge, that needs to be you to communicate and ask, or
Yeah, and
whatever.
just so
I
you know, nothing is stopping them right now.
Right.
That's what I want you to understand. That the one thing I took exception to, because I'm like what did they say? A mama bear protecting her
mother.
cubs?
No, yeah.
I take a lot of exception because IT has done backflips to get them what they need. The issue
Judge,
was they didn't want to do it.
I
And
get
they've
it. So-
never been away from it. All they needed was a phone.
Right, so if
The
anybody took
luxury is the
if anybody
iPad.
took my questions as criticism of Lance knows when I criticize him, I'm pretty clear about it. I'm not criticizing at all. I'm
Okay,
just
fair
asking-
Just to make sure you know, though, there are kiosks that are going into the county library, and IDA is working on a procedure for them if somebody doesn't have a smartphone, that they can actually get to a public facility. That those are closed right now, but by scheduling, they will allow them to come in and take care of that. And we are in the process of looking for any other locations, but
Right.
of course, they have to be manned.
And I
And
have a way.
this is a great explanation, because it's a legitimate reason why it happened. There's no fault being pointed at the JPs. I don't want, I don't want 16 calls from them either. All I'm saying is I am getting repeated, and I don't get a lot of repeated, but I'm getting call after call from landlords and people going, can you just tell us to please, just to let us know when it's gonna start? We understand the problems, we understand their feelings, but we just need to know, because our property's getting destroyed out there and we can't get these people out. So I'm just saying, if
Right.
someone could please ask the JPs to just let the landlords know when they're gonna start having these hearings, or if they're gonna start having these hearings, so that we can get this going. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, that's what
No
I wanted to
critique,
say.
No criticism, none. I'm just
Yeah.
asking questions because
No,
people
I
are
hear you. I
calling
just
me.
want you to know the JPs can start whenever they are ready, because they have they have a phone. Zoom is how it's done. All they need to do to satisfy what I require is to make sure, and this is what I help Judge Maderi, because the technology piece does come from the county. OCA, I have to post by law on our website, their YouTube portal. That's very important. I need all of them to basically bring the YouTube portal confirmation
Judge,
to us.
And we have
that's
all
it.
but 2 on that.
And
Judge,
we're waiting on 2. And I'm not trying to call them out,
No,
but
no.
that's why these are issues.
Well, Judge,
you know?
we all just got an email from Judge Lawrence.
Kind
out
of
in-
putting this together as we go. I don't have
and
those
Bishop.
2 listed, but I'll
Hey,
name.
Lance, we all just got an issue, or we just all got an email from Judge Lawrence and Bishop. He's asking, he's got some Wi-Fi issues out there that he's having problems with, because he's saying he'd like to, I think, get started, but he's having some Wi-Fi issues. So if you could maybe get in touch with Judge Lawrence and help him through that, that would be great. So, anyway,
Judge, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I kind of take exception with this because I think there is a disconnect between you guys and the JPs. I know that Lucy Rubio, Lucy Rubio, has been asking for Wi-Fi since she took office. She still doesn't have it. And she says that y'all called yesterday about the YouTube, but they already had it set up. And they are waiting for the camera for the old computer. She just got her iPad on Friday. And she says they're not ready to start because we don't have our cameras set up in the courtroom in the event a defendant comes in.
Excuse me, but if we're not letting people into the courtroom, I'm trying to figure out how am I missing something here? I thought the
Right.
goal was
Are
to
you
not
not
have
gonna
people
let
in there.
anyone in the courtroom?
Nobody can go in by the Supreme Court rules.
can't go in.
This disconnect is actually a big disconnect, and I've tried to communicate it multiple times, even at that 522 meeting, that if we can't let people in, this is what we have to do, and it's still a disconnect.
She still doesn't have Wi-Fi, and I think Andy's gonna be able to talk to some of this, because there's a lot of confusion out there on who did this and who did what.
And on 522 is when we were supposed to rectify all that confusion, but we ended up in a physical logistics conversation rather than a technology logistics conversation.
And the other thing, you said there was one that had never weighed in, so you're saying one JP has never weighed in on this?
What I said was, I think we have one that did not make any equipment requests, and of course, we have not only been deploying these things, but actually having conversations with administrative staff and/or the judges, whoever, I don't know who they're all talking to try to figure out what the equipment, the second piece of equipment was for, because originally we were just getting the iPads to the judges specifically, and then we expanded that, so we've actually gone above what we had originally talked about on Friday.
Okay, what you said was one hasn't weighed in, so I took that as, I wrote it down as you said it. I took that as they've not even been in the conversation, they're not even trying to do anything.
You took that wrong. What I meant was that we just don't have any information for me to present to you on that one person yet. That doesn't mean they have not weighed in.
I think at the 522, every JP was represented.
Yes, I
Not in
believe so.
person, but they sent either their staff or they were there in person.
And JP Rubio is going to start serving citations as early as next week, just for y'all to know on that one.
Yeah, we want evictions to take place if they're, we want the parties to be able to litigate. Let me just say this, we want to bring Andy in. The one way you can help, Commissioner Chesney, is that when Andy sent me the email and I was able to start working on iPads and figuring out what we needed with Lance, talked to Judge Maderi, made sure all of these things, were in place. One of the other things we quickly did is we said, okay, how do we rectify the problem of a litigant saying, I don't have internet, I don't have a phone, I don't have access? And we said, okay, what can we do? Where would we actually have all three and a person that could technically assist? And I went, IDA, Law Library, perfect utilization of our law library. We have conference rooms, you can social distance, you have a tech there. JP just calls up, gives a Zoom hearing number to the library. All the person has to do is come in and press go. So we've set 3 of those up. Keach for Robstown, Bishop for Driscoll Bishop area, Petronila area, and here is kind of central. I would like 2 more. I'd like Port A, and I'd like somewhere in Flower Bluff, and then maybe, Commissioner Gonzalez, what I'm gonna call centralized South Side. But again, we need to work on that. But deploying 3 for the citizens is pretty darn good like that. And they will all have
You know what?
awesome technology and assistance.
In Flower Bluff, could we not, I know they can't go in person into Polston, but I have an office out there that I, haven't been using a whole lot, but I have a little county commissioner office that is in the Polston building, but it's not in the courtroom, it's in a separate portion. I'm happy for anybody who wants to use that as the Flower Bluff location. I need to think about Port Aransas because obviously we don't have anything down right now. But if that office would work, it's in the same Polston building, but it's not in the courthouse or it's not in the courtroom. So it's the separation question, but that would work very well.
Why don't we work at that? And even though with the mask, I can see
there's
her
another office,
eyes.
too.
I just want to remind everybody, because Commissioner Mata said, what number are we on? This is in relation to our COVID response to our courts. And I just want to make sure people don't see us going off on tangents here. We are still on number 1, sorry about this, for the audience, but we are still talking about COVID response because access to our courts is huge. I also want to say this. Judge Hassett, as our presiding judge, has to submit to OCA a courthouse plan for reopening. You might be wondering, when are we going to get back to people coming? And that's going to happen in August, and at least that's the plan right now. It may change, but if that happens where we have in-person hearings, right, and in-person and jury trials, a plan has to be set forth to be approved. She, as the 5th region, approves it once it gets signed off by Annette Rodriguez. I can now certify to you that this week, Melissa, can you just nod? We got that, right, from Annette, yes? Okay, we now have our plan submitted to the 5th region. She'll submit it to OCA, and that also was an impediment. So I just want you to know that that's for in-person, but still, we want to know when we can go, that we can actually go. And so I just want you to know that when we talk about what are we doing all day, these are the kinds of things that we're doing.
And I just want to quickly speak to the.
I think the JP plan, the JP's also made a plan, it was approved by Annette,
Yes, but it had to be part of an overall yes, they did, and they gave it to Hassett, and it got approved, but I'm saying it had not gone to the 5th region yet. It's now gone to the 5th region.
Okay.
So we're good. We're good now.
Okay.
So, and just on the Wi-Fi issue, we've got Wi-Fi missing in multiple buildings, and we've been working to get those in place. One of the conversations on 522 was to set up more specific installations of that. Of course, like I said, that kind of went a different direction. It didn't mean it was off our plate. It just meant we had to attack other priorities. However, this week, one of the priorities was to get them some form of Wi-Fi, no matter what that is. Unfortunately, because of a contact tracing issue, both of my network guys were taken out as of yesterday. So I'm going to figure out a way around that, but if you could, pass it along,
I will.
we're doing what we can.
And Carolyn, I also told him, because both of his network guys were down, I said to you an email last night, or maybe 2 nights ago, they all seem to run together now, is Lance, tell me who you can get from the outside world so that we can subcontract it and get it done.
Yeah, we have to get
Because
'em up
this
and
is so
running.
important. We cannot wait 14 days. So I just want you to know how important it is to all of us to get these eviction hearings up and running. But I do want to say that if it weren't for good citizens, kind of poking us, we're all under tremendous, heat and pressure to get all of these courts up and running, But Lance, you and your team really have been a jewel this last week with Michael Robinson getting us this technology. There was mixed messaging. How about this also, Commissioner Vaughn? I am ready. You know how I feel about Wi-Fi. I'm ready to make this a capital improvement project, that we get Wi-Fi everywhere.
I agree.
And that we give Lance some support in this with some subcontracting that gets it done. Because I'm sure she has been waiting.
Yes.
Probably 2 years.
And we
Or
have
we're
to-
a year and a half.
A year and a half.
Judge, but that wasn't it approved a while back, Lance, to get Wi-Fi everywhere? I mean.
Wi-Fi at every building across the county? No.
I thought that was.
We got
done back-
Wi-Fi here.
Yeah,
Just
but I
here.
thought that was also done on the outer areas. I thought we had approved that maybe, I don't know, 6, 7 years ago.
I'm not aware of a specific Wi-Fi approval. No, we've done it at the fairgrounds and we've done it here.
And thanks to capital
And-
improvement, we got fiber optics at Keach.
And we have been putting it and putting it in place as we were able to include it in other improvements that we were working on other things. But if the building itself had not been touched by us yet, which I think is the case over there,
Yes.
then it hasn't,
That's
had an
why-
opportunity to be
That's why I
kind of
always thought
snuck
the
in.
JPs had been
Yeah.
done, but maybe. I don't
I'm
know
with
why.
you, Judge. We
Let's
have to
do
do
it.
it, so.
Look, I will put that on the agenda for next time. I need to get a little bit of a survey done from Juan as to which buildings need it and which buildings don't have it. It will help Lance. And then let's let Andy have his say. Commissioner Chesney, are you good with that? Can I dismiss Lance to the right and bring Andy?
You were dismissed.
Lance, move over. Andy, come on in.
Am I permanently
We hope
dismissed?
that at least helps get us started on this conversation.
No, thank you very much, Judge and Commissioners. I don't see any need to look backwards in recrimination. Let's look forward and get this done. I think that's what's most important. However, having said that, what's led us here today is largely misinformation that is being passed around, whether it blames you or Judge Maderi or other things. I do think, though, that there's enough culpability on everybody's plate because it's very clear that there's no particular leadership who made as their prime objective, let's get these courts open. Because I think they would have identified these problems much earlier and would have shepherded them certainly less than 5/22 when the seemingly train wreck happens and then it becomes an emergency and not a process. So I do think that there are some issues that are out there, but let's look forward and get this done. I would say also as a general matter that I think that there's some problems ultimately with the complexity of the plans that are needless. For example, going to the law library is fantastic. Having these kiosks around is fantastic. But understanding that access to the courts through technology or otherwise is important for everybody. That's a base foundational issue for justice. That I think it's something as simple as if you said that for the tenants who claim that they did not have the technology necessary to have a hearing, that the landlord could hand them a cell phone. Look, you can buy a disposable smartphone or and a service package for $100 for a month and virtually unlimited data, right? Let's not put the need for the court to solve every problem everywhere. If you set the standard of this is what we've got to get accomplished, and then you allow people like me to help solve that problem, either technically or otherwise, I'd hand even my worst tenant a burner phone and let them appear because it cost me $100, but would ultimately save me $1,000 for that month of of eviction problem. So I think that this is a victim of some over complexity that I'm not totally convinced has been excised from the problem here. So let's all work together to get this done. I think if you set a date, obviously the enforcement, as we've discussed earlier, is very difficult whenever you set something, but unless you set an expectation that this is going to get done by this day, it doesn't happen. But it can happen tomorrow with cell phones. The landlords are up to do that, and I think we can move it beyond this. So anyway, that's pretty much, the only thing I want to close with saying is lawlessness is a virus unto itself. So when people understand that there is no enforcement in place for the rules, then they stop following and other people stop following. And that then has not only a bad effect, but there's an escalation effect, because then not paying rent leads to not picking up trash and in fact trashing the places, which then leads to threats and violence against landlords. And look, for me, it's not a big deal. I have about 100 units. I've got one problem tenant. And that's because we run a clean operation and we're good managers and we have very good tenants. But I've run into people. There's a lady by the name of Ernie that owns a house, and she is being threatened by her tenant who is not paying rent. And she's not had justice for what's going to be close to 6 months by the time that there's an eviction. So I just wanted to put a human face on this, because that ultimately is what gets done. This is a problem. It is a problem for landlords big and small, but it's a real existential problem for small landlords who are depending on the rent payments to make the mortgage payments. Let me just close by saying, Judge, I think you have always been very judicious in your orders. I see them as being finely crafted and certainly purposeful in their need. I don't think that all government officials act that way. But I certainly think that this court, and you have in particular, distinguished yourself on that matter. Congratulations on the response so far. Flattening the curve was never about stopping the virus. It was about slowing it down. And now we're just seeing the effect of it. So nobody should be surprised and nobody should be scared. And as long as we understand the boundaries, which is to keep the hospitals from being overrun, then I think we can manage that collectively together with masks and everything else that people will do, because it's the right thing to do, not just the law. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
But we got to get this thing solved.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to I do this often where I ask commissioners to help, because sometimes you can't put your fingers everywhere. Commissioner Gonzalez, you were a JP. You have a good relationship with the presiding JP. I need you to call him and tell him about everything that transpired here today and share with him our concerns and get us a date, you know? Just.
And good information.
And good information, and also, you can work with, myself and Judge Maderi, because, and really that OCA is the most important. So now you know, and I don't want to point fingers, that's not the purpose here. We know that there's 2 missing, and we got to have that, because that's critical.
I got a pretty good idea who it is.
Okay, well, you know what I'm saying, we gotta, so I'm gonna ask him for a little bit of, that way if Barbara's busy, the ball doesn't get dropped this afternoon,
Yeah, Judge,
okay?
it's positive yesterday, so he's out.
Okay.
But I'll call him.
But either way, you can still get information back to the court,
Sure.
back through Tyner. Tyner, I'm gonna ask you to get that information to Mr. Taubman, not just because he's the only one, we're gonna put it on our website, but because he had the time and inclination to come up here, he deserves a report back. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, and also same with Judge Rubio. Carolyn, could you tell her about the Wi-Fi and
They're
what?
listening.
Oh, they're listening?
They're listening.
Hello. We miss you. Okay. That's very important to me.
Yes.
None of this works without Wi-Fi.
Does not.
Okay? I think I heard Lance say he's gonna have a quick fix.
He did.
That's nothing like a really strong signal. And so just have to let her know that we are going to bring it up on the next agenda as part of our I need to visit with Juan. It's not like I can just invent this, but
Thank you.
okay? And it's not just her. I'm sure there's other judges that are in the similar situation. In fact, I'm going to ask you, commissioners, please find out for me. Talk to your JPs in your precincts. Tell me what's going on.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, guys. Belinda, on number 2, we kind of, went into it and then got out of it. The only thing I need to say about the, not to take us backwards, but number 2 talked about overtime pursuant to a county policy. And then it also had the health district. We addressed the health district part of it. The one thing I want to bring to the commissioner's attention is that because of the mass testing that's been going on and because of the unbelievable response from private, and we had over 600 people test at American Bank. The same day we did 200 in Hilltop, 250 at Memorial. I mean, we're just doing an unbelievable amount. And I have to be honest with you, I am uncomfortable as the emergency manager, not providing overtime for those crews that are starting at 5 a.m. in the morning. It's just not right, and I just have to let you know. I know that we are concerned about dollars. I know that you don't want to see it, be a go rampant. But how are we going to take care of our folks if we won't pay them under these extraordinary circumstances, particularly when we know they're reimbursable? I just have to say that with regards to the logistics team that is setting up at testing at 5, their test now, it's at 7 a.m. And some, I think one last week started at 6:30. Is that, yes, ma'am? 6:30 a.m. That means they're there on the clock. They're leaving their homes at 4:30. I'm super uncomfortable with not addressing this with you. I promised you that I would respect the decision of the court, but that I would bring it back if there was a need. There is a need today. There's a need for the next 2 weeks to not tell these folks to show up at 5 a.m. because it's their job and not pay them for it. It's just not right. And so, again, it's not in every department, but I would ask respectfully that you would allow overtime during this very critical time of high spike for the next 2 weeks so that it could be brought to you for your approval.
Do we have an update on the overtime, Judge?
Dale, I'm going to need Dale for this.
And Judge, while we're
Yes,
waiting for Dale to
yes.
come, do you have a list? Because I'm with you.
I
We
can
voted
get
on
one.
on the not winning side on that one, but, I mean, if you have a list of who you expect to use, I think that will help the court and then the public understand better and know, like you said, that it's for this time frame. Because you're right. I mean, we are in dire times, even more than we thought before, because of the huge numbers that we're seeing.
I think
And
we
and I
can get
support
you.
that, but if we can get an idea of who they are, I
Yeah.
think that helps us sell
I
it a lot
think what
better.
I can do is ask Melissa to put together a list of, I'm going to just guess right now, it's going to be mainly inland parks and public works folks, okay? But I can do that, and I just want some guidance that would allow me to put it on the agenda next court for your approval for these last 2 weeks. And then but I think I can get you a list. Melissa, the request is, could you provide a list as to the people that we would seek overtime for by department? By department? By
Yeah,
department.
just the
Go
title,
ahead and ask
department,
them, yeah.
whoever that the judge and you consider are the essential. I mean, the judge kind of made it seem like it's not going to be maybe on
Thinking
the
for
scope we had
testing.
before, but maybe a smaller group, but that is truly essential.
And I'm thinking,
And I support it already, but I just think if that helps the rest of the court and like I said, the public
it does.
see what the need is and who are totally responsible, that might make it an easier acceptance of overtime for this short period, so.
Well, just to be straight off, when last time it was suspended, we've only received activity reports from 3 or 4 employees.
Gail, can you get closer to the mic? I'm sorry,
Yes,
I'm probably just deaf.
After, whenever y'all decided to exclude the exempt employees of the county, we've only started receiving daily activity reports from around 3 or 4 employees, Melissa being one, Edward and Mr. Stovall of the inland parks, because those are the only 2 that are exempt, and Rebecca and a few of her staff from health department, from social services, has submitted their reports. We have not received any other reports. We're not talking about a lot of time, and that would probably be a total of maybe 6 employees.
Okay, so my question is on Edward. I got a question on Edward. So explain to me when the Texas Department of Emergency Management, when we do these things, why Edward has to be out there. Because I'm concerned that he's overworking himself because it's Edward. And so why does it have to be that way? I mean, that's kind of what I don't understand is if the Texas Department of, Emergency Management is out there and they're setting all this up, why does someone from the county, or 3 or 4 or 5 people, or how many people are out there at 6 o'clock in the morning? I don't.
Melissa?
So there's a lot of moving parts to testing. The guard is just testing. So all of the other processes that happen, we always have to have an incident commander at a physical operation. So that's pretty standard in emergency management. Anytime there's operations that are physically occurring, we would have an incident commander. I'm not an incident commander because I'm here in the EOC. The incident commander is a boots on the ground person that oversees all of the ops.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask my question right. Why does it only have to be Edward? In other words, why can't we rotate people? Why can't there be others? I didn't ask it clearly, so let me.
No, that's
let
fine,
me
and
get-
that's kind of why we're moving forward to this like team rotation, because it's hard for you to replace yourself.
Well, it's not if you, it's hard for the individual to think he can't replace himself, and I go through this all the time because of the business I'm in and what I do. I'm very replaceable. I just sometimes don't think I am.
It's just hard to find people that are gonna work as hard as Edward
I
or
get it,
some of
but-
the other people on our team.
I'll give you a great anecdotal.
Not fair.
Let me give you a great anecdotal
It's
experience.
not, Commissioner, but it's.
Right.
Let me give you a great anecdotal experience. We're at the fairgrounds. It's an amazing place to do testing. We're with the National Guard. I show up, I go into the command center. Edward's visiting with the commander. Commander's not from Corpus Christi. He's not from Robstown. He's not from South Texas, okay? And to be able to have a lay of the land, where you have bathrooms, where you have an extra facility, when it rains, where are you going to put certain equipment? To have an understanding like that is invaluable. I'm sitting in the command booth and all of a sudden someone says, "Where is the tissue?" What do you mean, where the tissue? Where's the tissue and where are the wipies? Where's the plastic bags? I'm the only one on premise that has a P card. So I give the P card and we run to go to the HEB and the Dollar General to buy as many wipies and tissues because the guard has forgotten it, okay? And when you test, you have a tendency to sneeze. So you gotta have these items, all right? That's a simple anecdotal explanation of why we're valuable on premise. A more complex one would be what happened to us last week. When we were doing mass testing, some was county employees going through Christus Spawn cartridges, others were going through Tiger testing, private lab cartridges. And there were 250 forms, and people were coming in irrespective of their reservation, and the forms all got jumbled into one. So then we did not have the specimen matching the form. You have to have an incident commander savvy enough to understand why that's important, how to disseminate it, to be able to have the
But it-
authority to do it.
But it
A lot
can't
of it's
just
about
be Edward.
authority.
It cannot just be Edward, in
No,
my
I know,
opinion.
but when I look for overtime, Edward's got a team of people to put cones out, to assemble tents for weather. We had tremendous weather last week. I think what would help all of us is you all need to come out there with me or on your own so that you can totally observe. And I'm not talking about getting there when the show starts. I'm talking about wake up at 5 a.m. and be there when there's nothing.
Judge, no
so
one's
that you
questioning
can see
that.
it.
The question is not, are they working hard or are they doing a great job? The question is, in my opinion, and we have said this now for months, and I think collectively we've said this for months, if Edward is the only incident commander, I got a problem with that. And I got a problem paying overtime to someone when there are other people that should be trained, and we have had months now to do this. Edward is the hardest working man in America. He is awesome at what he does. I love Edward. I have no critique of Edward, other than we have got to have other incident commanders so we can rotate
it's
people.
unfair.
There's nobody else that can come in and do exactly what the judge does, and there's not anybody, and this is no offense to my own team. It's hard for them to step in and do exactly what it is that we do. We'd have to stop what we're doing.
Okay,
I
but
get it,
we're
what
talking
happens-
about,
but
we're
wait,
talking
what
about
happens though?
paying
What
his team.
happens? What happens? God forbid something happens to you, Melissa, or something happens to Edward. Guess what?
We've been
Some-
worried about this from the
someone-
beginning, yes.
Someone is going to step in
Well,
and figure it out.
Here's how you rectify it. Budget workshop. You will get your chance to help. Because the way to help is to get more personnel here. We are lean and mean, and that is a strength, and it's also a flaw.
Hey, good Judge, and I agree with you, 'cause I think it's one of the solutions we have to look at. But you brought something up a while ago that we all should go out there. I've done 21 drive-throughs. I've done 21. I've been there 5 o'clock in the morning. I've been there at 5:30 in the morning. I've been there at 6 o'clock in the morning. And I know what it takes to set it up. I know how many people it takes. I know what it takes to clean up afterwards, because I've been there all the time. I stay there through the whole thing, and I know what it takes. For somebody going at 4:30 in the morning, I mean, I could probably set up a schedule. You don't have to be there at 4:30 in the morning. You don't have to be there at 5 o'clock in the morning. You can be there at 5, some people have to be at 5:30 in the morning, which is at 2 hours overtime, and set it up. The one in the morning is already set up. All you're doing is going, making sure all the combs are there. The police department will help with the combs. The city of Corpus Christi will help with the combs, as long as we work together as a team.
Yeah.
The one at the fairgrounds, it's a simple solution there, because they use the fairgrounds, and it's a drive-through there too. So, I mean.
Commissioner,
hold
you
on.
have been there 21 times. I know, because I was there the first time that you and I started. What you see, even from start to finish, is only 50% of the work. What you don't see
Judge,
is all of the logistics that go
Judge,
before that.
All right, listen to me, okay? Listen, I know you got all this logistics, whatever, but your logistics are done the day before. If you know you're gonna have something the next day, you did it the day before. But, I'm talking about manpower being there
Yeah.
for so many hours. I mean,
Listen.
Logistics, I'm not
Yeah.
disputing logistics, I understand, no problem. But I'm just saying, there's ways to work these things a little better.
Hey, I'm all for hiring another wonderful person.
And I agree that, and I tell Everett, don't like for me to tell him, but I tell him, hey, take off, man. Take off on Friday, go home, rest, and take a break, take a long weekend. I can't. Okay. Yes, you can. I can't. Well, he can, and you should, because, and like Melissa, maybe too, I think there's a time where we just have to say, look, this is not working right. Where are the managers here? Who's managing this? I know he's department head.
Okay.
But who's managing it?
I'm managing it.
Well-
That's what my title is. We need to get everyone the org chart again. I'm at the top of the
Well,
food chain.
We need to manage this thing a little bit better, okay?
Well,
Melissa
as
said
I said,
something-
you'll have your
Melissa
chance
said
in
something
budget.
about if the judge not here, well, somebody else has to do it if the judge's not here. I mean, whether they do it perfectly or for right, is besides the point. Somebody's got to do it if you're not here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, the
Look,
other thing-
I
same thing-
appreciate your perspective. We really need to move on to at least one more agenda item in 3 hours. I appreciate it. All I'm saying to you is I would like to make a motion to be able to bring the 2 weeks of overtime to court next time for your approval. You have the right to vote against it. Just so you know, you've mentioned his name no less than 50 times. This is not about one employee. It's unfair to mention him and single him out. He is an awesome employee. I can also name
I'm
50
talking
other
bad
names.
about him, Judge, I'm talking good about him.
I know, but I'm saying to you, he doesn't appreciate being the only one singled out here. There are lots of
and Melissa,
wonderful
I'm
Edwards.
sure
They
she
just
does
have
too.
different names,
Well, but
and
he-
we're not mentioning
But Dale
them.
mentioned 5 employees, and that's one of the 5. We also mentioned Melissa, who's standing here, Judge. So Dale just said this is about 5 employees that we're talking about. So that's 2 of them that we talked about.
He was talking about the health district at that time.
No, he wasn't either. He said it's 5, he said 5 people have submitted overtime reports. 2 of them were who we mentioned as examples, and you're asking for the reasons why we may or may not support something. Those are the reasons. The other thing is, why are we starting at 9 o'clock now? They've shortened the hours to where it's now 9 to 1, so it's not 9 to 5. Why couldn't we start them and go 10 to 2 or 11 to 3 if we're gonna have shorter hours? Because they need shorter hours, because I get it. They don't need to be out there as long and so forth, but, so that might also avoid someone coming in at 4:30 if we didn't have to start at 9, since we're not going 9 to 5. Those are the kind of things that I think need to be
Hey,
looked
the
at.
reason, there's reasons for everything, and I'm happy for you to keep asking questions, because it's really vetting excellent questions. The reason we start early is because it's hot. It's hot and it's humid for the people that are in hazmat suits and people that are in full military uniform. It is very hot, and so we are starting earlier. Also, we are not the center of their universe. They have tons of testing that they need to do. And so we say thank you when they come to test. We don't always get to set the dates and the times for the testing.
Right, just ask is all I'm saying. I'm saying
Right.
we don't have a.
But I'm saying to you,
can
we
ask.
are working with them and taking all of these things into consideration. I do believe we need more staff in emergency management, given what COVID has done to our county and our community. And I also believe that this rotation will address a lot of the needs that, and so when you say, where is the management is that we have made adjustments to rotation. I am asking that whether or not it's the 5 people that Dale has submitted for, or whether it's somebody tomorrow that's a member of the team, I'm saying to you that we're in an extraordinary moment. Nueces County is the number one fastest growing COVID-19 cases county per capita. We've eclipsed Dallas, Harris, Bear, and Travis. That is what we're facing with, and what I'm asking for is the opportunity to bring overtime hours on the next agenda to be paid.
I don't have a problem bringing it
Was
to
that
the
a motion?
court.
A second? Was that a motion, Judge? A
Yeah,
second?
that's a motion.
A second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Dale, you were going to say something
Nay.
to bring in backup, and there's a nay, 4-1.
Yes,
Two to two.
as discussed,
3 to 2.
the
Forgive me,
departments in
can't
question that we're talking about that help with the testing, of course, is in the parks, emergency management, of course, and our city county health. Of those, if we look at the exempt employees only, there's only about 4 or 5 employees that are exempt. All the rest of the employees that work are non-exempt, and they get paid overtime if they work an hour overtime regardless. So that's why we're only talking, when I talked about the commissioner, there was only 5 in
Okay, I'm
question for
sorry, I
departments.
misunderstood you. Thank you for the clarification.
Judge, I'd like to
Just
make
5
another.
exempt.
I'd like to make another motion related to this. I would like to move that we in some way retrain or reevaluate so that there are other people who can be incident commanders, so that people like Edward and Melissa and the other 3 that we're talking about, and I don't know who, Rebecca, whoever the other 3 were, not to just single out, I would like to make a motion that we retrain, we cross-train, and we do it now, and we don't wait till budget, so that these people, because this is
Okay,
going to go on forever.
And while I appreciate your motion,
Second.
you are not in charge of emergency management. And so what we're going to do is take that advisement up in emergency management. We
But
set incident
it's a
command.
motion and a second, so it's a motion.
But you don't, okay.
I can make a motion and
I
a
can-
second.
I mean, that's
you don't
not,
wanna
that's not even on, that's not on the agenda. It's not an item. I'll take it up
It's-
under
It's
advisement.
COVID-related. It's all talking about overtime and everything else. It's
No, it's-
absolutely on the agenda, Judge.
It's not.
It is too. I'm talking about trying to make people
What you're
that are-
talking about is changing incident command structure, and that is
No, I'm
reserved
talking
for
about
the emergency
adding to-
management
I'm talking
office,
to
which is
adding
under
to
my
incident
control.
structure. I'm talking about, and you can make it as a recommendation or whatever, but the motion has been made. It's absolutely related to the overtime. This is exactly, I'm trying to get to where we don't have to pay these people overtime.
You know what, just
So-
vote against people getting
so they
overtime.
don't-
It's so
Can
much
I
easier. You
finish
just
my
look for a
statement? I know you
qualifier.
don't like what I say, but let me finish it. I at least let
I
you
don't
finish
like what
yours.
you say.
When you don't say stuff, and you always talk and won't let me finish. I am trying to avoid people having to work overtime. I don't think it's fair that these people have to continue to work overtime because we don't have people backed up and trained to do it. That is exactly what this is about. And I look at it differently. There is no way I believe that there is only one person that can be an incident commander and can be trained to do it. So I believe that this is absolutely germane to the whole overtime issue. And if you don't want to entertain my motion that's been seconded, you don't have to, but I made it, it's been seconded, and you can do what you want with it.
I'm going to ask for some legal advice, but first I want you to know that in incident command, we do have backups for every office. That is how we do it. There is a backup. Melissa, maybe it would be helpful if you would address that. There is a backup for everybody. We do cross-train and we do cross-collateralize, and we do have a policy right now from EOC to not only cross-train and rotate, but to do everything that you want. We are not in disagreement here. The
Then why not
idea
have a discussion on the motion and just
because,
discount my motion?
because it doesn't come from the court. You have to have authority to do things. And
Then-
there is
but-
no authority to have that motion on this agenda. And quite frankly, when I get a chance to visit with Belinda, she's got to give her a chance, is that I don't even think this court has authority to change incident command structure.
Well, then why do we have 2 agenda items that you put on here about masks? Because we have no authority on masks either, according to you, so
Actually,
why have any
we're
discussion
going to get
on that?
there. You have authority to do a resolution. You're right. You don't have authority to do the second one. But Tyner and I thought it was in everybody's best interest, once we consulted with the county attorney, since you brought it up, to put it on there, to be able to have as much latitude to give to you guys to receive information. It was to create an opportunity for
Well,
discussion.
then let's make this a resolution. I don't know what the proper way to do it is. If there's a better format, then I think we ought to have a resolution for it, whatever the proper thing is. But we have talked about it for months, cross-training, and it needs to happen because you can pose it however you want. I'm saying these people should not have to not have to work overtime if we're going to the rotation and if we're going to the things. So you're right. I don't see why we are in disagreement because I think
We're not.
you're agreeing with the concept. So if you want me to do it in a different way
I
that
do.
doesn't usurp your authority, or you think I'm trying to usurp your authority and make it a resolution, fine. But we have talked about it, but we need to do it. Edward should not be, and I'm sorry, and Melissa shouldn't be either, and the other three shouldn't be either. All five of them should not be the only ones that do what they do. I agree. We're short in emergency management. We're going to deal with that in the budget. We've already talked about that.
Yeah.
But that's not for another 6 months, and I don't
I
want
think one
Melissa
of
to
the
kill
issues
herself over the next
here
6 months.
is that this isn't a hurricane, so everywhere where someone would fill our shoes, it's two positions that they're filling. It's the department head. Those folks are also just as busy. So if this was a different disaster, it would be a lot easier for Kathy and myself to rotate, or for Ida and Dale to rotate. But it's so different right now because daily operations continue to move forward, and we have this entire long disaster that's happening at the same time. And so each person right now is kind of filling two positions. So when they jump in to support Dale because he's going overtime in EOC, then they're going overtime on their regular position and now working as Dale's second. And so in this case, it just shows you that there's just a general shortage in the staff that we would use to build our emergency management staff. We're in the situation we're in right now, but us moving forward, I mean, it's not ideal and it's hard, and we've been working many, many hours, whether people believe it or not. It's about what we do right now moving forward, and the only thing that we've been able to really identify would be the most helpful is setting those teams to rotate out, and that's starting now, moving forward. We said we were gonna start it on Monday, just to give the Thursday, Friday, we had court, we've got budget tomorrow, we've got a lot of things going on. And it gives folks time to identify and to kind of fill in that person that's going to step in for them when they rotate out. And so that's the only solution that I can come up with right now that is going to put that person. But I'm not going to be able to turn off my phone when someone steps into my position. So I'm still going to be working. Edward, even if he has someone else there, I assure you it's very difficult. It's going to be very difficult for someone to step into that role without still having constant access to the person in that position. Over time, can we get it trained differently? Yes, but this is not the time right now to add substantial training. We can train the people we need to step in for us as best we can to do the team rotations, but we don't even have time to breathe or eat cereal, let alone start like a training program right now. And I know it's like you need it to be able to do it, but at the same time, I can't further burden everybody that's as worked out as they are right now and trying to train someone to alleviate them, as it's gonna cause overtime just to get them training their person. So we're just in the situation that we're in right now. It's not the best. We're doing the best we can with it. But the reality is when we're not face deep in COVID, yes, we do need to step back and look at emergency management. Yes, we need to redefine our team and have a secondary team. There's a lot that needs to happen, but it can't happen right now. What we can do right now is create teams to rotate. And that's where we're at, and that's what we were planning to implement, at least trying to start that on Monday.
Now we're gonna use the thing, because it can't happen now, but how come we haven't been working on this before?
I mean, we just haven't been able to slow down JAG enough to
I think it comes down to, you're in the middle of disaster. I mean, you're in the middle of a war here, basically. You don't have time to kind of recreate what's being done. I think that the way we're moving forward is through the team planning that we have, the team rotation, that they see that. And we can argue all day what it should have been, but we have what we have. We either, we already decided on the overtime. I agree. If anyone's been saying it, because I lived it for 15 years with the state, was continuity planning and, who's going to be the next in chain of command to lead a unit. And so that's something I think we're trying to do here, but I can't imagine y'all even had barely enough time to catch your breath to get this done. We're all saying the same thing. We all agree. No one should be taxed enough that they have to put in all this extra hours. Some may do it and live on it and thrive from it. Others may just feel out of obligation and not wanting to disappoint or say no that they continue to do that, and that's unfortunate as well. But I think, the plan is in place. The judge and Melissa have this working. They're gonna have it happen. It's not like they're not saying no, that we shouldn't have more than one or two people that can handle this. But the people that we have in place, that's because of their experience, their training, the years of being here at the county and knowing how to get things done. And that's gonna be real hard to train, to teach, right? With what someone like Edward has or does. Because he also has his staff that he can just call upon and get done. I mean, so it's the way it's created. And I agree, we're gonna get to that budget cycle eventually, but we are leading towards, I feel confident we are moving forward with this team rotation that, one, we protect their health, right? We've gotta keep you all healthy to be able to continue to do your job. But two, there is gonna be someone that can learn and hopefully at least carry on some of the job duties while y'all take a break or rest or do something else, and you're still gonna be a phone call away, like you said, Melissa, or Judge. So, we're still gonna rely on these different department heads or assistant directors to help continue to put the process forward, but, give some time, and I feel
Yeah.
totally confident in doing that, and I think that's where we're going. So I think we're all spinning our wheels, kind of being in disagreement about where we should be. We know where we should be. This is unprecedented in times of how we prepare. We're learning from it and we're gonna fix it, but right now it's not the time to be pointing fingers, and we just gotta move with what we have, and I think team planning's fine. I understand what Commissioner Chesney's saying. I don't know if it's even reasonable or legal or not, but, we all hear it. I think y'all are gonna do it. Isn't that what's in place, Melissa, with this team rotation?
That's where we're trying to fill the gap,
Okay.
is actually getting people
Then
out
let-
of here,
Then
away
let's
from
move
here.
forward, because we're on item 2
Judge,
of a
I-
whole list of agenda items that we're gonna be here till tomorrow's budget meeting without ever having a break, guys. I mean, we're all passionate. We all hear it. We all get those comments from our constituents constantly. You just share information and you get your butt kicked out there. We're all doing it on social media. But it's, we also gotta be resourceful with our time, and so I get what you're saying. Let's just work this out off-key, because you can make a motion here, but does it matter? Let's see if it's legal after hours. Let's see if it's legal to, once we get done with this meeting in a day. We don't have to have a resolution and 30 more minutes of debate on this one item alone. We're on item number 2. and
Judge, may I
we
make
got
a
lot
quick
more to
comment?
cover.
Judge, quick comment.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just going to make a suggestion, because, when this item was put on here, the COVID, we put it on here for a reason, so we could discuss and get an update. I understand what Commissioner Chesney's saying, that, he wants people cross-trained, because it's irresponsible if we don't have that in every department. But even as a manager, when you own a company, you never, ever let go of the reins. You're always going to be on 24-hour call, whoever's in charge. I do think, we know we are not part of emergency operations. That's been made very clear to us. So this is not the time to discuss this, I don't think. I think that if you want to discuss department heads and the procedures, whatever it is, cross-training, we need to put it on an agenda and discuss it for all the departments. But to me, this is not the time to do it.
Okay, commissioners, I feel strongly that we hear you, and we are doing what you say. We are in agreement, and we're going to move forward. And why don't you reach out to Melissa if you have any specific questions so that we can move on? There's, believe it or not, probably more that you could ask and she could answer. So with that, we'll move on. Everything that you say is valid. We're already doing it or going to do it. That's the most important thing. So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Go ahead and go on. Commissioners, I'm going to move on to approving the minutes of June 10th, 2020. Do I have
Motion.
a motion?
So what happened to the motion? We're gonna rescind it? There's a motion on the floor in a second, so we're gonna rescind it?
I didn't,
I don't
but
think you can make a motion.
she didn't recognize it.
What, Okay, here we go. I think Commissioner Modis made a good recommendation. I think it was seconded by Vaughn, and we're going backwards. But I'm all right with that because that's democracy. Belinda, could you please address this?
Not a motion, it wasn't a second. We had one on the floor.
Yes, Judge, I think you were acknowledging that it wasn't properly noticed on the agenda, that maybe it was retraining is something that kind of came from the agenda item, but the agenda item was discuss and consider approval of overtime. The COVID response, which is agenda item 1, was a discussion-only item. So I think as y'all indicated, this might be something
Right.
y'all will be bringing back later.
So then, if you're saying you're going to rule the motion not germane, then that needs to be reflected for the record, because I did not rescind my motion, and Commissioner
fine.
Gonzalez did not rescind a second, so I just need to clear it up for democracy's sake, as you say.
You can't just hold back, you want to debate 30 more minutes on this?
I don't need to debate, I'm done, I'm ready to call the
Dude, just
question.
put it on the next agenda. Why do you have to cause this roadblock? We, look at this agenda that we have to have more important items than for you to talk about
I'm done
whether or
talking.
not we need continuity of planning.
I'm done talking, John, I just made a motion in a second, and I was ready to vote. I didn't have any more debate to make, none, zero.
I think the clerk, I think the commissioner would like the record to reflect
That's it.
that it was not germane to the agenda, not adequately posted. And I'd also like the record to reflect that all comments are noted and that we are going to take your requests, and as I said, heed them and get back to you as to what results come from it. The rotation schedule has already been issued as of this week. We'll get you a copy of that, and we'll be able to address if there's any further need on the proximate agenda.
Thank you, Judge, I respect your ruling, I appreciate that.
Thank you. And the next item is Commissioners Court Minutes, June 10th, 2020. You've had an opportunity to review. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Let's, as they say, slow down the pace or change the pace to an important issue, which is Craniofacial Awareness Prevention Month. We actually have a specialist at Driscoll Children's Hospital who's a pediatric cranial facial expert and specialist that I know, and it's an incredibly important discipline. Tyner, would you read for us?
Yes, Judge. Whereas orofacial clefts are the most frequently occurring birth defects in the United States, affecting about 7,000 babies annually, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. Whereas infants born with clefts and other craniofacial conditions usually require surgery, as well as special feeding support, dental and orthodontic care, and speech therapy as they grow. Whereas organizations such as Driscoll Children's Craniofacial and Cleft Center serve populations affected by craniofacial differences and the professionals who care for them in order to help infants get a healthy start to life by providing their families with comprehensive care, information, support, and access to the interdisciplinary teams. Whereas it is fitting and proper to recognize the efforts of Driscoll Children's Craniofacial and Cleft Center and families working to ensure the better life for those affected by cleft lip, palate, or other craniofacial conditions. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Nueces County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim July 1st through 31st, 2020 as Cleft and Craniofacial Awareness and Prevention Month, and calls on the people of Nueces County to observe this month with appropriate programs.
Thank you so much. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a motion in a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Just a shout out to Dr. Kevin Hopkins, who's our friend and an expert in craniofacial and runs the Plastic Craniofacial and Cleft Center. And just an amazing human being and medical. And to him and all his colleagues and his team, I just happen to know his name, but he is, we're just so blessed to have his expertise in our community. And thank you for that, Tyner. At this time, we're going to move to Emergency Services District Number 3. There's a vacant position, and we have an appointment opportunity. Would somebody like to make a motion? Thank you for that. Is this, Oh, thank
I'm
you
good.
so
I don't want
much. Is there a motion, please, on that? That's going to be item number H1 in your booklets, H1. Give me a chance to turn to it. We have Mr. Carl Hill, Tyner. I know you're working to get to the, he's from Bishop, and
That's correct, and that's
he
the only
applied,
applicant.
and he is a firefighter. He has a certification in firefighting.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, thank you. A second, please.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. We'll let let him know about that appointment. We thank him for his service to our community for the ESD. By the way, ESDs are doing a great job for us during COVID as well. At this time, I'll ask Tyner if he would recognize public comment for me, so we don't have to kind of move a lot of people around. Go ahead, oh, I'll take it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. We've done some of them. I'll read them out. Ugo already spoke. I have a Mr. Douglas Wells, and then followed by Miss Ashley Wilkie. We'll call you in one at a time.
What's your name?
Ugo, are you here in another matter?
I believe most of those, Judge, are here on the game room item,
Can
if
I-
they're marked in number 7.
Okay, do we want to advance that, or what is the pleasure?
Well, Judge, I thought we were trying to keep everybody out of here who wasn't speaking at the time.
Yeah,
I'm not
we
trying
are.
to be, but there's, yeah.
That's the
Raise your
deputy's
hand.
job to do that.
And this gentleman here, Eric,
I'll write it down.
did not sign up, I believe?
I'm writing your name down.
For public comment or for which item?
What number item is it? Public comment, just general, okay? So I'll just put general there, okay? Okay, and what we're gonna do, just to, Commissioner Chesney's reminding me, is that it's really important, to, to kind of wait your turn. I'm gonna call you and let you know who's next, okay? So, Hugo Berlanga will go first. I'm calling it in the order that was signed up, not choosing randomly.
Tyner.
Okay, thank you very much, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Hugo Berlanga, and I'm here on behalf of Texas Sweepstakes Gaming and Texas Guild Games, which is an organization that obviously provides the software to sweepstake facilities all around the state. You have a very, very incredible ordinance that y'all are going to be discussing and whatnot, about 49 pages worth, and I think it's somewhat modeled after the city of Houston. And let me just say unequivocally, we support regulation. We know some of the activity that's going on, and we support law enforcement and the efforts that are being made. But at the same time, we recognize that they are sweepstake games that are operating that are within the confines of the statute. And the deal that I'm concerned, and I would ask y'all to give consideration to, is to allow those stakeholders to have an opportunity to talk in reference to what's being proposed. The sweepstakes people were not consulted with. I understand where the problems are. But at the same time, we do have some people that are in compliance. Now, what's interesting is that some of the bingo operators have some of these machines that are basically, in my opinion, not legal, and they're already making overtures to looking at the sweepstake operations and to look at that software. And like I said earlier, we are in support of enforcement of the regulations. We're only asking that we be given the opportunity as stakeholders to provide some input. Case in point, one of the items that you have in here asks for that they only operate between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. Well, most of the activity occurs later into the night, just for the same reason that Whataburger opens 24 hours, the same reason that Mr. Chesney goes to H-E-B at midnight, because they're open 24 hours. And so there's some things that we would like to have some input with in this regard, and we're only asking for that opportunity to provide input. What's interesting is that the city of Houston, Harris County adopted a very extensive enforcement procedures, and guess what? They don't even enforce it. There are more operators in the 8-liner chance games in Harris County than anywhere else. And the reason that the Texas Sweepstakes doesn't go to Harris County because they can't compete. There's not a level playing field. And that's all they're asking for, is an opportunity to have input on whatever is finally adopted by this county. It's interesting because, and Mr. Wells will speak after me, but he went to Refugio yesterday to go get a permit. They gave him a one-pager. This is what you're expected of you, and if you violate any of this, you're out. He paid his fee. They even went over there and they put the stamps on his sweepstake machines, and he walked out of there. And here we are proposing 49 pages based on what Harris County has done, and yet Harris County doesn't even comply with their own ordinance. So again, all I'm asking is for an opportunity to come to the table and give some recommendations and be supportive of what you're trying to accomplish. That's all.
And I'm just going to remind the audience, we don't comment at this point, so we're going to ask you to say thank you, and we're going to move on to Mr. Douglas Wells.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judge,
Douglas?
I think, are they talking on, I think he's talking on an agenda item in,
Yeah, it's 4A7.
so,
4A7. We just said in the interest
No,
of
no.
time, let's just hear them so they can get out of the courthouse.
right, no, I agree, but my question was gonna be, if we're gonna talk about 7,
Yeah, I think they may.
That's fine.
would it be something to say, hey, look, if everybody's okay with it, if you're not, we can do it today, to table it for 2 weeks and let these people go talk about it? I have no problem doing that so
Yes.
that everybody can come to the table and talk.
And let me add to that.
I'm fine
I
with
just
that.
want to point out that the model that the sheriff likes is the Victoria County model. I happen to know a county commissioner, and I got it in Word, and I went through there and changed every Victoria to Nueces just
no.
to attach it.
And at the end of the day, we may still vote for the same ordinance, but I
Right.
think what the response has been, that I got, was that they haven't had a chance to talk, and all I'm saying, I think we need to have an ordinance, I think we need to do something, I'm not bailing on this at all, but I think the request for everyone to have a chance to talk is not a bad request, so,
To adopt it first, though.
no, I'm saying to table it for 2 weeks, then come back and then discuss it.
We should adopt it first, so they can discuss it. I mean,
Well, if you adopt it, then,
Well, I think
I don't, then we need to have a full discussion if we're gonna do that. I was just
That's not
throwing,
going to work unless you ask the sheriff if he's willing to have the input and have meetings with
and
them.
that's all I was trying to decide is.
It's not
if
an action
everybody-
item.
it's not an action item today, so we're not going to vote on it today. So I'm okay with that, but right, what I'm trying to do is just get through this, like you said, this public comment period. So Mr.
The action is actually to authorize the county attorney to proceed with drafting the regulations, so there is time to comment.
Okay, so all we're asking is for the county attorney to draft, and that we can allow time for stakeholders to have input once they see that draft, whatever
Then-
that draft looks like.
Then maybe, okay, then maybe, for the sake of time and not for people to waste people's time, maybe we should, if everybody's okay with it, make a motion to draft the regulations, but with allowing
Caveat.
input during that period of time that they're being drafted, or something like that, if that's, does that make sense? I mean. I'm
We
just
have
throwing
no
it out
problem visiting with the county attorney and sitting down with her, and I have before on other issues as it pertains to this kind of activity years ago. So all we're saying is, give us an opportunity to work with her, if that's what you want, so we can show her and explain to her, and I can assure you, anything that we propose will have the background information based on good practices.
Right, and I get it, and we spent a lot of time on other stuff, and I'm respecting Commissioner Mata's, trying to move things along. If all we're going to do is discuss it today, maybe we should move forward with letting her draft it as all we can do today, and then letting the sheriff and the stakeholders sit down and
Right.
talk about it while it's being drafted.
Okay.
Would that be
that's-
okay?
That's fine. I think that's a good resolution, that the sheriff and the stakeholders have an opportunity to have input.
Because we don't need to
And
have 30 or
once the
40 more
county
minutes.
attorney has a chance to
Well-
work on that document.
Yes, and I was just gonna say, if all the input could go through the sheriff, because he's the one we're working with to put these regulations together, as opposed to coming directly to us, we wouldn't be able to really kind of make some of those
Okay.
calls.
Right, and so to avoid not having to have an hour of discussion today and then having another hour of discussion when they come forward, my motion would be that we move forward with allowing the county attorney to draft the needed resolution, and that the
Regulation.
stakeholders, represented by Mr. Berlanga and others, have the opportunity then to meet with the sheriff before coming back with a final ordinance, And if then we got to fight it out, we can fight it out then, but maybe some common ground.
But you can't make a motion during public comment, can you?
Well, I asked to move to that agenda item.
Oh, so we're on that agenda item now.
Right, but I just want to make sure, was there anybody else that needed to speak with regards, there's a lot of number 7s.
Yep.
And so,
Judge, for the sake of time, and I know that, I mean, you got a long agenda ahead of you, I think we can visit with the rest, and they can just be shown as not being in support of what's, I mean, asking for the time, and then we just limit
Yeah.
their comment and be done with Mr.
right,
Wells.
let's just
But I
ask them
want
if
Mr.
they're in
Wells-
favor or in,
Yeah.
as a, usually the way it works in hearing is, are you in favor of, or are you opposed to, or are you in favor of, working with collaboration, with?
We want collaboration.
Okay, so let me ask you to move aside and let Mr. Douglas Wells, would you be, I guess, let me make sure that you understand what we're trying to accomplish here in the interest of time, is would you just state your name and whether or not you're in favor of this collaboration taking place, or if you like the regulation the way it was placed in the agenda?
My name is Douglas Wells. I work for Texas Sweepstakes Gaming, and I would very much like to collaborate with everyone, yourself, the other commissioners.
The sheriff?
The sheriff, when this went out, when he first got on the news, right after, it was September 2018, when the state passed control or regulation of sweepstakes back to the counties. He was on the news saying that all game rooms were basically, to coin a phrase from the Bible, dens of iniquity. All kinds of bad things were happening there. Even in the first pages of this 49-page document, it paints us as this horrible entity in the city. And that's not us. We're not embedded, we're not like the old speakeasies. You have to go through 3 doors, pass an armed guard, know the secret password. We're in shopping centers, we're in convenience stores, we're in bars with no problems. And I offered, right, he did not return my call. I offered to go pick the sheriff up, drive him to every facility we go, and even go to my competitors, the ones that do sweepstakes, and say, show me these back rooms where things are happening. Show me this outbreak of crime in the neighborhood. Show me these parking jams that people are complaining about. And I'm like, we'll fix them. That's not a problem. I would love to work with Sheriff Hooper. Never got a call back. I've extended the invitation to a couple of the council members that I was able to speak to today. I personally will get my car sanitized, provide masks. I will pick you up and take you to as many places as you want to see and show you that the language that describes us in the first couple of pages is not correct. That's the most important thing to go. And if this goes into effect, I don't know if you guys realize the volume of people that you'll be putting out of work. Every one of these rooms has 5 to 20 employees, and you're talking about taking their jobs away. These are hardworking people. These are people that have invested in businesses. They may have made some mistakes, no business is perfect, but they didn't do it intentionally, and they're not doing anything to circumvent any rules, regulations, or laws. And that's all I would like to consider. I would like enough time, and I would like a seat at the table along with the other people that are standing out there and many, many more to come in and say, this is what we do. Because there's one fundamental difference that's not described in this, is you have 8-liners and slot machines, which are classified in the state penal code as being gambling devices. Now, their regulation was also passed over to the county. You have sweepstakes machines and skill games that, because they were never defined, they're legal. They're the way they operate. And I'll be more than happy to describe the differences. We have papers that show what's considered a sweepstakes, what's considered a gambling device. I'd love the opportunity to work with everyone sitting behind that bench, the sheriff, the county attorney, and anyone else. We just want an opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Wilkie, do you want to defer to the comments that have already been made, or do you want to make your own comments? You can approach. You can just say what you'd like.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm for keeping the businesses open just due to the fact that that is my source of income. It provides jobs.
He wants you, forgive me for the interrupting you, Miss Wilkie. Would you mind so kindly to get the microphone not too close, but close enough to where we can hear you just a bit better?
Also, I have 3 children that I support on my own, and my business helps to support them. So I would like to see the businesses stay open.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Mr., forgive me, but the writing, it might be Ramirez, Mr. Ramirez? And go ahead and state your name again for the record, and if you're in favor or opposition, or what is your position?
Yes, my name is Robert Ramirez. I just wanted to go ahead and try to work with y'all, and hopefully we could work together on trying to get all this straightened out where it doesn't cripple our industry, and try to help each other out, try to make each other understand, because these game rooms are somewhat new. We're trying to figure out all the fine details, and the COVID, we're trying to figure out what's going on exactly between what we can do and what we can't do, and how many people in and out, and sanitizing, and do everything right. We don't want to do nothing that's gonna hurt somebody or shady or anything like that. We're trying to work together, trying to be as honest as possible, show y'all exactly what's going on. Help y'all out, help us out. We have families, we have workers, we have a lot of people that work for us or in the gaming industry that's, they love to do it. Some people can't fly to Vegas, they can't travel to Louisiana. So some of the elderly people, they like being here. They like, be able to do their little gaming and get out of the house, and which not everybody has to. We have online, but we're trying to make sure that we can fulfill everything where it's not hurting somebody, or if they can't do it, you know what? We have it here for you. We're trying to, try to be on the same page as everybody, and then be in guidelines with everything. We don't want nothing bad out of this, and we're just asking, if you're okay with working us, we would love to. We'll open, what we have to, show you the businesses, show how everything's going. We're not trying to be illegal in any ways. We're just trying to be up forward in front with y'all, and, hopefully everything can work out together.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Robert Gutierrez?
Hello, how you doing, guys? Just real quick, I've been partners with these guys, and I kind of depleted all my 401k about a year ago to get involved in this kind of business. I've been in the oil field business all my life, been about maybe 15 years, and pretty much is all I'm riding on right now. And I can tell you this, I take care of all my customers. I have elderly people that I take care of as well, and they love me, and I take whatever they want. But as far as 8-liners, those are the people you need to really start getting nitpicking on those guys, because those guys are making my business look bad. I got a lot of people I take care of. I have families I look after. I'm not trying to say it's, sobbing over here, but this is my business. I take care of a lot of people. Yes, I would love for you guys just to consider on, looking at what we got going on. We're 100% legit. My background, I am as clean as a whistle. I'm fine. The only thing I've been boxing my whole life. So that's about the only background I got is bad. But everything else is good for us. But I thank you very much for listening to us, taking the time. And I'm hungry.
Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right, thanks. Appreciate it,
Thank
guys.
you. I also have, I want to make sure I stay on this. Pastor, you've been waiting a long time. Pastor Mike?
I'm going to read his comment, Judge.
Okay, could you hold then, just so I could
Yes,
finish this?
absolutely.
And Eric Dunches, are you here to speak on number 7? Or something else? Yes, sir, you can approach not yet.
Not for the number 7.
Okay, commissioners, were you going to speak on number 7 just for continuity? No?
public
No?
comment.
Okay, that's all I have for number 7. And at this time, just so that we can keep us somewhat together,
I think it's in public comment, though.
Well, it's okay, it's not about item 7.
but it's not about item 7. I'm going to come right back to you, Eric, right back. Just so, for continuity, I was going to ask you all to make a motion.
We did.
And you did, and so now I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. So clerk, we took care of that one. Now I'm going to continue into public comment, and I would ask Mr. Dunches to come forward. And then Carolyn, you'll be last
I
with
don't
the
know,
comment.
do they understand what we did? I don't know, they're kind of looking at us.
You go,
I think they're good.
Okay.
Mr. Dunches, now we're ready for you. Sorry about the wait. Go ahead. Public comment, and of course, you know, we're not going to say anything back at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. The Nueces County Jail is overcrowded with inmates, which has a history of incubating highly communicable and deadly diseases such as tuberculosis. With the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, it is a violation of the 8th Amendment, cruel and unusual punishment of the U.S. Constitution by subjecting correctional officers and inmates to potential exposure of the coronavirus, especially in a jail dormitory filled with up to 60 inmates without any social distancing or protective equipment such as face masks. Many of the inmates are presumed to be innocent until proven guilty by the court of law. Now, according to the Center of Disease Control, CDC reports that the Texas jail infection rates are up 20%, and Corpus Christi has the biggest overall rates of increase in new tuberculosis cases by 26%. El Paso 46% respectively. All inmates are tested for tuberculosis during booking, and since there is no testing within the Nueces County Jail for the COVID-19, it would be common sense to allow access to face masks. The inability to access face masks for the COVID-19 virus can be lethal, as we see on TV. And have serious consequences for all inmates, especially those that are not convicted of any crimes, leaving legal arguments of cruel and unusual punishment. I'd ask the judge and the county commissioners today to add a requirement to the resolution that y'all will be passing today for Nueces County inmates to wear face masks, since it is within a Nueces County facility. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Modis, and then we'll end with Commissioner Vaughn. She's going to read a statement.
Thank you, Judge. I know Commissioner Gonzalez stepped out, but he is aware of this. We have been in communication. So we have been talking about the IRT coming to Nueces County. We've been talking for that about over a year and a half now. Unfortunately, the civil affairs, which is only one component of it, is not going to be able to come this summer, obviously, because the military had expressed concerns with the COVID exposure in our community and throughout the country, and these military units would be coming from all over the states. So it's going to be postponed till May of 2021, so it'll be at 1 year removed from what it was originally intended. But we just wanted to notify the court and the public, since we talked about it so much. Commissioner Gonzalez, who's leading up on the medical side, they are still moving ahead, and so I believe that we're still good for that sometime in August. But the civil affairs, which would be assessing the community, the public, especially out in our colonias, which would help grant writing, will be delayed. So I just wanted to notify the court of that. And I can send you any information further in email or send it through Tyner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Vaughn.
I'm reading public comment for Pastor Mike. I would say his last name, but I'll kill it. Honorable Judge Canales, first of all, thank you for your leadership and the leadership of the county commissioners. I also appreciated very much your recent call to prayer. Regarding the churches in Nueces County, I want to say we are still all being very conscientious regarding the virus. We are all sanitizing, deep cleaning, encouraging high-risk and symptomatic people to stay home, social distancing, etc. For example, we at New Life Church are still at phase 1, even though the state is in phase 3. We are in this together, and I feel it's important we all continue to work together through this very difficult time. I'm encouraging all pastors along this line. Also, as pastors, we have a concern regarding the number of suicides, depression, abuse, domestic violence that has increased in our county. That is why we are so thankful that we are able to meet in order to provide hope and encouragement to so many hurting people during this time. With all that is happening, the greatest element we need is hope. I would like to see more communication that would help along the line. For example, We've had 6 deaths in Nueces County, which is 0.02% of the county population. We have 1,028 confirmed cases, which is less than 1%. It's actually 0.3% of the population of the county. These stats are not meant to be contentious, just to give everything we are experiencing some context. Judge Canales, we are here to serve in any way we can. Thank you for your time. Now may the God of hope fill you, us, with all joy and peace in believing, that you may abound in hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. That's Romans 15:13. In closing, Judge Canales, I would just like to say I think that this court really needs to consider a designated time for public comment like the city does, because we've had these people waiting for over 3.5 hours, and we've had people, they leave all the time because they can't stay any longer. I wish we would put that on the agenda.
I didn't sign up, but I'll just say noted and agreed.
Thank you.
I'm going to proceed. That is all of the, that's all the public comment that I have on record, and I'm going to move to the consent agenda, items A through K, Commissioners, A through K. Is there any that need to be pulled?
Judge, one second.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not, there's a couple that I sent for public comment to you to
Okay.
read, but they were mask related.
And
Okay.
I thought that that would be the noon meeting.
Okay.
We're
fair enough.
almost there.
That's fine.
I'm
No,
going to
no.
take a hard break. I just try to get through the consent agenda.
Yes, Margaret's set up to present those at the noon meeting,
Think-
public comment.
Brent, I'm going to do it in less than 5
Go ahead.
minutes.
Go ahead.
Consent agenda, A through K, Commissioners. Are there any that need to be removed for consent at this time?
Yes.
Okay, sir, could I have the letter? Okay, I'll give him just a chance. Any others?
H.
H. Okay, got it.
Okay.
K, got it. Anyone else? Hearing none other, how about A through G and I and J on a motion to approve?
So moved.
And a second. Okay, I'll second. All those in favor signify, oh, you did? Sorry, Carolyn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now let's do H first, followed by K. Commissioner Gonzalez.
I just need an explanation on that. What, we have acceptance of a check from Out Rochelle for
Yes.
office build out costs, what associated with industrial commission, what is that?
Yes, we applied for a grant from the Ed Rochelle Foundation for the build-out and also for the reduction in rent, and we received both of them, and we're accepting those checks now. Maria is probably listening and available for additional, but all it is an acceptance. We applied, and we gave them a budget, and the amount of the rent was over our budget, so they asked us to apply for a grant. We did, and we received that grant. It was $6,000, plus or minus, I'm probably got a little bit of dollars and cents, but close to $6,000, and then close to $17,000 on the build-out.
All right, I'd like to, is there a way we can also apply, if someone else can apply for some of those grants? If we need something in our area, I could,
Absolutely. They have a online website, and Maria's established a relationship now, so she understands the criteria. And Ed Rochelle is a very great foundation in our community, and they give to a variety of sources.
Very generous.
The reason that they were asked to do this one, Commissioner, is because they own the building where we are leasing. It was really not just necessarily a random grant. They just happened to own the building. Yes, ma'am? Or did I hear something?
yeah,
No?
okay, I'm working with a school right now, I might need some.
I would say talk to Maria and ask her, she really, spent some time understanding their criteria.
Thank you.
All those, I'm sorry, I'll take a
Judge,
motion.
And just as a point of clarification.
Yes.
I just wanted to confirm that y'all had gotten the $6,000 check, because the only thing in backup is your grant application for $17,000 and the check for $17,000.
What is it?
Maybe I'm missing something. but that's-
So really all we're doing then is accepting one check, is that what you're saying? Okay, for clarification, we've only received one check. We'll have to come back to you when we receive the second.
That's for 17 or?
Sorry, Belinda, is that right? Commissioner Gonzalez asked you, is it,
Can I have it?
For 17 or 6?
did we get the 6 or the 17? The 17.
And that's for the office rent, whatever it is.
That's for the build-out.
Thank you.
Not the 6.
Okay, so you'll see it on the agenda again, is what she's telling you.
So moved.
And so moved, and I'll take a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Modis, I'm sorry, yeah, we're done there. On K, on the tax deeds,
Yes, Judge, just real quick, I mean, I appreciate seeing someone purchasing the different lots there at Rancho Amistad. It's one of the areas that we hope to focus on when the IRT comes with their engineering, hopefully in 2021 or 2022. But a couple of questions for Linebarger.
yes.
So, not so much on the Rancho Amistad, I mean, it's all being purchased by the same individual or group, right?
These lots are all being purchased by a company out of the Dallas area called Next Lots Properties. The gentleman that runs that is a guy named Lee Schmidt. They have previously bought a dozen or more lots. They're in the subdivision. And as you are aware, that subdivision is a platted subdivision, but the developer went bust before they completed the roads, and the roads were never completed and dedicated and accepted by the county. So it's really just, if you've been out there, and I know you have, it's like driving through a pasture, and a lot of times you have to have four-wheel drive if it's damp to get through there. So Mr. Schmidt's trying to buy these lots up and down where those roads are supposed to be, and he's gonna go in and put in roads. That's what he has said to me.
That's great.
And as far as I know, he's already got a crew out there working on part of that area on some of the lots he's already bought. So now, are they gonna be up to the same standards as the county would put in? No, your guess is as good as mine. But there will be passable roads there, is what he has told me, and drainage ditches.
Judge, this has been an issue for years now, and if we can get someone, a true developer who puts resources in and gets those roads, hopefully maybe up to our quality, then that may be something for us to look at taking on as county roads in the future, should they bring them up, to a good standard. I mean, we're not gonna take just what they are now, which is just overgrown grass and a dirt road.
And to that end, Commissioner, I'm going to have you reach out to John Breyer and really get him familiar with this area. He's really working on development with developers. And one thing that we see happening that's kind of exciting is that as our industrial corridor grows in San Pat, we recognize through Highway 77 how close we are. And people love the idea of subdivisions that kind of look like country subdivisions, right? Where you've got a little bit bigger acreage, where you can have a horse or chickens or whatever it is that you enjoy about the country. And this is going to be our new corridor for subdivisions. And we saw this happen in the outgrowth of San Antonio off 281. And I think we can have that type of development where you're talking about high-quality developers coming in. But it has to be promoted, John. It also has to be identified. If you would, he's here today, I saw him. Find him, educate him, and let's work on this, because this is the new corridor for over 4,000 employees that will be working at the Exxon Sabic and the Steel Dynamics unit. They're gonna wanna work close to where they're gonna wanna live close to where they work, but more importantly, they're gonna wanna live a high quality of life, right? So they love these big country subdivisions. Anyway, thank you for that. Do I have a motion? Oh, go ahead, one more
Yeah, there's
question.
a couple of the properties out of Robstown, two in the Blue Bonnet area, which is technically listed as San Pedro on the tax rolls, but it's
Right.
Blue Bonnet as we know. And so it's two tiny homes that were purchased. They're in bad shape. They need to be torn down. So my concern would be just that the new, the winning bidder understands that this should be cleaned out. I mean, one of the problems why we're at now is because these are old buildings no one can live in, they can't be used.
Right.
And so obviously the previous owner just let them go, and we had to take over that property and then bid it out. I hope, my trust is that this new owner will do something, if at the least, Judge, tear down these two old homes, which will be a tremendous boost for the neighborhood, just to get a cleaner look to it. And hopefully something will be developed there at some point. But is that conveyed to them? I know every time you come up, that there's kind of a set standards that we created a few years ago, and that they're aware of what's available, but also kind of their responsibilities as a winner.
Yes, we give them the copies of the information that the county provided to us. And as soon as their offer's approved, I call them and I send them a letter. And when they come in to pay, I tell them, you are free to go start cleaning that property up immediately. You don't have to wait on the deed to be signed and recorded. Please mow it.
Yes.
I got a lot of calls from code enforcement, because we sold a lot of properties in the last 2 months. We sold 35, 40 properties.
I know it, it's great.
And,
Is that one of the requirements on the sale, that they have to demolish and know how it's falling apart and clean?
No.
I mean, is that a requirement?
no,
No. So I think that's just where we're missing the boat somewhere. We need to make part of the resale where,
I don't think
I
we
don't
can.
know if you can.
We cannot do that legally.
really,
Something that can be added on some sort of statute, something
Somehow, yeah.
through Austin next year, like a local bill, or?
I mean, they may like it like that. That's the problem here,
Yeah, but
you
we-
know? I know what I'm saying. We don't have ordinance-making powers, right?
But
So we
that's
don't,
one of the things I'm hoping that when we do have a discussion on legislative agenda,
Yeah.
that be something that's
Well, that would be
changed,
something
because
that
let's
has to
do
be.
that.
we have code abate, we have abatement
Gotta have
issues that need to
subdivision.
be added.
Gotta have some teeth, man.
Subdivision enforcement, yeah.
And then something, you'd have to address that in the property tax code in order to
Yeah.
attach any restrictions to it.
And when we're making our notes, remember, we're gonna have a legislative workshop. We might ask you to come as an expert. I wanna kind of hold it kind of like we do hearings, only not to make it formal, but to bring in expert witnesses so that we can identify specifically what areas of the code.
Sure.
And then, also Senator Betancourt's team is really kind of the property tax, team in Austin. So we need to be able to visit with them, right? If you want success, you have to know how to go get it.
There you go.
And it's not gonna happen because you say that's not working well for us. That's just not how it goes. So I like that idea, and again, we're looking for development in these areas, in these arenas. But we
Oh,
do
absolutely.
thank you for the 35.
You're welcome, and we'll be coming back to you with some proposals to get the rest of them sold in short order with the more of an auction type format
Okay,
as we move forward with online sales.
sounds good,
Thank
Commissioner.
you. That's it.
Is that
No
good?
motion.
Got a motion, how about a second? A second, heard, okay, second is heard. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, so now we've gotten through the consent agenda, and what I need to do now is pause on the regular agenda and recognize Tyner that I'm gonna, let me gavel us out officially for the clerk at 12:35 PM. And then we're gonna go into a posted, and this kind of goes back to Commissioner Bonds. The public expects that when you say a time, that you're gonna talk about it that time. So we are a little late, but I'd like to call to order this special meeting, and it's labeled, give me a second so I can, it's just special meeting for the clerk. And of course, the time is 12:36. It's June 25th, and there is a quorum present for the clerk. And public comment is now prepared and ready, and Tyner's gonna help cue that up. And then the regular agenda item will follow, and it's basically just the discussion and consideration of a resolution in support of Nueces County Judge's order regarding use of face coverings and related matters. And obviously, it's in regards to that order that will be in effect tomorrow morning. Well, tonight at midnight. And Tyner's coming. Here it comes. Okay, it's just Margaret. Not just Margaret. Sorry, Margaret. We love Margaret.
It's Margaret.
It's special. It's Margaret Mead. Here, go ahead, Margaret.
I'm actually going to be reading public comment from two different people that emailed their public comment in. The first person that emailed in, they emailed them into Commissioner Chesney. And the name is David Loeb, D-A-V-I-D, last name L-O-E-B, Landlord Resources LLC at 3833 South Staples, Suite S116 in Corpus Christi. And he says, Judge and Commissioners, I am writing to provide public comment on your resolution and order on mask. You all know who I am, but as a reminder, I am the owner and operator of Landlord Resources LLC and its associated properties. I bought out my family members 5 years ago in one of the largest commercial real estate transactions in county history. My portfolio is a mix of office and retail space spread throughout the town. I own property in each county precinct. Total square footage is 360,000 square feet. I am one of your largest taxpayers who isn't a corporation and actually lives here. My total annual local property tax bill is over $500,000. Due to the nature of my business, we've been hit hard by the pandemic. My collections of rent are down 15 to 20%. This is actually exceedingly good. It's only that high because I worked hard to get as many tenants PPP as possible and was ready for curbside when it happened. I ordered signs when New York went curbside only. My plea is simple. Strengthen the order the county judge issued. Make mask wearing in places of public accommodation mandatory. Include office building common areas, offices that provide services to the public, and all retail establishments. In all restaurants, people should wear masks when they aren't eating or drinking. That's for a couple of reasons. Number one, there are real public health benefits to wearing a mask. We've had several week experiments in it's too hard and it hasn't worked. When public policy doesn't work, you change it. Number two, across the board consistency makes it easier to follow and understand and enforce. I've had a mask requirement in my office building common areas for about a month. Enforcing it has been a challenge since people aren't used to the requirement everywhere. It would be much simpler if the standard was if you are going into somewhere where there are people other than your family, they are required to have you wear a mask. Then the exceptions are easier to understand. When you have to do something that puts something in your mouth. Number three, the overwhelming majority of the public wants this. We have a joke in my office that entrepreneurship is not always a positive character trait. That's into reference to our tenants being fairly independent people. When I imposed the rule, I expected more pushback. I got 10 positive responses, 3 wanting operational clarification, and only a single one that was mad about it. When I explained it, C4, he was fine with it. So you are most likely going to hear from the people whose way we just tried and are mad about it. Do yourself a favor and kindly let them down easy. Number 4, this is about consumer confidence. I have not entered a grocery store, big box, or public restaurant in 3 months. I am not alone. Everyone not wearing a mask is cutting huge swaths of the consumer base from accessing goods and services because they are too afraid to put their health in danger. This is why sales are down and rent is down. It will directly cripple your tax base either this year or next. Establishing by law safety protocols will bring people back to shopping and stores and rebound the economy. And half of people, a good guess, would actually venture out because of mask laws. Just the consumer confidence boost would be worth it. Even if masks didn't actually work, science says they do. Number 5, the exceptions to the requirement are frankly bullshit. Sorry.
You said to take that out. I'm sorry. That's my
I
bad.
did not see that.
Yeah, it's okay.
I apologize. If someone has a disability that prevents mask-wearing businesses can provide remote delivery or curbside services. This clause reeks of emotional support peacocks on airlines-type policy. It's a get-out-of-jail card for, bad word, people with real respiratory conditions shouldn't be out and about in stores to begin with. We won't let quadriplegics solo skydive because it's insane. Sure, you can leave it to individual businesses to try and make the best call, but that makes it impossible for people to know. It's exactly why we are 100 cases a day now. We all wear seatbelts because it's the law. We should all wear masks because it's the law as well. Last, we're in the decision point of whether you all have the fortitude to do everything you can to prevent another shutdown. The first one was devastating. The second one will be more so. Err on the side of caution on this and make masks mandatory for businesses to operate, just like you are requiring them of people visiting the courthouse. Doing so lets business owners avoid arguments with customers. They can just say, sorry, we are following the law, and end the discussion. If you are worried about blowback blowback strengthen it. Pass it and put it on as a referendum in November for the voters to confirm your decision. By then, people will be used to it and it'll pass easily. Thank you for your time. I'm not coming in person for public comment at your meeting because doing so would be crazy and irresponsible.
Thank you, Margaret.
And I also have another one
Okay.
from Commissioner, that was emailed to Commissioner Chesney. And it is from May Lanphier, Maylanphier. I do not agree with this mandate, since it should be my right to wear a mask or not. I am careful, washing my hands, social distancing, and using sanitizer as needed. We are not your children, we are adults. The only reason there are so many positive cases is, as the experts, including the CDC, are saying, at least half of the positives are false positives, so your numbers you were going off of are false. So how do you explain that? I believe you were threatening businesses with their business/health license, and it should be illegal and unethical. There are a lot of people that think the way I do and will be glad to remind people at election time. This is not a scientific decision that is being made, not made on any scientific facts. It's a political decision because the CDC says masks are not protecting anybody from anything. This is a scare tactic by our officials and the media for control. I applaud people who are scared and want to wear masks. Let them. But if they are too scared, then stay home and leave those of us who want to live our way. I would also like to address the problem I have with county and city employees who drive around all day in city/county vehicles next to each other. Shouldn't they all be forced to wear face masks in county city vehicles? This should include all employees in company vehicles if this is the case. Evidently, none of us can use common sense.
Thank you, Margaret.
There was also one from Rose Harrison. I don't know, did y'all get that one?
Well, let me just say, I mean, I have 100 in my inbox.
Yeah, I forwarded
And
that
I
to the
didn't
court,
realize we
but there was, when a commissioner asked me to do it, I did it because Commissioner Chesney specifically
people
asked
just
me,
asked me to read it.
and that's why I did it.
Yeah.
Nobody asked me to do Rose Harrison.
Right, and like I said, I have about 100, and I
was gonna
bet
say,
all of you guys did
She was
too.
also in favor of that.
Right, there was a.
Right,
Other
it-
mask.
I was just, they were the ones who asked me to read them, that's all I did.
Understood. Okay, so that concludes our public comment at this time, and now we're going to move into the regular agenda item A. And it's my understanding from Belinda, after this was posted, sometimes when we're trying to get agendas posted, we try to err on the side of caution to include things in case you want to have that opportunity to act in a certain way. After it was posted, Belinda and Laura, I think it was really Laura, Belinda, who's gave us the advice that really it's just number 1 that we're going to be discussing. Can you confirm that? That at this moment, it's just a resolution at this time. I remember that was the advisory.
Yes, Your Honor. Number 1 would be a resolution in support of your order.
correct.
Because that order was done under your 418 authority. Now, if they want to consider number 2, that's just basically doing a regulation for the courthouse and the courthouse
Only.
facilities only.
Right.
Under their local government code authority.
Exactly. The reason, sorry about that. The reason that the distinction needs to be made is that I think it was Friday. You know, it could have been Monday. Like I said, all the days run together. But basically, a few days ago, Harris County's county attorney, Vince Ryan, asked the Attorney General for an opinion as to whether or not a county judge under his or her emergency management powers could mandate masks in county facilities. And it was sort of, we were all put on notice that this had been formally asked. And when I say formally, I mean there was like a 3-page document that was produced to the Attorney General. At that point, it must have been Friday, because I called Tyner and said, you know what? let's err on the side of caution. Let's go ahead and put this on the agenda, given, we thought maybe the Attorney General would, too much latte, I apologize. The Attorney General would maybe, give us an opinion over the weekend or Monday, and we didn't want to be left without resources. So the reason it's there is because we have that pending question. We haven't had direction yet from the AG. There's no opinion. I just wanted you all to know that we have acted in the emergency management category. And if the AG wants us to act as a court, I'm happy to do that. And I, as evidence, I put it on as number 2. Okay? So that's where we are on that issue. And so that's why number 2 is there. But since we don't have an AG opinion, I think we should just hold, is the advice of the county attorney, and deal only with the resolution. Unless I guess they could act in advance. I guess you could. Or if you want to wait for the AG's opinion, Belinda, I mean, it's up to the court.
It really is up to the court. I mean, y'all do have the authority to do regulations under local government code. It's not in conflict with the judge's order, much like if y'all are considering the support of her order, that resolution. So
Okay.
It is y'all's call.
It's up to us, okay? I mean, so let's take number 1, but now you know the genesis of number 2, okay? Number 1 is a resolution in support of the order that's existing. And I do want you to know, as I said, I've signaled that there's going to be an amendment to that order because there are some gaps. But again, we're not asking you to approve something that you haven't had a privilege of seeing yet, or I haven't even, asked the county attorney yet for me to look at it. But, well, I think you should act at least on one, and then we can come back and act on another. But the idea is to be able to discuss it as a court. I've looked at the other urban centers. They have the opportunity to discuss it as a court. And I just thought that you would want that opportunity. If you don't want it, obviously, that's not a problem either. But to me, it's always good to be able to say, hey, you left a gaping hole here, or you didn't address this there. For example, you brought up Ms. Harrison. She was very concerned about the 2 weeks. I had a lot of emails about the 2 weeks. The reason we do that is all of our orders have a short time period to mimic the other urban centers for consistency. And then what we do is I re-sign them. That's not an issue. It's not like in 2 weeks it's going to end, but it gives us a stopping point to evaluate where we are. And the county attorney keeps these deadlines for me. And over the course of the last 4 months, I have reissued orders a dozen times. So I just want the audience to know that 2 weeks is not because I think it's only going to be in existence for 2 weeks, but that's the protocol that we've done. The other big issue that I thought it was worthy of discussion was the effective date. And I said, we may have goofed. Now I know I need to put 12:01, Belinda, not midnight, because technically midnight is Friday morning, tomorrow morning. If I'd put 12:01, it would have been the next day, okay? So it is going to go into effect in the morning, and that means those businesses that provide goods or services to the public will have to post in their window what their plan is, and there is enforcement for that. So I just want you to know that I appreciate maybe we didn't need 100, but certainly good idea, Commissioner Chesney. You kind of have one like really feeling one way and another comment really feeling another way. It provides a pretty good spectrum. We didn't do Goldilocks, the one that was in the middle, right, that was just right, but we didn't present that opinion. But there's no doubt that people feel very strongly about this issue. Some feel that I haven't done enough. Some people think that I've done too much. Some people that think it's perfectly, a good step one. And so I just wanted you all to be able to weigh in on those things. Another big issue was beaches. We've already covered that I don't have that authority at this time. Let's see, another big issue on the masks was, what about the eating and the drinking, the restaurants and the bars? And I have reached out to the associations, and I'm waiting to get some formal feedback, right? I've also reached out to the Medical Society, and I reached out to the doctors this morning. Why did I do all that? Well, because as numbers change, we need to be ready to accept the fact that the call might come from the medical community to do more. And I wanted you all to be able to have that input. I don't want to tell you that I've had the opportunity this morning to hear from everybody, but for instance, the CEO of Christus asked that, I relay that it's his desire to have universal, masking, that he's in favor of that because of what he's seeing starting this week, right? So there's pros and there's cons for everything, but I just thought that it was important enough to get this as a special meeting. The reason it had to be special is because we missed the 72-hour by, 2 hours, Tyner. So for the public, in other words, on Monday, I called you and we had just missed our window for today. And to get it on for yesterday. I can't remember, Tyner. But anyway, it couldn't make our old agenda. It needed to make a new agenda.
Right, that's correct. We were past amendment time on the current agenda, so we posted a new agenda at noon and got
Right.
that done. Remotely, we got it done, by the way.
And so I'd ask for y'all's comments at this time.
Judge, I think that the media and the community have had a lot of time to kind of look over phase one, and obviously that's why we've gotten a lot of feedback. You kind of alluded to it, and I'd like to get an idea of when should we expect a phase two? Like, you feel, this is gonna put out the order for the community, for the restaurants, like you said, waiting to hear back from them, medical community, really give us some feedback. So when do you anticipate there being another order, or are you going to wait until this one ends before creating a new one?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I think the right answer is that I don't think we should wait until an order ends if the data shows something different. So, for example, there was, in the last public comment, I won't repeat the words, but he said it was blank, that I had exceptions for medical. Well, I don't think, and I respect Mr. Lowe very much, and I respect all citizens' opinions, and but I will say that the American Disabilities Act is not bull blank. It's very real, and it's very important to the citizens of this community. And I understand where he's coming from, so I'm not trying to trick anybody up on semantics, but the exceptions need to be in there. I think the ADA requires it, as I understand the law. And so there'll be things, John, that I probably won't yield on. I'm not going to yield on an ADA exception, period, because that's the law. And I've been advised by counsel, but I'm going to continue to go to counsel. And by the way, thank you, Belinda. I mean, don't get me emotional, because, when you're under stress and you're a female, there's always a lot of emotion. But thank you for the constant help you gave to me from last Thursday till literally last night late. But it's not alone. You're not alone. We reached out to Miles Risley, and I want to thank him at the city for helping. I want to thank Del Mar College, Texas A&M University. One of the things we should do is tell you how many more people are already mandating masks that we didn't have to order because they already have the order, okay? And that's another thing, is that I don't know if we should, I'm going to continue to try to message stronger that we have a lot of compliance outside this order based upon conversations, relationships, and feedback that we've been getting. Let me give you an example. The Lexington, they weren't mandated, but they called yesterday and said, as of yesterday, because of my order, they had a board meeting and they're going to do that. Even though they're a primarily outdoor museum, when they're indoors, they're going to, justify. The Texas State Aquarium, I mentioned yesterday in my press briefing, they've gone from 6% to 60% to 70% mask wearing before the order because of the messaging that I've and the city have been doing through press briefings that this order will take into effect tomorrow. What I'm saying to you is there's a lot of people who want to comply, and they're not necessarily on this order. And to the extent they want to be, because they want that carrot, I want to include them. I just want to make sure that we have buy-in, and and why is that important? Not because I don't have the courage to write it, but because when you want to make sure that something's successful, you want to make sure that that audience is going to cooperate. Because when there's no enforcement, there's no ticket, there's no enforcement, what good does it do to pen it if you're not going to have buy-in? So this step one was because I had the opportunity to talk to HEB, to talk to La Palmera, to talk to the aquarium, to talk to Texas A&M, Del Mar, the port, and on and on and on. Everybody that's listed had a opportunity as a stakeholder to visit with us. And I thought that that's where the real high volume traffic was, and that's what our local health authority and our health director wanted me as an emergency manager to focus on, put my thumb on those problems. Now, 200 cases a day, we got another problem. So I just want you guys to know that we're constantly tweaking. And then I appreciate the pastor visiting with us, so I'm working with the interfaith community to say, what can you do for us? By the way, they've been on our train probably since day one, okay? And so we're trying to figure it out, from July 4th fireworks to outdoor concerts and venues. We are constantly working with the community. So this order is only a piece, a fraction of all those people that are already under their own orders. But it becomes a phased approach. I think that's what you said. I think that's a good way to look at it. And when can you expect it? I think the public probably needs to know something by, Monday of next week or Tuesday of next week. But I like that we talk about it. And if you think it's great to just blanket agreements the way other counties have done it, I'm not going to argue with what's good for them. I'm not in charge of Harris County. I'm only in charge of us. But a blanket agreement doesn't help this community figure out really where we need to concentrate on. And that's just how I approach every order we do. None of our orders have been like any other orders, except for the ones that the governor has given us. We tailor them to our own needs.
Well, Judge, and with that, I support you, and I think this is a good first step. I think there's a majority of people in this community, in this county, that want to see more, and so it's good to hear that that's what you're looking at. And also earlier, the governor has, it was tweeted that the governor has put a stop to increasing any further phases in Texas.
Yes.
So that's something that we should realize, that he has really been pumping the brakes a lot lately, that is mirroring what our needs are, what the county's needs are, and then to say that he's not going to go to another phase of opening in light of everything that's happening in the big community center hubs of the state. So I think that that's really showing that this is not a political issue. This is not a partisan issue. This is a matter of public health and safety, which is one of our big tenets that we have to follow as the Commissioner's Court. So I can't implore you enough that I think we need more in the mandating to match what other counties do, but I know that you have been trying to work it to where it matches uniquely Nueces County, and I do appreciate the buy-in you're trying to get, but I know that there's a lot of people that want to see more enforcement of that. But hey, you don't need government to tell you if this is important to you, then wear it.
That's right.
You don't need us to tell you to do that. You should do it on your own, and businesses should want that, because if they have healthier or customers who are coming in with a less chance of passing it, then your business can stay open longer. We can't afford to shut down our economy like we did before.
No,
we can't afford that.
We can't. And we're hit double down here with the energy sector, okay? So it's not just a general economy, it's our economy. So it's a double whammy. But I've said it, the governor said it, wear masks, okay? Wear masks everywhere where you can't social distance, and everywhere that you can in public spaces. They're good. And the science is overwhelmingly showing that asymptomatic carriers are out there and doing a lot of spreading, and that this disease can be, airborne. So it's very, very important. And I think that, as I said, we're working with our health experts. And I will always share with you the truth, what they say and what they tell us is recommended and advisable. Commissioners?
Well, I think I'll go ahead and weigh in.
Go ahead.
As much as I hate to.
Go ahead.
I get why you put it on here. I know that you want the support of the court, and this is just a doozy that you chose to put this one on here from all the other decisions you've made. Because like I said earlier, we're damned if we do and damned if we don't, because we're getting, I've got so many emails on this, for and against. I don't see that there's an equal, that you're more for or more against. That's not what I'm getting. To me, it's just personal responsibility, and some think this is picking and choosing picking and choosing different ones when it really is the responsibility of these businesses to make, so, you know, it amazes me that sometimes they don't want government intervention. Then all of a sudden they do, and I'm hearing from one big box store, I can't enforce this. And the reason I'm not gonna enforce it is because there may be an altercation. And he's right, there could be. So hire a security guard or hire the police officer. I don't know. But you have to take the personal responsibility to do it. And I think that what's happened is we've had people going to graduation parties, lake parties, protests. They were peaceful, thank you, and that was good. But all kinds of things that everyone has done, and they let their guard down, and then we're seeing a spike. I'm not as concerned about, as so many people are, because I really believe that, I believe in the herd mentality. But I think this is a different kind because it's so contagious. Do I want to wear the mask? Like I said, no, I don't. I don't know, Judge, if you don't need our support or
no.
resolution, and I know you're brave enough to do it, you've been doing it all along. But I get why you're requesting that we do it. I think we can overcome this if everybody will just be responsible, like you're being asked, because what's going to happen, I really believe this, if this continues, you could look at a shutdown, and that is the last thing that we need or want. So I think we have to cooperate. Where I'm at on the cooperation, I don't know right now, because I just think that it's personal responsibility. I mean, don't go to the stores. If you don't have the mask on, don't go. Stay home. You know, and if you want to go, go. I just hate to see an order that can't be enforced when there's really orders on the books for these businesses. They can refuse service if they don't follow the rules. So I'm having a real struggle with this.
And Carolyn, what I'm looking for is just an opportunity for you guys to weigh in. It sometimes I feel like there's not a chance for us to really gather as a group, and I'm very
asked for that.
fortunate that I get to have a great relationship with all of you, and you know you can call me and share. And I ask Tyner every time, hey, go get their input, go get their input. But I just wanted, not necessarily to get the resolution as much as I wanted you to have an opportunity to weigh in and to share with me where there's holes, where there's gaping holes. I'll give you an example, hotels. As hard as Belinda and I were penning, I don't think the word hotel ever came up, but that was my intention, high volume traffic, right? So that's a fix that I think everybody can agree with, that in the common spaces, because we're in a touristy type of community, that in common spaces and hotels, that's a good place where everyone's running around, that you would be asked to wear a mask, no different than the grocery store. So I think that happens because we talk and that we converse. And again, the reason that we didn't do a universal blanket is because, for me, with no enforcement with this mask law, the real teeth is when you buy into it, when you believe it, when you know it's the right thing, when you see the evidence that our cases are going down. And what is the trigger? So in 10 days, we've gone from 25 cases to 200. If I had set phases like when we are 100% more, I would have already blown by that, right? So for me to set a hard and fast rule, I'd have to set something ridiculous like 200% higher, right? So I expect that today we will have another 200 cases, and, you know, next week it could get higher. And so I want everyone to be on notice that things are changing rapidly and that public health is going to demand that we might do more. I thought that was good for last week, that this was where we needed to target. I get my direction from our incident commander, which is our health director and authority. They wanted me to target this area. One area that they think is really bad right now are bars. How do they think bars are bad? Because they're contact tracing. And they're seeing the people in a certain bracket saying, I've gone to this bar, this bar, this bar repeatedly. So I think what's happening is we've got to start being way more responsible about our outside behavior. That's not to say you shouldn't patronize small business, restaurants, and the like. It's that you can't be congregating. And what happens when we drink? We let our guard down and we get closer to people. We're just not, we're not 100% with the faculty. So, or maybe you louder. So I think that everything you're saying is very valid. I just wanted us to have a mechanism last week when we set this agenda for us to discuss it. And I'm okay however this court wants to proceed.
And I appreciate, Judge, that you allowed us, because we've all been screaming, we want input.
Yes.
So when we get input, we can't be afraid because of public perception of what we're going to say. And we need to remember this is what I'm thinking. We're not talking about one life that you're having to try and keep safe, which they should be trying to keep their own selves safe first, but it's over 325,000 people. That is a heavy burden to put on anyone's shoulder, and I hope the public understands that. This is not a small decision, it's a big decision when you have to go out and put these mandates out. I don't like them. I don't think anybody does. But I just think it's personal responsibility, and unfortunately, we have some people that don't want to do that.
And I think that the business kind of don't want to be the bad guys either. They want us to be the bad guys. And, you know, I think if they want the business, they should be proactive and put a sign, no mask, no service, and, you know, because they should be worried about their employees, you know, and they should be worried about their family's employees and all this other. So I think if we start doing everybody, then it's going to say, well, they told me to do it. You know, it was their decision, you know, and they're going to come back to us saying, well, you're the one that did it.
Yeah, I will just tell you, I mean, I flat out asked big box stores and major grocers, why aren't you doing this that you're already doing in San Antonio and Hidalgo and Webb and everywhere around us? Because I wanted to understand their perspective. A good judge represents everybody, you know, not one special interest. And the interest that I'm representing to represent everybody is public health. And so I asked them because I really wanted to understand it, and that's the answer. The answer back is, we want you to be the one that mandates it, because we can't do it because people will yell at us. They will be angry with our employees. We will not be able to have a positive workforce. And so that's why they want to do it. So like you said, Carolyn, when it suits them, government shouldn't be in their business. And when it doesn't suit them, they want government to tell them what to do. Hey, I get it, and I'm okay. I ran for the office. It's part of my job. I'm okay with it. But I hope that you all understand that getting the input and buy-in and the consensus from the mayor, who's my partner in this, from the city of Corpus Christi, the largest urban town, was important to us so that we could, without enforcement powers, really try to get people to change their behavior. That's the goal. Change your behavior. Stay home if you can, wear masks if you can, and if you're a business. And by the way, one of the things we're going to talk about in our EOC later today is I saw something on TikTok which was pretty great. It was a whole community's effort to change masks from being a negative thing to being a kind thing. I think the way it was said was, be a good neighbor. And it was literally, be a good neighbor on one side, be kind on another. And it was a kind of a smiley face with a mask and a heart. And it changes your perspective of masks being negative to masks being positive in the right scene. This was a community in Texas. I don't remember who.
By us doing it, the county, from all county buildings, they should, people start, you should taking the lead. I said, and city doesn't it by the all city buildings, and I think the people start saying, wow, you know what, we need to do what they're doing, you know?
I hope
So I think by us doing that, I think we should take the lead and just say, we're gonna do it in county. Right now, we should do all county buildings like you had it in your order, right? But I think we should do that. I think, you know.
Well, I would like, maybe that's where we could start, is that I want to give you the opportunity. That's number 2. It's to reinforce our power under 418, under the local government code. Is it 14.108? Okay, I can't remember, but it's under the local government code. We have the opportunity to control our space. And so the question is, do you want to resolve that is something that you're willing to do? And that's why I put it on the agenda, that all county buildings adhere to the mask wearing in public spaces where social distancing can't be practiced and where, of course, an exception is given for ADA. And again, I want to be sensitive to the citizens' comments, but the hearing impaired can't wear a mask. And so because they need to look at your lips in many instances. I'm very sensitive to those issues. Anyway, what is your pleasure? Commissioner Chesney?
Were you done, Commissioner?
Commissioner?
Okay. Judge, I want to start by saying that I think you've done a great job. I've told this publicly, I've told this privately, don't care, not playing politics in this, like you are not doing either. I have no problem telling someone when they do a good job, and I have no problem telling someone when, I disagree with. And so I appreciate the effort that's gone through. What I will 100% go on the record with all my comments today, but what I don't want to do is I don't want to start down the path on voting on some things and voting on other things. I would prefer to, because I think we've all been very much vocal, and that's why we put that one agenda item on. I think Commissioner Vaughn started with that, and that was the whole purpose of that, so we could talk about anything we wanted to, COVID-related, and we spend a lot of time in our meetings doing it. And I think everybody knows where we stand because we've all been pretty vocal about it. And so what I don't want to do, and I don't want you to think we need to do it, because then it's going to be a pick and choose. It's going to be, okay, let's vote on this one, let's don't vote on this one, let's, and so my druthers on this is to take no action, but I will gladly give you my input, because I don't think it's a good precedent to start by saying, let's pick which ones we want to vote on and pick which ones we don't. You're in charge. Nobody has questioned that. I know sometimes you think we are, and you get a little uptight about it, and if you really look at the comments made by every commissioner on this court, I don't think, with exception, unless someone's asked us specifically on a project, like maybe the COVID project or the Memorial deal, no one's thrown you under the bus. No one's come out and said, dang her for this, or tried to, I don't do it. If you don't think I get all the calls from the right saying, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, but I don't go back and say she's doing a bad job. Nobody's on this court, I don't think, has tried to do that. So I want to give you my comments on the order, because I think that's important. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to start putting agenda items on and having to vote them unless we're going to do them all, and that's impossible. It can't just be this one and another one. So my feeling is I would rather just table both of these, but I would like to give you my input on the order, because I want to be on the record for it, because I want to say when there's goods and I want to say when there's bads. So that would be my druthers on the agenda items. My input is this. I require masks in my business. I personally wear masks. My families wear masks. The governor has said he wears masks. The governor has said everyone should wear masks. And I think that this order in itself is about as good a start as if you're going to have an order. And I know that's going to get me in a little trouble. I don't really care, because I think this is reasonable, because no offense to the media, this is a mask order only if you cannot socially distance. And that has not been clearly articulated in the media. And it's all mask order, judge to order, mask order, judge to order. But the reality is, it should be, judge looks at ordering masks if you can't socially distance in certain locations only, not outdoors, not in all businesses. You have to have a protocol if you're, I don't even think you have to have a protocol if you're an essential business. I think it's just for the ones that are not essentials. So my business, which is considered, and I'm going to do one, but my business is an essential business, but I'm still going to do one because I think it's a good idea to do it. So my personal feeling on this order is, if there has to be one, to me, this is a decent first step, because I think that it is not overly burdensome. And if you can socially distance, and that needs to be clear to people, if you can socially distance, you don't have to wear a mask. That's what this order says, and that's really important. And this is really different than Bexar counties and really different than Harris counties. And I appreciate, and again, I'm going to call it out when I don't see it the right way, but I'm going to call it when I see it the right way too. I appreciate your attempts here, because I get that you're getting the heck kicked out of you by the left. And I don't mean that negatively, and I don't try to be, because they want masks at all cases, and the right wants masks no cases. And so you're trying to measure the balance of what is right and what is wrong, and it's not an easy task. And there is not a role I would want to have it less than to be the county judge or the governor or the president at this particular time, because there is no winning anyway. But I'm going to be clear. Like I said, if you're going to make us vote, I'm going to abstain, because I don't want to have anything to do with voting on any of your orders right now, because I think you're doing a good job, and I don't want to see a bunch of things put on for the next resolutions and everything else. But I mean, personally, please read this order. When I send my response, when people send me something and they say, oh my gosh, this is, and I go, let me just make sure you're reading this section. If it only says you have to wear it, even in the big boxes, if you can't socially distance. And if you can't socially distance, well, then, okay, in certain areas, you have to wear it. Not in businesses, only the ones that are listed. Please read this order before you go crazy saying it's terrible, because you still may not like it if there's anything required to wear a mask. I get it. I respect that position in people, I really do. I don't want someone to tell me to do it. I'd prefer someone not to tell me in my business to do it, because I'm a responsible person and I'm gonna do it, and I've done it. I started doing this before anybody did. We had all kinds of proactive things going on. Like I said, I got plexiglass everywhere. We clean daily. We washing hands. And if they're not following the protocols, then they're not following them, and to my knowledge. So you know, again, am I gonna get in a little trouble in this? Yeah, but I'm sorry, I don't care. I think this is a reasonable approach to do it. Going forward, if we're going to phase two, I might fall off that train pretty quick. And so I don't need to have those discussions all the time, every time. You're in charge of this. You've made it clear to us, and not and you don't have to. I promise you, I know, this is your call, and I don't want your calls. Look, I didn't run for county judge because I didn't want to be county judge. You ran for county judge because you did. Nobody could have anticipated this, and you know. But I think you've done as good a job as any other county judge, and probably better than most. I don't care if you are a Democrat and I'm a Republican. I'm going to say it out loud, because I'm not going to play politics on this. People's safety is important. These are lives we're talking about, whether you have it strongly or not. I get that people have different feelings and different impressions on it, that it's only this and it's only that. But at the end of the day, this is a serious situation that we have to deal with. And unfortunately, I think we have to deal with this maybe for the rest unfortunately, of the year, and maybe long past that. And that is concerning, and I hope we can ever go back to some normal life. So, and I know I've talked a lot today, and I apologize for that. I've tried over the last several months to really limit my comments because I want to move things along. But this stuff is important, and this one strikes a chord with me. And so, again, I would personally move that we table both 1 and 2 and move on. But I think I'm clearly on the record with my input. I have no problem expressing that to you, and I appreciate your efforts and continue to support you in those efforts. So that would be
The only thing I would say is I would be in favor of tabling number 2, as long as you guys will give me the opportunity to hold a special commissioners meeting if the Attorney General says I don't have authority. Because I would need then for you all to weigh in. So if the Attorney General doesn't say I have the authority on county facilities,
But even there,
I'd want to
Judge,
bring it back.
even there, that one says only if you can't socially distance. Again, the media has got to pick up on this.
Yeah, well, that's
It only
true.
says if you can't socially distance. So anyway, I've made a motion and second
Right.
to table, and you
I'm
can.
glad you brought that up, because that really needs to resonate. And I agree with him, Judge.
People
You know,
aren't
you were
reading the
elected
order.
by a majority of this county to be the judge in the seat. And there is a respect that we should give you for that, and respect your authority and your decisions that you make. And thank God I'm not having to make them.
And Judge, and let me tell you, I think, and again, I know I'm beating a horse, but if you weren't asking for this, then believe me, and you heard from all of us, and I mean, being fair, at the beginning of this, it was a rough time, okay? Not pointing fingers, I'm just saying, you heard from all of us that we weren't getting enough information. You responded, and the information overload we have now gotten it, okay? And this is a positive, so I'm saying, you heard us, you responded, we now get tons and tons of stuff. You do ask us for input on more things. You listen to us when we give you input. You've made it clear that we can call you anytime, and if we don't, then it's on us if we don't. We're not always going to agree. We haven't always agreed on everything. We're not going to continue to. I don't take it personally when you listen to me and say, I don't agree with you, and I hope you don't either. And that's going to be the way that we do this. But this has got to be beaten into the media, and the media has got to help us get this out. This is only if you can't socially distance. That's what this one is. That's all this is right now.
And I have a motion. Is there a second?
Before you do that, is
Yes.
Health included in this? Is there?
I'm so sorry. Can you say that again?
Before you conclude, is Oil Belt included in this, since it's a county facility, in this order?
It would be, Belinda, wouldn't it? Except for outdoors wouldn't count. So if Oil Belt is the baseball field, then it wouldn't count because we're not targeting outdoor
Indoors, okay.
spaces.
They're asking, okay,
Right.
thank you.
500 to 100
Correct.
on the groups, right?
Yes, but I think she's talking about masks out at.
And Judge, I'm sorry, one other thing, I forgot, one more note on my thing. The one thing that people have asked me to ask you to look at, and I'm
Okay.
not.
That's what we're here for. Go
I'm gonna freak
ahead.
everybody out by saying it, because I'm the guy that really would not want to do it, is there may be a hole with gyms. Because, I know I hate to say that because I'm going to get calls from gym owners, and I've had constituents call me and say, hey, look, I'm not saying all the time, every time, but maybe there's something in there to look at because of all the sweating and and maybe.
So
don't know.
I appreciate that.
It's
I don't
just
know
a-
if everybody heard him, but he was saying he got a lot of calls for gyms. And I did speak with some gym owners and asked what their protocols were.
And if you're comfortable with that,
Well, they basically,
good.
just so I can share with everybody, what they basically told me is that social distancing is required in every single instance in their gym, and they are policing it, and the issue is you just can't work out with the mask. That was their
if you've addressed
thought.
it, that's.
But I
that's-
just want you to know,
You've
it's
addressed
not
it.
like I stop, right? It's not like the information flow stops. I'm always looking for new information. If there's a better way to do it, if there's a need for, if something's not working and causing a health concern, a public health concern, I'm gonna try to address it. As I told one constituent, every minute of every day, since the last 4 months, to a fault. I think, Jackie Black, my daughter, put it perfectly last night when she said, can't you just go back to being a lawyer?
Never again.
Actually, quite frankly, it hurt, because I know exactly what she meant. You're living it, you're breathing it, and you're not stopping. And so what I want to say to all of you is that every time I hear you're not doing enough, I want to do more. I want to all I care about is the safety of this community. So all of your input is so valued. But if you see that I've left something out, I want you to know that I know where most of the holes are, but I want you to keep telling me where they are so that we can either get a right answer to the public and address it, or explain to the public why we're going to amend the order and include it. And so that's what today was all about. And again, I was really just concerned about what the AG was going to do last week. They didn't do anything, right, Belinda? So we're okay. The order is still fine, enforceable. But if the AG does come out and say we can't without Commissioners Court approval, I think I need to come back to you. Is that fair, Belinda? Okay, so I do have a motion. Did I hear a second?
Yes.
A motion and a second. Is there any other comment? Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I think it was here and here. I'm sorry. It was Commissioner Chesney.
Table both, yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right, to the next time, because we might have some more information from the Attorney General on the next time. Okay, I'm going to gavel us out and take a 5-minute break so that we can grab our lunch, bring it back here, and use whatever facilities we need to. For the clerk's position, it's 1:25 p.m., and we're going to come back into regular agenda items. Take a small break for the clerk and for everybody. How about actually 10 minutes? I think 5's a little ridiculous. Let's do 10-minute break, and lunch is provided. Why don't we clear the courtroom, allow one person to come in and place the lunch here for you, okay? Thank you so much. The mics are still on, so please know your mics are hot. We'll come back into regular agenda for those following at home, 4A1. Oh, actually, Tyner, I got a request. To make that a 2 o'clock item.
Testing, testing. Testing. You hear me? Testing. I'm on, right?
We could always send extra sheriff if you kind of monitor it. If you think we need to send someone to traffic control on the highway, we don't want an accident. I'm going to ask if everybody that needs to be in the courtroom so we can resume to come back in. It would be Tyner at this point. I don't think he has to be here, but just that we're starting. Okay. Fair enough. Give me a second to turn my agenda, but we're going to go back into the regular agenda. Skip A1 because I wound up setting a time exact of 2 o'clock for 4A1 and 2. Is Noe, the reason I need Tyner is because he's kind of orchestrating the Zoom from Noe. Okay. How about if I go to number 4? It just seems a lot easier. We'll come back to the Zoom presentations in just a moment. Item number 4 is discuss and consider execution of a lease agreement with Driscoll Children's Hospital permitting the use of Calderon Building in Robstown for Driscoll's WIC program. That's Women's, Infants, and Children. Anyone have any, this is a good idea and a good program. Commissioner Modis, would you want to make that
So I just wanted to follow up. So I know that Driscoll WIC, they've been utilizing their mobile clinic in the parking lot for several years now. So is this in reference to the lease for the parking lot, or is this an actual space that they have? It reads, the way it reads is office space, and so.
I believe it's space.
It is space? And is it the old WIC office that we had there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same one.
Because they've never really, I don't think they've ever really physically used it, though, have they? Or
Belinda? And I don't know why they haven't been, Commissioner, but it is space.
because we met with them, I don't know, Judge, if it was right before you came on or shortly after, but
Okay.
we met with representatives from Driscoll Children's Hospital, and I think Annette Rodriguez was there. And they were trying to look for usage of the office space. And so it was kind of left up to, well, that our WIC, our, City County Health Department would take over that space again. They hadn't been using it, but that eventually, that they would again. That their interest was always there. They kind of, funding reasons, whatever, had stopped, but they were going back in. And so I think that kind of had just kind of stopped the discussions altogether, because Driscoll Children's Hospital, like I said, have the mobile clinic, but they wanted to come inside. And so, I don't know, Edward's here, so maybe he has some insight on that.
Edward, would you have some insight to share?
I don't think.
Commissioner's right. Essentially, they've got a mobile vehicle outside. We've toured it, Commissioner and I have. We had the discussion. We have a whole area that's used to be a health clinic that the county used to run in the building. That area is now, we're going to be using it for different purposes. It's set up with 3 examination rooms, and there's some areas there for like lab type equipment. They have storage and.
Would you have some insight?
But the original agreement was just for that small area that was outside the facility. So they bring in their trailer, they connect it to a power pole, and then they run all their clients in and out through that facility. So that's the current model that they follow, and that's what I thought that they were doing in the agreement.
Yeah, that's what I had thought this was, and then in reading it again, it said office space, so I just wasn't sure if this is moving forward with their plans, but then it kind of goes into conflict in what was the original discussion that kind of ended that meeting, which was our intention from City County Health was to start utilizing that facility. We just want to make use of a great spot. I mean, those labs are set up. The military IRT, Commissioner Gonzalez took tours through there, looking at where they're going to use that during the summer. And so, I mean, there's a lot of interest in it, but I just want to make sure there's no conflict. But it does say an extension, so I'm not really sure what that extension is for. If it means just having them parked outside, then that's not a big deal. But the way I read it is the actual office space physically, like inside, and that's where I just was confused. So if anyone can't help us with this, Judge, hate to do it, just ask them to table to the
That's
next
fine.
meeting, and then
Get some
we can get
info.
some info on what's going on.
Could you do that for us, Edward?
Yes, Judge. The only thing that I ask is can we continue allowing them to use the exterior space, which is the trailer, and if it goes past the extended time?
Belinda?
The parking lot?
Is
Yes,
that
yes, sir.
okay? Okay, so we'll table till the next court, which, by the way, is probably just around the corner.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd just like to add, we actually received a communication from Driscoll, wound up in our office. We looked it up. Their 5-year term was expiring June 24th. Teresa, we looked it up, and it was approved in June of 2015. We went ahead and got it back on the agenda for another 5-year term, but it's not going to hurt them any to table and take a look at
But do you know,
it.
is it just for using the parking area? Because they have a really nice RV that's been souped up, and that's their mobile clinic. And so everyone's going in there, no one's going indoors. But like I said, the discussion was, hey, they looked at, can we utilize these clinics and offices that are not being used at this moment? They haven't probably for the last several years. And so that's kind of, like I said, where we last left it, which is, Edward, what, at least a year and a half ago or so.
Because the issue was, we have the facility, we would like a little bit of compensation for at least electricity or something within the facility. And the other thing is that, I'm trying to remember the time with Commissioner Ortiz, and it may have been that they needed a little bit of office space when it was inclement weather or something outside, or that they had wanted to get a whole, sometimes they give classes, and we'll clarify that. Because the class space, you know, they use the hall there, and they're able to give a class to a great, and maybe now, not so much now.
So motion to table and just let them,
Second.
and then let them know if they.
Okay, motion and second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, pose same sign. Okay, thank you. And by the way, the table is till next court for the purposes of the clerk. Okay, I'm gonna sneak one more in because, like I said, we've got a 2:00 appointment on Zoom here. Let's do number 5's gonna take a long time. Let's do number 6. That shouldn't be,
Well, number 5, go back to the executive order, right, Drew?
yes, that's right.
You can put it in
Thank
executive
you.
order.
Sorry, thank you. Number 6 is to designate the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collectors, the official to calculate the rates. That's the rollback rate, the effective rate. They're now called, we have new terminology, so it's good to start learning it, no new revenue tax rate and voter approval tax rate. So that's what they're called now. And of course, this is in accordance with Chapter 26 of the Texas Tax Code. So do I have a motion to designate our tax assessor collector? Kevin Kieschnick?
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion, a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, pose same sign. Okay, let's also try to see if we can get number 8. Discuss and consider authorizing premiums with TAC, Texas Association of Counties, for law enforcement liability via county broker of record, Carlisle Insurance. You'll recall that we were given this option some time ago, but we didn't really have a chance to look at it. I believe the authorization is for, I feel like it's 117,000. Does that sound right? Let me look at the book. I don't have that memorized, but the idea here is that it gives you $2 million of aggregate liability, and we're authorizing Carlisle Insurance to,
117,
thank you, it
837.
is 117. What was it, 117.8?
837.
Okay, and is there any thoughts, discussion? I didn't ask Carlisle to come today, but I bet we could get them to answer any questions we need if we have them.
Was here.
He was here, sorry. Is there a question regarding this? It's $2 million aggregate, cost is $117,000 a year. It is for law enforcement liability. I'm happy for Belinda to explain that if there's anything, questions you might have.
Okay, you're saying that we're gonna get insurance through somebody else besides Carlisle?
No, sir, that it's to procure TAC insurance, and Carlisle will get that.
What's the difference?
TAC offers the liability. They're the underwriter.
And the one we have now was,
We don't have any now for law enforcement liability.
And we need some.
It's basically another type of insurance, and we're asking for a motion whether or not you would like, as a court, to procure this insurance for that amount of money.
do I get a proposal of how much it's gonna be or something?
$117,000 per year for our fiscal year. And the question is, is there a motion to authorize Carlisle to go procure it? And I think there is a motion, and I'm looking for a second. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Okay, we did pretty good for 2:00. Now, we can get back in regular order as long as Tyner, he's working the magic on the Zoom. But we're gonna go back up to number 1. She should be ready at 2:00. She is, she's there. How do you like your 9:30 appointment at 2:00? This is like a specialist at a doctor's office, right? We're just a little
Blakely,
late.
can you hear us? Okay, I'm sorry. We're
Could
having-
you get Blakely's audio? We're going to work on your audio, Blakely, get you a little higher on the volume. Blakely Fernandez is hired by the county to help us with specialized matters. She is a member of the Bracewell Law Firm in San Antonio, and she is also, in my opinion, just an expert in the arena of public finance law, but also has just a tremendous experience with both municipal and county governance issues and procurement. And so she's coming to talk to us today on program management, and the reason is it often gets confused with project management. And since the county's never really engaged in this before, we thought it would be beneficial to have Blakely as an independent visit with us about program management, its applications, its benefits, and why it is that it's on the agenda here today. You might recall, just for the purposes of clarification, that this court approved an RFP for program management. It is a part of our capital improvement plan. We went through that process several months ago, and a firm was selected for program management. And in the last month, the contract has been worked out with the county attorney's office, and that contract is before our court today. So, is that enough time to get her audio fixed? Do you think?
Blakely, can you hear us?
Blakely, will you try to give us a test?
It was working this morning, Judge.
Okay, it's all right, just give us a second.
Blakely, can you hear us? We've got to call into IT.
Blakely, the problem is you're not strong enough in the audio. Would you mind seeing if on your end you could raise your own volume and see if that helps?
It's only coming out of my computer, Judge.
Okay, you need to put a mic to your audio then. Maybe take this one and see if it'll work. With that mic that you're on, will it try
I don't
to?
even know where the speaker is on this.
Okay, now try Blakely.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Well, I mean, I can, but it's very faint.
We've got to call into IT, Judge.
Okay, Blakely, we promise not to make you hold for too long, but please hold.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, Commissioners, I'm going to move to item number 9, discuss and consider approval of letter agreement with Coastal Environments Incorporated, that's CEI, acronym for professional services, including the environmental and permitting services related to the TERS. Number 4, this is, the contract is complete now. You recall that Scott Cross came and presented this, multiple courts ago, and they were tweaking and working this document. It is in budget. It is a funding source, a CO 2019. And if there's any questions, we can answer, but this is just the final product. Belinda, is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay,
All the changes were made that they requested, okay. Motion to approve.
okay. Motion, do I have a second? Okay, I heard one, right? Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Just as a matter of an update, Commissioner Vaughn informed me this week that the city of Corpus Christi also went ahead and had their second reading for their engineering company. So these two will work together as the ordinance stated back in December of 2019. So finally, 6 months later, we're ready to rock and roll there. So that's very exciting. Let's give IT, what we're just doing is trying to get volume up, that's all. We have a presenter. Tyner, would you move out of the way so that he can come in and we social distance there?
It was working fine this morning on this output.
Can you hear me better
Oh,
now?
you got
I
it.
called in on my phone.
Yes, we're good. Thank you. Okay, Blakely, will you begin? Thank you so much.
Sure. All right, I'm sorry for all of these mishaps and delays. Tyner, can you let me share my screen?
Yes, Margaret is host. I will get her to do that.
I've already made you a presenter, Blakely.
Okay, can y'all see my screen?
No.
I can see her. She's down here in the corner.
Right,
Oh,
she's
yeah.
trying to share a document with you.
Oh, your screen? No, I can only see you.
This is the story
Okay,
of
here we
my
go.
life every day. Can you see
Already
my
made her a
screen?
presenter.
There we
go.
are, that's it.
Okay, is this working now?
We saw it for a
Can you
second.
see it now?
Try it one more time.
Okay. How's that?
There we go.
We got it.
Hey, all right, sorry about all of this. Thank you for the introduction, Judge. I have been invited this afternoon to talk to the court about certain kinds of consulting contracts, specifically program and project management contracts that are used to expedite public projects. So in both cases, these contracts are used primarily to augment your staff resources where you need to find unique efficiencies, typically with time and cost, and where you want to add private sector expertise and risk management. So with regard to management and consulting contracts, when you think about a program, you're thinking about multiple projects. Typically, these projects will cross organizations or funding sources or stakeholders. They're going to be broader in scope, and the thing that connects them will be different depending on the type of program you've set up. And the milestone for a program is going to be measured against a program level schedule and a program level budget. So you'll be looking at how the various projects intersect with each other. A project management contract will focus on a unique project or service, and that project sets scope, cost, and timeline. So on this slide, I just want to show you kind of a side-by-side comparison when you're thinking about program management versus project management. In program management, your goal is going to be to improve organizational performance program-wide. And in project management, you're really looking at your scope, your timeline, your budget, or your resources for a unique project. A program manager will coordinate across project teams, and a project manager is going to coordinate and lead that specific project team. Program managers' success metrics is going to be based on organizational and programmatic measures, whereas a project manager's success is going to be measured on coming in on time, on budget, and on scope for that specific project. Program managers should be able to identify and bring economies of scale as opposed to just the specific deliverable of a project. And the program manager will have the flexibility to allocate resources. That could be human resources, capital resources, financial, across a variety of projects. Whereas a project manager is going to have its project budget, and to the extent that they allocate resources, it'll be in that smaller framework of the specific project. And so program manager contracts tend to be longer term, typically 1 to 3 years, whereas a project management contract is going to begin with your project kickoff, and it'll end with your final deliverable and your post-mortem. This slide is really just to show you that what these consultants do within the program and the project side is very much the same. Their specific tasks cover a lot of the same ground. It's really about whether you're working on a system of projects or you're working on a single project. So here's a comparison just to give you an idea. If you were to put your street projects together for a program management versus a project manager that might just do a specific roadway project, you'll see in both cases you're augmenting your staff, and there's a reason that's driving that. With program management, it's often because you've got a large capital infusion that you're putting into a specific program, and it's just beyond your normal day-to-day operations, and so it's too much for an ordinary staffing to manage. Or it could be that you've got time-sensitive projects, that there's public expectation or political expectation that things are going to move more quickly than they would in the ordinary course, and so so you're bringing a team in to help you push things along more quickly. again, as we mentioned, the program management contract would be a longer contract. It might be an on-call or an indefinite quantity contract. And as you've got projects that fit under that program, task orders can be issued, or it could be laid out from the front to address a specific program. A project management contract is going to be more contained just to the scope of that project. In terms of efficiencies, in both cases, you're looking at a goal of typically delivering projects faster and expediting delivery. This is an example from San Antonio. I've got a couple of just real world examples I'll walk you through. In 2007, San Antonio moved to a program management structure with their bonds because they found as they were taking public input on the 2007 bond issue that so many of the 2002 projects had not been implemented that it was frustrating for the public to be asked to vote on another issue. So they moved to the program management concept. In 2017, the bond issuance was $850 million with 180 projects that had to be completed in 5 years. So part of their program management is specifically designed to keep all of these projects, these 180 projects, on time and on task. And so one of the things that program manager does is this dashboard. And the dashboard has an incredible amount of detail. I've put a couple of examples up here, but you can see in real time what projects are happening on time, which projects are off schedule, which projects are ahead of schedule. The same with the bar chart on the bottom, you can see by year how many projects are in pre-design, in design, and construction, and would be complete. And by reporting regularly, I think the elected officials and the staff are able to help make sure that everything is running in the way they imagined when they started the program. This is also from San Antonio, and it's mostly because of that scope of the project, $850 million, 180 projects. They've actually broken their program manager into separate contracts. So they've got 3 consultants, but you can see the kinds of tasks that were put into program management as opposed to a project manager that might be specifically in charge of one bridge or one park, one road project. This is an example from Travis County, a much smaller bond issue, but it's still significant, $185 million. And several months after the bonds were issued, the county found that they still were not being implemented. And so they moved to a program management consultant to help make sure that those projects got up and running and were delivered on time. And so they ended up splitting their program management to have a traditional program manager monitoring the progress of each project, the budget and the schedule. But then they also hired a GEC to serve as their general contractor. And
Did we lose her, Tyner?
I don't know what happened.
Hang on, Blakely, if you can hear us, we lost you for just a moment. I think she's still continuing.
I didn't touch anything.
Let me have Margaret call her so she knows that she's on pause. Technology's always so much fun.
Certainly is.
I think since we're on pause here, I can see that she's still moving through her project. But let's see if we can get her back on task here.
Blakely, can you hear me? You need to stop.
You tell her.
Was that God speaking?
You tell her.
Maybe.
Not quite, not quite.
Pretty close, pretty close, pretty close.
She can't hear clearly. She lost audio. Let me see if I can text her. Gosh, we were doing so good, too. think she got the message.
I tried calling her, Judge. She sent me to voicemail, so if you text her, she should see it.
Yeah, I think she's got it just by looking at the video here. I'm not sure where she was in the presentation, but I think that we can try to establish it, Tyner, but let me just make a few comments. This is for presentation only. It's really relative to item number 2. I didn't feel like the audience who would ever really, we've never really engaged in program management in the county, but then again, we've never built, $20 million worth of roads simultaneously and all the other major projects. Our goals really were lofty, and with so much going on at the courthouse, so much going on in our community centers, ADA, the fairgrounds, and our roads, after having great discussion with the Civil Engineering Society and people that I really respect, like William Goldston, who said to me, bravo, that the court decided to go for program management. Oh, good, she's back. Okay, I filled in as.
I'm sorry about that. Everybody in my home office thought that was a great presentation, so I'm sorry that I don't know how much you missed.
You left off talking about Travis County's bond, and if you'll bring us back to that slide, I think I can find our spot again where we left off. I think you're almost
Okay.
done. Go to the next one.
I
Let me
am.
see.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hearing.
okay, so Travis County made the choice of splitting program management up into a program manager and a GEC. And really, I think, showing how San Antonio used 3 firms, Travis County kind of splits their own way. That was all to say this is a little more of an art than a science. So there's lots of ways to get what you want. But I think the key is really knowing what kind of help will serve you best. In terms of procurement and contracting, the procurement is the same. It's going to be an RFQ if you're talking about program management for capital projects. Then you'll enter into a professional services agreement. They typically both have a not to exceed amount, whereas the program management contract would be longer, 1 to 3 years, unlike the term of a project management contract that'll be specific to the project. Program management is often task order based, whereas project management would be from your notice to proceed through delivery of all in. They'd manage the entire project during that period. And then both of the contracts, the cost of the contracts would be based on the budget. And it tends to be 3 to 5% of your project budget would be the cost of the contract for either service.
Can I ask a question on this?
Sure.
I don't know, I'm a little confused on, this seems to be, I'm trying to ask it to where it doesn't make me mad. It seems to be adding another layer of management on top of what we are already talking about with LAN and ICE and all these other, because they charge a percentage for the project management too. So I'm trying to figure out where we're headed on this exactly and why the need for another 3 to 5% on top of a LAN or a whoever, who I thought we just hired to manage a bunch of our.
Right, so that is that. This is the, can we make sure that in the hallway, and I'm sorry, it's just so distracting, okay, so this is the land contract in number 2. I was just trying to set forth a predicate for what the difference is in program management to project management, because sometimes there is confusion. And the idea is to show that there is value-based engineering here. So in the capital improvement plan, it already contemplates program management, and we've already approved program management. I was just trying to provide an expert to really say, this is already in there, it's contemplated, but it gives you a little bit of a background as what they are going to be doing and why it's beneficial to a county to do it. So, for example, project management might be for a particular one spot, right? One particular park, I think was the concept. But when you're having $100 million worth of projects over time, okay, that a program management is really your best bet. They will help you write the RFP.
But are you saying instead of project management or in addition?
This is program management. Oh, instead of project management? Well,
Are you saying, in other words, is it gonna be?
You wouldn't,
Go ahead,
you wouldn't
Blakely.
hire both.
It would just be
Other
one.
than maybe if you had just an unusually complicated project within a program. But for the most part, if you have a program management firm, your project managers will be within your staff.
So in other words, let's take the land example, just so I'm clear. On the 4 projects I believe we hired land for, would we have to hire someone else in addition to be a program manager even, or did we hire them to be both?
Okay, so what's before this court is for LAN, who was the selected program manager and
For
whose
those 4
contract has
projects.
been negotiated.
Right.
Okay? That they would be the program manager. You wouldn't need anything else unless Blakely said, unless it was something extraordinary that would come up that you as a court would choose. So these program managers are overall, and then your project manager typically is your in-house county engineer.
Okay.
Or Judge, would it also be the?
Oh, hello.
I'm sorry, I just thought I'd chime in. Would it also be if we have an engineer of record for that particular road project?
Correct.
Like such as a Friesen Nichols is on a particular road, they're the engineer for that project, so they're the project manager.
Right.
Working with the program manager over the top and working with Juan inside.
Right,
Okay,
so
but-
it's not
And that's like our
extra.
typical setup.
But, okay, so let me use the land projects that I believe we hired them for 4 projects,
Right,
right?
and that's the contract that's before
No,
you.
no,
This
I-
is just to give them a little background.
Right, and I'm just making sure I've got my example right, is on the 4 projects that we've already hired land for, we wouldn't have to hire someone else to be either a project or a program administrator and add another 3 to 5%, would we?
That's correct.
Okay.
But let me just clarify, because I think it's better to say it this way, that in the 4 arenas, not 4 projects, in the 4 arenas of community buildings, roads, courthouse/ADA, and I'm missing one, someone help me,
Be coastal? I think the coastal was in there.
maybe? Okay.
We had that rural county buildings.
Rural county buildings.
Okay.
Okay? That those.
Those were separate, right.
That's your program manager. That's what you're hiring them for. You will not be getting an extra one, okay? Now, again, you always want to leave the court open in case you need it, but these would be your program managers, and then you would have your engineer of record, okay? And typically, they have someone assigned, but that's part of their engineering contract. And then you'd have your county engineer.
Right, so.
So it's
the-
no-
The reason we hired land was because using your example, if Friesen Nichols is the engineer, then Friesen Nichols can't be the project manager also, in my opinion. So we hired land to say, okay, land's gonna oversee the engineers and the contractors, and I don't know what we're calling them, program?
Program, they have to be
project,
called program.
Whatever they're called, but this is not in addition to that, and it's not in addition to the 3 or 5% or an additional layer. It's just a description of what it is. Is that right?
That's pretty
Close?
close. I mean, that's
Okay.
a good way to look at it.
Okay.
By the way, the fairgrounds was the 4th one. I couldn't
Right, yeah,
remember.
yeah.
Okay.
But the bottom line is that these are program managers overseeing your program. And what is your program? It was defined in the RFP. We've already approved that. We got the selection. The contract is done. I just thought it would be beneficial so that people don't confuse them as a project manager, their program. You get more with program managers. And so I just wanted you to know. And the contract is up to, and the reason it's up to is because you don't know what those projects are gonna wind up being. You can guesstimate, and that's what your capital improvement plan does. It guesstimates for you. And you can continue to add to those 4 arenas. But if you'll notice in the contract, it allows for commissioners' court approval as to, so let's say the ME building, that's a great example. If we were to, in the future, do a medical examiner's building, and you wanted to have that under project management, the court would then say, okay, we want to continue with project management on the ME building, okay? Because that's outside the scope, but within the capital improvement plan. So it's already built in to your capital improvement plan. You'll notice it as a line item. So it's not extra dollars that have been estimated. They're already inside there. And of course, the benefits are enormous, and they include, but are not limited to, some of the things that Blakely had in her presentation. The biggest benefit that I see is that we will be able to value engineer this. So for example, when we do go out for an RFP for, let's say, trying to think of fifth floor courtroom, that's kind of an example. That's the new ADA fifth floor courtroom. They will help us from, as they say, cradle to ribbon cutting.
Yeah, let's do that one.
And that really is, again, we've already approved it. We've already gone through the selection. I'm just trying to give you guys some reasons to get excited about it. And the one thing that you should know is that these will not be engineers, if selected, to be able to bid on anything. So it takes them out of the running for all these capital improvement projects. So they become your overseer with expertise in about 20 different arenas, from architecture to lighting to ADA to roads, infrastructure, drainage. They're really going to be your overseers. And as we talked about resiliency and cross training and collateralization, that's what they bring to the table. It's like having your own department of experts in all arenas. And when you're doing, we're not 850 million like San Antonio, but as our 40 million is pretty stout for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's kind of
Yeah.
what we're aiming for.
It just gives
Yeah, I
us,
have a
it gives us
question
like
here.
another one and another
You
one
know-
to keep watching these projects.
I have a question here also on the, if I'm looking at lands on attachment D fee schedule, they've got, project principal, but then got senior program manager, senior project manager, program manager, project manager, and then they got, project administrator, project coordinator. So those are coming out of that, if there's another program manager component or what?
So Juan wanted them to designate all the people that would be assigned to every project by name, and he wanted them to cost estimate how many hours they would be working. So the reason you see so many titles is because it was the wish of our county engineer to have them designate who would be working, what kind of membership would include a team on which project, and how many estimate, and then he asked them to estimate the amount of hours. So program manager is one company with lots of experts, and Juan asked them to divide up who would be doing what. So for example, on roads, you have all those people listed. Then on fairgrounds, you may have different people, or a courthouse might have architectural people. But they're all one, it's all one group, it's just that he asked them, that was his method.
So the senior program manager, or the program manager, or the project manager, that's land plus slash Broswell?
No, Bracewell is your lawyer, who is your expert to just explain things to you on what is program management. Bracewell is just a consultant that helps us on legal issues for public finance. So she's on payroll. I asked her to make sure she could explain it. She's not involved with program management.
So that question would be an item for the next agenda item. We have Andres and Kyle LeBlanc.
Oh, I'm
standing
sorry.
by.
That's what you're referring to. Yes, so the idea is number one is to explain to the public, what is program management? How is the county going to be using it to help them save money, to be more efficient, to be smarter? Sometimes we've learned that going to bid is better than going to the buy board is cheaper, and sometimes we've learned it's not. These guys are going to tackle all our projects. The goal is save money, be on time, and manage it correctly. And that's what Blakely was asked to do, to present, is the benefits. And because other counties have used program management successfully, she showed us those two examples. But everything is in lead up to number two, which is the contract's ready. And it wasn't ready last week, and we told you it's ready. We'll bring it back. Belinda has it ready now. And so we're just coming to approve it. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew what it was. That's all.
So Braswell is one-time deal here. She's advising us of what program manager is all about. and
That's it.
And that's it?
Yeah, she's just on the hour. We call her, she's on, she helps the county anytime we have a public finance issue. In other words, we're not hiring her to do anything. She's already hired. We have a rolling contract with Bracewell.
Are there any other questions that I can help with?
I think that's good. If just would,
Yeah.
it's nice to email that presentation to Michael, and that way he can keep it handy if there's any other questions later, or to Tyner. I think we all have
Okay.
it,
I
but
think so, yeah.
it's in there, but just in case as an extra. Sometimes these books disappear and presentations are gone. Okay, so Michael,
Okay.
thank you. So, thank you, Blakely. So Michael, will you take us to number 2 to approve the contract, or Belinda? Who would like to present?
Well, I'll announce it, but
You'll announce it,
Belinda
then-
has the details.
thank you.
It's discuss and consider approval of contract with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham LLC for RFP number 3122-20, Program Management of Nueces County 2019 Capital Improvement Plan CIP projects. And that expenditure is funded out of the CIP plan. And my understanding is that it's.
The CO 2019, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
But the amounts for each project were delineated in that plan, and that's the individual not to exceed amounts for each individual project. And that work will be presented on a work authorization basis, is my understanding as well. So the work authorizations would come from the county engineer to LAN on the individual projects as they're assigned. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay.
Thank you. And are there any questions of Belinda? And if not, could I get a motion for
Yeah, I
approval?
got a question.
Okay, hang on. Go ahead.
We're here number 5, Article 5, it says maximum amount payable under this contract is $6,850,000, right? So are we saying that it's the max, that it's not going to go above that $6 million?
So basically, under this agreement, that's the max that's authorized. So if it were to go above that, it would have to come back for an amendment.
And that's also the maximum on the $100 million worth of projects. So the way the contract's written is it contemplates 5 years' worth of work, but you get a chance to say which ones are in and which ones are out. So, but the contract is up to, so it can't exceed that amount without your authority. And it contemplates, it's high because it contemplates the whole kit and caboodle. But remember, it's inside every project. So you've already approved $20 million worth of roads, and in that $20 million cost expenditure, that line item is in there. It's no different than like design or surveying, or it's already inside your capital improvement cost estimate.
So my last question would be, can it be less than $6 million?
Yes?
Yes, so my understanding would be, as the work is being done, Commissioner, Juan will be reviewing the work that they're providing, and they're supposed to delineate how many hours each individual contributes to that project. And so if a given project does not require as much work as they had originally estimated, then that final figure for that project should be less.
Right, that's just the maximum,
It's,
right?
I believe we're trying not to say it's a blank check, it's not a blank check, but it's not a check saying you're gonna get this full amount. This is what is available funds that we've set aside. But we know that that was a guess before you get into the weeds of finding out how much work is actually involved in each project. And some may be easier than others, and they may come in less. But they won't come in more without coming back to court to get authorized.
Right, we actually hope they come in less.
And just to clarify, I mean, as each project is let, that's when the court will actually issue a work authorization for land to move forward with those individual projects. And when they do that, they're going to bring you an estimate based on what they believe they're going to be spending on that particular project when y'all issue that work authorization.
But they could be working on more than one project at one time, right?
That's correct.
Yes.
In fact, they're working on
That's
roads,
what we want them to do.
fairgrounds, courthouse, and,
I mean,
why am I missing that one?
Rural community building project.
Thank you. Rural community buildings. Those have already been authorized by this court. So those are the ones they're gonna work on right now. So they're working on a tremendous, I mean, if authorized, they would be working on $30 million worth of projects immediately. And further than that, then we would come back and say, okay, now we wanna build a new hilltop. Now we wanna build a new, so it's gonna come back to court as we expand our authority to construct. okay? And when we start, we really need to have them on a regular agenda, item, so we can keep getting updates. It's supposed to be beneficial, so Michael, we need to, try to schedule them to come in, share with the court. These dashboards that Blakely showed, I want those. Those are awesome, right? That tells you, when you're building, 12 roads simultaneously, it's tough to keep up.
Right.
And this is what they're gonna do, but there's gonna be a lot of value engineering here before the cost estimates even come to us. So, okay. So keep us on track with that and keep us on the
Sure,
agenda.
we'll work
Okay?
closely with Juan to make sure that that happens.
Right, okay. Thank you. Belinda, does that pretty good? All right, can I get a motion, please, then, to, okay, and I'll second the approval of the contract with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman for program management for the 2019 Capital Improvement Plan CIP projects. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and like I said, let's move on. We have some of the ones that we got Noe. I was gonna say, we can skip down, but we've got Estrada Hinojosa on financial alternatives. You also have a PowerPoint on this, and he's been waiting patiently, so let's move to our PowerPoint. Noe, welcome. We've got financing alternatives. Take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Noe Hinojosa with Stride Hinojosa and Company. You should have a presentation there in front of you. I'm working out of my iPad, and I don't want to take a chance and share that over the computer. But in any event, last time we were there with you, we were asked to look at various options on how to best finance or how to take advantage of the low interest rate environment that we're in. And I'm on page 2, after the couple of covers there, you'll see what we described as 4 options that may be out there. Option 1 has to do with what we shared with you last week or 2 weeks ago, in that there's only one bond issue that was dated back, or that was issued back in 2012, that we could probably refinance today, even though we pay a little premium. It still gets you some decent money, and that is option 1, where we basically take out some bonds that are trading at about 4%, and we think we can get you at 165 and save you about 727. The savings will be level through the amortization, so you really don't get a lot of juice on it. Then option 2 is, what if we accelerate the savings so that you can get more juice? And it is better reflected on page 4 of the presentation, where basically on the 5th column from left to right, you'll see how we structure in 21, 22, and 23 those savings, so that you can have the fortune of seeing that right up front, and not like on page 3, level annual, the same column at a 125. So that's basically all you have right now to take advantage of the interest rate environment that we're in, either option 1 or option 2. Then we were asked, well, what if we borrow more money in lieu of the fact that we have identified capital needs and the interest rate environment is pretty favorable? So if you look at, and by the way, I'm using interest rates, going back to page 2, we're using interest rates that are about 30 to 45 basis points over current market. So when you look at the $25 million that is in there, the 275 interest rate, which is the third column from the bottom, or the third row, I'm sorry, from the bottom, on the fourth column from left to right, you'll see at 275. That rate should be, I would say, at about a good 250 to 245. Yesterday, as a matter of fact, we did a financing for the city of Corpus Christi, about $96 million for streets, and the rate was 233. So I suspect your rate will be right there, like they would be. So the reason why we use this interest rate is just to hedge in case rates were to rise. We don't expect rates to rise anytime soon, by the way. So if you were to borrow $25 million and not want to have a tax rate increase, we would have to borrow, or we do a refinancing of about $23,470,000 at a higher interest rate of 207, because we would have to stretch out this loan versus the old loan. So let me take you to page 5. If you go to page 5, you'll see on the 5th column from left to right how we would restructure about $24 million, 130, of bonds that were issued back in 2012 and 2015, just a piece of it, so that we can get you more savings on the front end. Everything that is in parentheses is literally carving out payments that you're currently required to make. We're going to reduce those and toss them to the back. We would have to check with bond counsel to see if there's any state statute or state law that allows us to do that extension. But, a lot of the questions that came to me 2 weeks ago were, can we do something new by borrowing more money, not impact the tax rate? And if we have to restructure something, can we restructure it? Well, when you look at the restructuring summary page on page 2, you'll see that even though we're restructuring dollars that you're now obligated to pay and extending them, you're still getting some level of savings, about $250 million and $23 million. You will borrow $25 million, again, at an interest rate that is pretty high by about 40 to 50 basis points, or let's say 40 basis points. The tax rate will remain the same. And what's important is that your fund balance, the savings account that you currently have in the INS fund, is at $4.7 million, would only be touched by about $3,313,000. So it's important to know that the savings you have in this particular account that pays off bonds has $4.7 million, and we project that you could be hitting it by $3.3 million if you were to leave the tax rate the same. If you don't, we were asked to, hey, Noe, what if we lower the tax rate by a half a penny or even a penny? So we only went as far as what if we lower the tax rate by a half a penny on the INS side, and you'll see there that we would have to stretch, I think, the debt a little longer in order to be able to support that drop, except that the drop will require you to have to draw into the fund balance, into the savings account, about $15 million over the next 10 years or so, 10, 12 years. So for us, it became a real challenge to show that level of a drop in the tax rate and be able to do $25 million. And with the current debt that we have outstanding, we don't have a lot of flexibility in terms of refinancing that debt. So in essence, those are 4 options. I'll stop and see if you could give us any guidance as to how you'd like to proceed.
Okay, I'm lost, so let me.
Okay, Commissioner, would you start?
Yeah, if you don't mind, Judge, so Noe, I'm a little lost, so let me go back to try to just ask it, and I'm sure you covered it, and I'm just not hearing it. So.
No problem.
So is there a scenario that would allow us to refinance debt, add debt, and lower the INS tax rate to where it doesn't dig into any reserves whatsoever?
No option, sir.
Okay, so because of which of those 4 parts?
That was the 4th option. The 4th option, and it's on page 6.
Okay, go ahead. So.
All the ugly numbers.
So, like if we were to borrow 20 million, refinance some of the debt, and want to lower the tax rate on the INS, you're saying we'd have to dig into reserves to do that? Is that what I heard you say?
That is exactly correct, sir. Yeah.
How do you,
That's
that's what I
on the
get.
5th column from right to left. That's the column that we use sort of as our bogey. That's where we show that we're hitting reserves.
But
And
that's
the
if,
reserves
sorry.
are
Sorry.
reflected on the right-hand side, on the second quadrant from the top, on the right corner, on that page, 4,719,305.
And that would go if we went down to, from .042 to .037, right? So.
That is correct.
Was that the only
Penny drop.
scenario we ran with just if you dropped it less than that?
That-
In other
That's
words,
right.
is there a scenario that if you dropped it to say .039 or .040 or,
Yeah,
because it wasn't a magic
course.
number, I was just looking for
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, I mean, a half a penny on current values of 30 billion, I'm gonna suspect it's about $1.5 million of tax levy. So a half a penny. So half of that is gonna be 750. So that should help if you go from 42,126 to, let's say, 40. Of course, you and I know, we don't have the property value finalized for next year, so we're using a
Right.
31,227, 348, 11, 111 as property value for next year. So you're gonna get from 42,126 to .040 in that particular, in this particular fund, that may get you probably about $600,000.
Without going into the reserves?
No,
Or,
that will give us $600,000 more to play with, meaning that wherever you see on that reserve, like, let's say, and I'm just gonna assume this, okay?
uh-huh,
The A92 in 2020, that's the current year that we're in.
mhm.
So next year, instead of hitting the reserve by 2,643,000, we're gonna hit it the same amount, 2,643,000 minus the new amount that you're giving us by having to levy more than the 37,126, which I suspect to be between 600 to 700,000.
Okay.
So instead of hitting 2,643,000, it'll be a $2 million hit.
So just for my knowledge, and then this is the
Yeah.
last one I've got on this today. For my knowledge, if we didn't borrow any money and we refinanced, I'm sorry, I have two. If we didn't, I'll do it in one question, but do it both ways. If we didn't refinance or if we didn't borrow money, one of those two things, well, that refinances,
Yeah.
that's not, would that help? Would taking one of the factors out help? Because I don't think anybody wants to touch the fund reserve right? So,
Yeah,
me included. So, what scenario could we do it to where we could potentially reduce, I'll ask it that way. What scenario could we do, in your opinion, that would reduce, say, by a half penny or a quarter penny or something in the INS and not dig into the fund balance?
yeah, I mean, I suspect, if you go to page 4, for example, page 4 shows the savings of the refunding that you currently have in place. And you drop in 198, 125, 406. That's the 5th column from left to right. That's as clean of a deal as we can get in today's market, okay? If you try to get creative, then we go over to page 5. And forget about the yellow bar, the yellow column, but get into the same column as the previous page, the 5th column from left to right, and you'll see there how we can get 1,061,986. And that's the column that we're trying to get creative with so that we can give you the ability to drop the tax rate. The unfortunate thing there is that some of the bonds if you look at the previous page, on page 4, you'll see on that same column, the bonds that we're refunding today have a last maturity of 2026. And we're not stretching any debt there. On page 5, you'll see that in order to give you that kind of capacity to drop the rate, we will have to stretch out the debt from 26. And I think this is more because we brought in another bond from we brought in another maturity from another bond issue. I think the last payment's in 28. We're taking a 28 bond out to 2035. And there may be a limitation from state law. We will have to talk to Dale about how those original bonds were spent, whether we're exceeding life expectancy on what you originally financed. So those are the kind of challenges we have on the state law side. From a financial standpoint, we can only do so much, but, and we can do whatever, but we have to also be mindful of what the the statute allows us to do. And we haven't done that for this particular scenario. All I was trying to show you is that I know where you were going 2 weeks ago, and I said, let me see what we can do. And this is about one option that we can do for you.
So Noe, to summarize, really, the best option with no tapping into the reserves and no tapping into the reserves and a refinance with excellent interest rates, the most NPV you got is 700 grand.
That's right.
So it's not that exciting. In
That's
the
right.
sense of, because I don't know what the refinance will cost, right? But if you project it.
Well,
over time-
this is net of expenses.
Oh, okay,
So-
this is net. Okay, well, then it's a $700,000 savings, so that's the best we can do.
Yeah.
That's, I hope answers your question, Commissioner Chesney. Does it?
I'm good, thank
Does
you.
anyone else have any questions for Noe? This is presentation only. We just really wanted to get Noe to run the numbers. Thank you for doing it on the time frame that we asked. So important tomorrow, Noe, we're actually going into our first budget workshop. That's why we pushed you on time, and we really do appreciate it. We might have some more questions for you, but at least this gets us a start to look at the numbers, see what the options are. It just goes to show you that growth matters, right? And that your
That's right.
tax rate really is critical. It's hard to say, can you do more with, less? The answer is no, you can't. It's very hard. And this is the best rate you could possibly get. That's what's ironic, but the savings just aren't there. They're there, but they're just not impressive.
If we were doing this deal now, we probably could get you more savings, but, it's something you just have to monitor. You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're gonna get. If you were to tell us today, hey, go do this deal, it's gonna take us, 30 days from now, and 30 days from now could be different. I'd rather you wait for the taxable assessed values, have a chance to go through your budget process, and now at least you have an idea of what those options are, and maybe in a month from now or 2 weeks from now, you call us back and say, okay, what if we do this or what if we do that, and we will have the TAV by that time. So
It's terrific information, Noe, terrific. Anybody? Okay, thank you, Noe. We're going to let you go. We know you've been on hold, and we'll be in contact with you given our budget workshop schedule. Thank
Y'all take care of yourself.
Thank you so
You bet.
much,
Bye-bye.
Noe. Thank you. That's number 3. We've already done 4. We're going to go to number 5. Just in case you're keeping track, we've done 6, 7, 8, and 9. So we're going to number 5, and this is discuss courthouse security badge ID cards, related matters, and authorized procurement method. And so I'm not sure if the sheriff was going to join us, but I did have an opportunity to visit with him and Michael and Juan, and we just kind of put everybody on a Zoom meeting to really help us identify how we're going to tackle this new vision of security in the courthouse and how we're going to deal with the new improved version of lawyer passes. And so, Michael, you want to kind of share with us a little bit?
Yeah, so when we initially started talking with Sam Dibbrell at the Foundation for Trusted Identity, which is the group that's providing the badging system, They gave us some pretty high estimate of cost based on a large number of badges. We've since had this discussion, and we've tried to hone it in on about 700 attorney badges, plus about 300 to make a round 1,000 figure of number of badges.
For law enforcement.
For law enforcement. And that information was passed to the sheriff this week. And so he's actually in conversation with Sam Dibble today,
Oh, good.
trying to work out those details on the second quote, which we received, which was significantly less. It was about 93K versus the 300 plus K that was on the first estimate.
And today, Michael, I think what we're asking the court is, and we're not, we need to bring it back for ratification. It was just to kind of get us a little ahead of the game. Remember that for what all we know is that we're going to start jury trials August 3rd. And so we were trying to get a little bit ahead. So the idea was, could the court approve a method of procurement? And then that's really it today. It's just to say what kind of procurement would be preferable,
so
not to make a decision as to whether we're going to do it or not. Just the method of procurement, is that correct?
That's what was written on here. I think on this one, when we researched the quote, it was a TIPS contract, so we'll bring back
Okay, wonderful.
a TIPS, which meets the competitive bidding requirements, but we'll bring that back to court to do the actual contract, or that purchase
Right.
at that next agenda, which will probably be July 15.
Okay, and let me just tell a little bit, but you know a lot more. You've talked to Sam a few more times. I think it's come up several times. What about background checks? What about
Right.
things that are important? This does that. This is a sophisticated microchip that's inside the badging that will get everybody a background check. It will be able to be turned off and on. It's pretty sophisticated about where it allows you to go into. It addresses all the issues our security consultant was concerned about. And, so does that kind of, I'm trying to think of
Yeah.
what other perks I could mention.
Yeah, I believe there's a way that when depending on how the sheriff sets up the security, when the folks come into the building, that they would be able to swipe through a scan reader on that badge, and provided that they meet whatever that it is checking for, it would flag security at that point if there was an issue with that person that would cause them not to come in. But otherwise, they would pass on through. And I believe the sheriff will work out the details. What we had talked about was the badge provides an ability right now to identify an attorney different from the general public. And so if we're talking about setting up 2 lanes of at least 2 coming into the courthouse for security checks, that this badge would give them access to that lane that's just for the attorneys to help expedite their entry into the courthouse. But they will still have the full check that whatever the sheriff comes up with for each of us that are coming into the courthouse to be checked before we are allowed entry.
And also the same goes to law enforcement. It's great. We don't want law enforcement to have to go through this, but what's really nice about the badge is it can do other things besides get them into security. It can tell us about essential personnel, like during a wind or water hurricane event. It can also help us, like with CCPD. We can give badges to CCPD detectives who are coming all the time in to visit DA. They can have their own badge but sometimes you don't always know it's a detective, so it gets them full access, but in a safe manner. There's a lot of perks.
Right, and the system is scalable in terms that there's other aspects that we can add to this later on. If we choose to add badging for the entire county, where people could actually at some point swipe into their computer rather than entering a password. And that way it authenticates them as being the person that's logging in.
Yeah,
Those cost a lot more
great
dollars,
things.
and we'll come back and have
Right.
those discussions later. But like I said, the sheriff's working on this real
Thank
closely
you.
with them this week, and I think we're getting pretty close.
Good, thank you, Michael. This is important, and we just wanted to also tell you that the funding source, if it stays under the 100, which was what my hope was, sounds like you did a great job, Michael, is that we had put aside $100,000 in the CO 2019 for security badging, and so this would meet that. In addition, we would charge, remember, January 1, lawyers for those badges, so we could probably recoup 50% of that 100,000 back. So it'll help us with law enforcement, it'll help us with security, but there's also a mechanism to get some of the dollars that we advance back. So I
So-
just want to share that with you.
Just a quick question. So, we're not making a
You're not-
decision
No,
today
no.
on this issue?
Yeah, this is discussion to bring y'all up on
Just up to speed.
where we're at this point, but we'll come back for the actual
And
purchase.
just in the same note, I'm still thinking that to expedite the attorneys and law enforcement, I think we're gonna need a third scanner down there, don't you think?
Yes, that's coming to you. The sheriff is working with Michael and Juan and Tim on this, and you're going to see a third scanner. Yes, it's just,
But it's gonna stay in the same place? Or
Yeah, they're working with the Richter Architects.
sorry,
They're gonna be,
Richter
they're gonna
too.
be designing what that new security looks
Right.
like at the main entrances.
so
So you stay
LaPon.
where it's at or move to the front?
So
You
it'll
don't know
probably
yet?
be a LaPon entrance,
Yeah, good.
a Leopard entrance, and a second floor entrance.
Oh, that many?
Because you have to secure all your avenues.
And I would just do two, I don't know.
Well, you'd have to shut down that second floor if you weren't gonna do that. That's gonna be an option, okay? But right now, let them bring to you their recommendation. And, the tower, by the way, will still stay in place. The tower, security, and the
we have a-
reason is that
So
for
those are two
guns.
scanners, here in the front and then the tower?
You would have a new scanner at the LaPon and a new scanner at Leopard.
And the ones at the tower still
It'll
there?
it'll stay. It might be repositioned, so it's not forcing voter registration to be tight there. It might be flipped. You have to have that because of concealed weapons. We allow X in one area and Y in another. So it's different security for different parts of our building. And that's why we need it.
But we,
So we have a box for weapons, I guess?
And so, well, I don't want to dive too deep
Deviate.
into the details of how that's going to look. I know the
Right.
sheriff is going to work on it with the architect and with Juan.
Right.
And I
Let us
believe
just
at the
bring it
appropriate
back.
time, they'll come back
Yeah,
and show y'all
agreed.
exactly what that's going to look
I
like.
think that's smart. We don't want to get outside of our agenda item. But yes, we'll bring it back to you. Was there another question, Commissioner?
it was just, we're not talking about any of the badging or, I mean, we're not making any decisions on where the lanes will go
No,
or
sir.
second floor, first floor, nothing. I just want to make clear because people are interested in.
All
not
we're
doing
doing
anything.
today
We
is
haven't left
telling
them
you,
out. Right.
yeah. Michael's gonna bring, sounds like a TIPS contract back. I just wanted you to know where we are
Thank you.
and that it'll be CO 2019 under 100,000, which will keep to the budget that I created. And that was really important. Michael did a
Yes.
really great job on that.
And we'll, we have a process in place today. And so as we get these badges rolled out, it's not like all 700 are going to be printed on one day.
That's
So,
right.
so as we get those deployed, eventually we'll make a decision once it's been fully deployed, that we'll have a start date that the new way that people enter using these badges would occur after those have been all deployed.
Thank you, Michael. If you have any information on the badging system, maybe maybe it'd be of interest, send it to Tyner so he can send it out. They
Yes,
might want to
yes.
read about it, they may want to have questions, just send it.
They
Once you go-
sent us some good slides. I'll get
Once
those
you
out to
send it
Tyner
on.
so that the commissioners can have a look at it.
And not to completely go off subject, but the physicians, the doctors in our community, the reason we know about this system is that we've been planning to let the doctors use this system also for physician badging. So instead of carrying 4 credentials for 4 hospitals, they carry 1 badge. So just so you know, you're going to see wonderful applications of this system.
Yeah, Hillary Watt will be really happy when we
She'll
get
be
to that
really
point.
happy. Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you. All right, let's see, go to we've done 7, we've done 8, we've done 9. The last one before grants is 10. And Dale's here, discuss using personnel change reports in the Commissioners Court for approval. Dale, tell us about personnel change reports, NeoGov, and if there's something we can do to help you with regards to those reports.
Well, in the past, this report was required because we didn't have a means of providing you with the access of what personnel was changing, whether it was being a reclassification or adding new people or termination of employees. However, HR has now gotten the new system of NeoGov, and we stopped this because they were now able to do what they were needed to do for this. The reports that we were providing you were basically old reports. We were providing information that had already occurred and just giving you the information that was there. So we can continue to bring these reports to you, but again, it would be stuff for actions that had already been taken.
I think, Dale, I think what the commissioners are just wanting to just make sure, and I know you'll do this, but if there's something monumental that comes up, will you just please place it on the agenda and bring it to us, just so that we know that something is occurring? Like, I'll give you a great example, like GIS, you know? Let's just say that we consolidated something and it worked well with the budget and HR agreed and department head agreed, and instead of 2 people, we made it 1 person. That
Well-
might be a good way to just let us know what's going on. I'm just thinking,
That would be good, but that would have to come from the HR department, because we didn't even know about that.
right, but I think that's the nature of it. Is that Commissioner Vaughn?
Well, I'll tell you what, this was brought to my attention, and I think Jag brought this up a while back, and I must have been asleep over here, because they were good reports. It gave you a lot of information about what was going on. But what was brought to my attention was that in HR, there was an FMLA employee, and I guess she was on that, on leave, and they divided the money between the employees. Now, that stinks to me, and I'm trying to figure out, why would that happen? Who would have approved that? And I would think it would be you, Dale, and why would someone be allowed to do that?
That would have to come from HR. HR controls all personnel costs through the NCF1. They get the information from the department heads, they sign it, and they turn over our payroll to process. So it has to come through HR.
But wouldn't that have to be approved by the Commissioners Court, a change like that?
Well, again, that should be HR directing it. All we to get is the final report saying this is what needs to be done.
I know, but does the report come to you where you approve it and sign off
No,
on it?
no.
And so I want to address that, because that, Commissioner Vaughn and I spoke and wanted to make sure that we, you know, vetted that and to see what the issue might have been. And so in that instance, for example, Dale, if you see something like that and you think that would show up on those reports, even if it happened after the fact, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the idea is if you see something that's a departure, the question is, would you bring it up? And the
Yes.
answer is
Yes.
yes. Okay. So going back to that particular instance for the other commissioners to know, is that that person, that department, which was HR, had a net neutral budget change with no ability to do, it was my understanding, because it was presented to us, that there was no temporary employee, I guess, budget. And so what they were doing was supplementing the pay. FMLA, I guess, employee was not receiving pay. And so they took a portion for a temporary period of time and compensated employees for doing work that was outside their scope, so they wouldn't be violating Department of Labor rules on whether or not they were working, you know, their job descriptions or not. That was my understanding.
On those particular issues, that would be required that they submit a budget request to us when we send a budget request to y'all for approval, because if they're using regular salaries as a temporary balances, our policy as the county's been, we do not allow them to use unused salaries for anything until y'all give us the authority to. So if they used it, they used it inappropriately.
Bingo, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Is this even legal for her to have done that? Because this is wrong, because the other people in this courthouse see that, and they're thinking, well, that's not fair. Why should you be allowed to do that? And I think we need to look into it.
We will definitely go to it, yes.
You know, I think the other thing, Dale, is what's really important in the past, those reports show you also people, who were the transfers and where they transferred to, and who were the people that left, you know, and that monies was still there in whatever department those people were. So whatever, you know, and the budget time comes around and that money's still there, but they still get additional monies. I think, you know, it was really, to us at that point, it was important to see I think there were quarterly reports, I think, at one time.
They were reports per court. We had one per court, and then most of the information comes from HR.
Yeah, I think that it's important for us to know. You know, I tell you what, I got the last one from the last one we got, and it's got some good information in there that I didn't even know, you know, until I went back and looked at it again. That's why it came back up again to me, saying, why don't we get this anymore?
The report would show the number of employees we're hiring. It'll show the number of people that are leaving for whatever reason it might be. We don't say the reason, we just say who's departing. If there's any reclassification, whether they're moving from one position to another position and their salaries increase, those would be part of the report. And then also anything that we would have, like FMLA or any other items that would be on that report would be there. Again, we'd have to work with HR, because HR has most of that information.
It'll show how much money was left in that.
Yes. Well, like also to show any new hires we'd have and any possible vacancies we might have.
And if we're not going to get the reports, then we need to trust you to give us the information, or somebody, HR, whatever, of the pertinent stuff that's going on. And Judge, I would like to have a follow-up on this and find out where we're at here on this.
And I think it's fine to have the reports. I was
Yeah, I like
under
that
the impression that the reports took days, and for efficiency purposes, you wanted NeoGov, so the reports, again, like you're saying, they come after the fact, but I think the commission just wants to be able to see it, comment on it, catch something that doesn't maybe, jive with what their policies are. And
Well, the main issue was, and how it was done was, is because before we had NeoGov, the information flowed very slowly.
yeah,
For example, we have NCF1 forms that move around between payroll and HR and the departments, whether you new hire or new classification or whatever might be the case. They submit the forms to us, we put them on the balances we have from HR, and then we would ready to submit to court. As soon as we were gonna submit to court, they would wanna change it.
right.
And that became the problem.
Why?
Want
Why
to
would
say
they
that
wanna
again?
change it to- Why would they want to change it and submit it to court?
Because they just, someone ran in and dropped off NCF1 that they said they talked to someone on the court and said it had to be put on the balances. So we had to officially amend the report that took hours to do.
Right, so I understand it was efficiency, guys. It was lots of time wasted.
Yes.
And this is why we went to this new system. I think the spirit of it is just let us know if there's something that you don't think that needs to come to our attention. Maybe that's it. I mean, that's the whole concept here. And I think with this particular instance, it's my understanding that there was nothing wrong with it. But having said that, Dale, I don't mind meeting with you and HR so that we can iron it out, and we'll bring in Belinda and make sure that everything was done appropriate. I did speak to HR about it, and they did assure me that this was not out of the norm, that it was not a change in reclassification, it was not a change in benefits. It was, part of, I guess, what I want to say, the normal pattern and practice, if there is such a thing, I guess. So I want to make sure that if you thought there was something, I haven't heard about it until
I'll
now.
work with my payroll staff, we'll look into the issue that we're talking about
Right.
and see what there was. If it would require the use of regular salaries to cover some of the other costs that would require a budget change, it would be required to come to y'all for approval.
Right, and I know what they call a lot of times a walkthrough. For instance, when we were on a hiring freeze, okay, I would sign for departments, right, that needed an individual. That necessarily didn't come to court, but that affects our personnel, right?
Correct.
So this is the way it was presented to me. Like I said, I did investigate, I was satisfied, but I want to make sure the Commissioners Court is also satisfied, so let's you and I work together on this issue.
Yes, most definitely.
I would like to have a quarterly report,
I think it's fine.
yeah, to see what
We'll
happened.
can
work
just-
we'll work with HR to try to see how the best way to create the
you.
reports for you to get you, but again, it's
Is
gonna
that
be, it's gonna be, activity that already occurred.
Is that satisfactory to get your
Yes,
quarterlies?
And Judge, the reason I bring it up, I'm just looking at the personnel policy, it has to come through here. Equity adjustment, all kinds of things are covered in here. I just want us to be sure that we're doing a fair thing for every employee.
Yes.
Not just a few.
Correct.
Thank you.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much, Dale. I think, hang around, you're almost up again. Grants, Maria, come on up and discuss with us recent updates to TDM Hazard Mitigation Grant Program in relation to the courthouse complex emergency generator. You have two items to discuss with us. Let's take this one first.
Yes, so back in December 2018, we had submitted a grant application to the Texas Division of Emergency Management for a generator for the courthouse complex. This was going to be a generator, a large generator, I believe it was 2.5 megawatt generator to power the courthouse and the jail complex. We originally had received notice from TDM that we were not, I don't want to say not funded, but we were selected as an alternate project. We have now received word from TDEM as of June 4th that the project has now been advanced for FEMA approval. This was going to be about $1.5 million, again, for a large generator for the courthouse complex. So I just wanted to let you know that, with Reed Clay's help and the judge's kind of assistance, also, we were able to get that application moved forward. Again, it's pending FEMA approval. The timeline on that is unknown, but just to let you know that, it's very, very possible that we can get the $1.5 million that we had wanted for the courthouse generator.
Yeah, so this is Operation Lazarus because it was dead, 100% dead. And honestly, this is just a huge victory for us. It's 1.5 million, as Maria said. We do not have a courthouse generator. It takes, if we were to put two 1.25 megawatt generators together here, we would get what we would need, which would take about 30 to 45 days. So we're going to go to step 2, which is to push FEMA to bless it. But it had to come from TDEM. And because that program was oversubscribed, we were not successful. We were very disappointed earlier this year, well, really last year, I guess. It was earlier this year where they kept us pending for a long time, and then we were just not able to do it. When we hired a Reed Clay as a court, I said, this is something that we just absolutely have to have a generator. If you want to know why, because if during a hurricane, if you have to go without power at your jail, that is a nightmare situation with COVID-19. And there's nowhere to move prisoners to because there's no movement that's going to go on from our jail to any other jail. So this generator is high priority for emergency management. And we were able to have, Maria was on the discussion, just an amazing conversation with TDEM and Susanna Jones and all of her staff. And we pled our case, and Reed called us, shortly after that and said, hey, we got this generator. And so anyway, we talk about value of people, value to the court, why we bring in specialists. This is why, because we got 1.5 million that did not exist. And I'm just really excited. Now we're going to move on to FEMA, and then we're going to order those generators. I will tell you the generators that we need are probably 2.5 million. We're about $1 million short. The reason we didn't ask for more is because we thought that's what the cost was back then. The costs are much more now, but we will bring to the court a financing opportunity so that we can get the whole 2.5 million covered. But again, to get 1.5 from the state when a project was 100% dead as a doornail, sorry, Maria, but I have to put exclamation points. If you just present it, which you did a great job of, people don't know why and the highlight and what a big deal it is. We have to get these generators on order. I stand really, really proud of you and all the work you did with Reed. So thank you.
And then, so the second item, I do have a handout for y'all, so let me pass that out.
Just give it to, okay, that's fine. Tyner left us here.
Skip down.
He did.
Thank you.
This is a biggie. Thank you, Maria. Thank you.
So I know we've mentioned it in several courts before about our great opportunity that we have with the state of Texas through the Texas General Land Office for their what we call CDBG MIT. It's their Community Development Block Grant Mitigation Funds. So just a little bit of background, the federal source of the funds is through what we call HUD, which is the Housing and Urban Development. They originally published their Federal Register Notice, which is kind of their very preliminary guidelines for how to administer these funds, and that was back in August of 2019. The allocation to Texas is $4,297,189,000. The state action plan had to go through public comment. Again, I know we've had these discussions before. It was finally approved on March 31st. It took the GLO a little bit of time to get their application guide out, but it is now out, and the applications are being accepted now, from now until October 28th. The funding is broken down into several programs, and I had emailed each of you kind of a breakdown of each one of those programs. Right now, I'm going to be focusing on the major competitions that we are eligible to apply for, and they're broken down into three. The May 2015, I'm sorry, I call it the May 2015 floods, but it was May and June. It's the 2015 flood competition, the 2016 flood competition, and then the Hurricane Harvey competition. Now, all of these competitions, I'm sorry, I'm on page, I didn't number the pages. I'm on page 4. So for all of these competitions, 50% of the funds must be allocated to what HUD defines as the most impacted or distressed counties, and the other 50% must be allocated to the most impacted and distressed counties that were designated by the state. And we'll kind of talk about where we fall within those in just a little bit. The eligible applicants for all these programs are cities, counties, Indian tribes, and council of governments within the designated counties. Again, I'm going to talk about each competition individually. And then there is a low to moderate income component onto these funds. So the GLO reserves the right to not fund, and I'm not talking about like one project in particular, but like overall the funding, 50% of it has to be used to benefit low to moderate income beneficiaries. So the 2015 flood competition. Nueces County is designated as a state most impacted and distressed county. The projects that we would submit would have to mitigate against severe coastal flooding, riverine flooding, storms, and/or tornadoes. We can submit for a minimum of $3 million and a maximum of $10 million. Each applicant may submit a total of 2 applications, whether we're applying just as Nueces County or if we're applying for a joint project with other counties. And that particular project cannot exceed 4 years. There's some discussion regarding the project ideas that we have for specifically for the 2015 flood competition. There's some discussion about drainage improvements in various areas. I had spoken to the judge and Commissioner Mares, Commissioner Gonzalez. I know we had some preliminary discussion on kind of just specific pockets of areas where we can focus one application specific to drainage and just have kind of different sites where we can touch some of the smaller projects. Because remember, this particular competition, you can apply for $3 million to $10 million. A lot of these kind of projects are 1 million and they don't fall within that 3 million minimum amount. So we were thinking maybe we should do a drainage application and hit kind of each precinct, every little pocket of, maybe something that we can do for drainage. We talked about Blue Bonnet, we talked about Tierra Grande, Petronilla Fiesta Ranch. I did have a conversation with the city of Robstown. They are interested in partnering with Nueces County. They have kind of some smaller projects that are about $850,000 in the Casablanca and Perkins area within the city of Robstown. And acquisition is allowed. I know there was some discussion about whether acquisition was allowed as an eligible activity. We're also talking about the North Beach Canal would be kind of one of the projects that we would want to do for the 2015 flood competition. So the 2016 flood competition, we are not an eligible applicant. Clayburgh County is. They were designated as a state most impacted and distressed county. So that competition unfortunately does not apply to us. We're not eligible to apply, but we can definitely, wanted to let you know about it so we can lend our support to Clayburgh County for whatever, they decide to apply for. They're the only county in our region that was designated for that particular fund. So the last one and the biggest one is the Hurricane Harvey competition. And if you look at, that next page, we were actually designated by HUD as the most impacted and distressed county. So, and we're joined by Aransas County, Refugio, and San Patricio County, as well as Jim Wells and Clayburgh County were designated as state most impacted and distressed. There's a difference with this competition. So for Hurricane Harvey, other eligible applicants include state agencies and special purpose districts, included but not limited to the Port Authority, river authorities, municipal utility districts, water control and improvement districts, special utility and navigation districts, and flood and drainage districts. So this is a larger competition. There is more money available with this competition, but more people can apply. So it's anybody within these counties that fall under those descriptions can apply for this fund. So for Hurricane Harvey, the project must mitigate against, obviously, hurricanes, tropical storms, tropical depression, severe coastal flooding, riverine flooding. The minimum amount for this application is also $3 million, but we can apply for up to $100 million per project. The timeline would be 10 years. We can submit up to 6 applications, 3 as a joint applicant with, our surrounding counties and jurisdictions, as well as 3 applicants as just Nueces County. And on the next page, you'll see some of the eligible project activities. There are infrastructure improvements such as water and sewer lines, streets, provision of generators, removal of debris, bridges, natural or green infrastructure, communications infrastructure, public facilities, unfortunately not used for the conduct of general government, so emergency operations centers are not allowed. I do want to point that out. And then economic development activities, again, buyouts, acquisitions are allowed. I know we had some kind of general discussions about living breakwater, maybe even digitization, communications. I know Aransas County kind of is leading the charge on a huge communications infrastructure project. So that's a possible project there also. And then I just want to let you know that according to the GLO application guidelines, we do have to adopt a citizen participation plan. It's very similar to what we did with disaster recovery, so we already kind of have the template ready. You'll see that on the next agenda. These projects, as we're developing them, we really need to be transparent. They really want us to encourage public participation, public input on what we're going to be submitting, because these projects are going to impact our community. So there's like a 14-day, so once an application is substantially complete, and that means having the scope of work and having the budget done, as well as identifying location, beneficiaries. So once that is done, we do have to open up make the application available to the public for 14 days and allow them to make public comment. We can do it through a public hearing. We do have to post the fact that the application would be available in our office for public review for at least 14 days. If there's any comments, we do have to respond to them. And then, again, just all about public posting and just encourage the public comment. So with that, I just kind of want to, I don't know if the judge wants to take over, but we want to get kind of.
Yeah, so Maria, what I'd like to do is develop a schedule for those public hearings. I'd like to come to court on the next court, whether it's July 15th or earlier. We've kind of talked about maybe there might be a need to come earlier. And the projects that we talked about last court to advance for the 2015 mitigation would be the drainage projects that would be Bluebonnet and Tierra Grande. That would be a $10 million project, drainage. And then the second one,
North Beach.
Individual could be that we would like to advance is North Beach, but it might fall into the competition category. In other words, it's time to go ahead and bring forth these specific projects. We already know, because we've had the arguments and the vetting and the discussion, that we know that drainage is not only an eligible activity, but it's the best kind. Yes. And because of the LMI, which does matter for the CDBG, the Tierra Grande and Bluebonnet, and that's why I was saying last time, this is the best funding source for those two drainage projects. It's 100% grant, and we meet the LMI perfectly, and it's just, we don't meet it perfectly?
No, no,
wincing.
no, I was like, Tyner finally brought up the.
Okay, you're wincing. I was like, what? I thought we meant that. And it's just a perfect project. So I would like to get us going on those projects if Commissioner Modis, Commissioner Gonzalez, those are in their precincts. In addition, Commissioner Chesney has London drainage, and he would like to advance a project. Commissioner Vaughn has North Beach. So I'm ready to identify those, pick the right individual grants or joint grant, depending on what it is, and get it ready so that you can bring us the application so we can start posting for public
Let me
comment.
ask a question, just, Petronila wouldn't bring bigger monies than Tierra
Okay,
Grande?
so Petronila has another funding source that would be better, and I didn't think to put it on this agenda, but if you would allow us to bring it back at the next court, you'll have to, so if you added Blue Bonnet and Tierra Grande together, it would be a $10 million grant. That would be the max. So we would propose Tierra Grande and Blue Bonnet to be one grant because it would probably perfectly meet the $10 million criteria
I
there.
think Petronila would spend more money in Petronila than Tierra Grande.
That,
So I know,
wide
I know
area.
Commissioner Gonzalez, I think you had mentioned you had a Petronilla, but it's more like Petronilla Fiesta Ranch, like a drainage ditch clean out, correct?
Between Modis and myself, that,
right, so
That would be
it, so you'll.
between the two.
Between the two. Well, like I said, the first grant to consider that's perfectly matched here, and we've studied this with consultants, we've spent lots of good time. We think Blue Bonnet and Tierra Grande is perfect for a 2015 individual grant, and it would be up to 10 million, and it would cover everything ICE presented to us for Blue Bonnet and everything ICE presented to us for Tierra Grande. That takes care of those. Petronila has probably been designated as the #1 water quality project for the state of Texas, and there is going to be buku's money, there's going to be so much money available for Petronila from a different source. And we're going to bring that to you next. But I think that the purpose here is to help commissioners figure out how to advance these. Again, London, we need to sit with Commissioner Chesney and find out what it is that you're thinking. If you've had an engineer look at it, if you haven't, you don't have to worry. We can still look at it, but if you do, this is the time to bring it forward. Commissioner Vaughn and I have already, that's what that CEI group that you approved today, that contract, they're gonna help us identify the North Beach piece of it, okay? So really, we're kind of just lacking the London piece, but we're ready to advance Blue Bonnet and Tierra Grande, and all she needs is kind of direction from the court to bring it back next time on the agenda.
So Judge, and this is, we're talking about 2015 right now?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So
2015.
the Harvey, I mean,
This
there's
is
a-
Harvey.
Harvey competition, we can do 3 joint, 3 individual.
Right,
But
but
for.
what
for
we were talking about right now is
floods.
2015.
2015 floods.
There's still lots
2015.
of money left for other
Okay.
things, yeah,
I-
just
it
2015.
My concern with that is, going back to the last meeting that we had, so, I know the Drainage District, #2
Applied.
is going after funding in, with the Texas Water Development Board. They're still going through that process, and so they've earmarked also Blue Bonnet. So my concern is, one, for planning sake, I mean, that, if, depending on how much they get or what they get, are able to put in, because they're also talking about maybe doing a bond to help cover the cost. So I'd love to kind of maybe have an alternative location, because, if we can still get somewhere else, then that would be great if they handle there. Because I don't want to duplicate, right? Because that's what my question also
Yeah.
was with the Hurricane Harvey, was, support what we can, but also go after our own as well. So
We can do that. So if you remember, you actually won out on the disaster recovery money, because we did have County Road 77 as an alternate project. So we can definitely do that. So the way the application is structured is, you have your project purpose, which is basically drainage improvements, and then you have your sites. So a site could be Tierra Grande, Petronilla, Blue Bonnet, London, and then we kind of take, so we can probably include London, depending on cost, and, you know, we have to keep within the 10 million, for the, you know, through possible 3 projects. And then we just kind of, we do have to take LMI data and things like that, so, but yeah, I mean, we can do an alternate project. Again, we did it with CDBGR. The application looks, I mean, the application's a little different because it's done online, but it's very similar. So we can definitely talk about, you know, an alternate,
and we-
should Blue
Yeah, I
Bond
think,
get funded.
I think we
Good, I
did it
mean-
before. It's very,
Yeah,
it's very smart to
Mine
do
never
that.
gets in, but I'll try it. But we'll, no, but seriously, and Juan and I have already talked about some stuff that's going on out there and what probably needs to occur to, I'd say, tie it all together. So I think it wouldn't take much to give him a heads up. I know he's busy, but just give him a heads up and we can sit down and, or Zoom in or do whatever and kind of go through that because there's definitely a huge
Great
need out.
projects.
Yeah, huge need out there for sure.
And I just want to say, I was not aware that they were going to go forward on the TWDB. That's news, as they say, news flash, breaking news. This is an example of why we need to be working together. It's not a good idea for a county to be competing with another district, particularly when we've already demonstrated beyond a shadow of a doubt that that doesn't make any sense for the taxpayer. That's their business, but it's not smart business. And so I'm gonna have to reach out to them today and say, do you recognize that this is the better bucket of dollars? We can all be together, score more points, and be able to get you the project that you need without going to a bond, because that would be foolish. But if you just want to prove a point, I guess that's fine. But I'm here to make sure that people understand that there are better buckets of dollars out there. And that's why I say, today, unfortunately, Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries held their board meeting the same day that we had our commissioners' court, because we switched our court. And so I need to catch up with them later this afternoon. But they are really moving forward with Petronila. And the Hart Institute already also received funding for Petronila, watershed and drainage. And there's 22.7 million coming from the feds through Deepwater Horizon. And then there's the TCEQ grant. So Petronila has been identified by the national folks and through NCRDS, and then also the state folks, as being the #1 problem for not only drainage around Petronila, but Baffin Bay. And because of Baffin Bay, and so what I'd like to do is on July 15th, Tyner, ask Tim Richardson to come and give us a presentation on how we can best tackle Petronila, because he's given me a dissertation on it, but I'd rather him just come and give us the executive summary, give us the recommendation on the grants that we need to apply for, because he already has them, and find a measure of success. And Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries wants to help us get, be a partner there. We need partnerships. Nobody can work well in this scenario alone. You've got to team up to win. And so, but I'm excited because look at the great opportunities. But let's get an alternative project so that we're ready in case, August comes around and they get their TWDB. We don't want there to be a hole. So maybe come up with a secondary project. When it comes to drainage, we're not short on projects.
Yeah.
This is not going to be a hard assignment. It's just we prioritized Tierra Grande and we prioritized Blue Bonnet.
Yeah.
So, okay, Maria, great work. Is that okay to ask you to come back on the 15th with that? Is that
Sure.
too
As long as
soon?
you know, these are just the 2015 competition.
it.
There need to be conversations, obviously about Hurricane Harvey competition. That's on a larger scale. I know, we're trying to meet with county judges and
So-
see where we can partner together.
And so on the 15th, how about if we come up with the plan, the county judges, the coastal county judges have already put forward on the communications infrastructure, on the living breakwater, and the, and drainage in general, just
Yeah.
water infrastructure. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. By the way, we have discussed this with the city of Corpus Christi. Maria and I went and met with the city manager, and they're putting a team together as well to work with us. But we're not doing this on our own. We want to make sure that one of us can support each other, that we're not duplicating. We've also reached out to the port and said, let's not duplicate, let's work together. coastal bend bays and estuaries. We've done our homework here at Grants Department to make sure no one's gonna be competing with us, that we're
Yeah.
working together to get these projects funded.
And I think that's why I mentioned, there's a caveat to the Hurricane Harvey competition, because the port is eligible, because there's so many other entities that are eligible to apply. Again, Drainage District Number 2, it'd be great to work with them on, our potential projects, so that, yeah, we aren't competing against each other, and we have, a cohesive, front going to the GLO and saying we need money for our coastal community, so.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Great information. Juan is not here, but from Public Works, it's a change order for the courthouse ADA site improvement project. If you'll turn to C1, Michael, would you be able to lead us or not? No? Okay. Tyner,
Judge,
could you do
it's
it?
it's the cost to install a backer rod with self-leveling sealant in areas between new and existing concrete paving. I know Juan can't be here. It's gonna add $1,200, Judge, is all.
I move to approve. He's
Second.
discussed this. Okay, motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. He also alerted me to tell you that we'll be done in a matter of just a few weeks with the backside of, well, to me, it's the backside. It's actually the front of the courthouse. Leopard will be done in just a matter of a few weeks. I don't know if you want to say it, but I think it looks beautiful.
Really pretty.
And it's amazing to have that accessibility for our ADA parking spots. Okay, Michael, we've got two aggregates to approve awards, aggregate B, aggregate B number 1 and aggregate B number 2.
Yeah, so one is a grade 3S LRA and the other one is a grade 4S LRA. On both bids, we received one bid, and the bid was from our current provider, which is Vulcan Materials. The bid amount is $62.75 per ton, based on a 10,000 ton ask. And so we had discussed this with Juan, and he's okay with the pricing. The pricing is only about 1.6% higher than our last order with them. And so we recommend approval.
Motion to approve.
A second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And then y'all want to make that same motion and approval for the second one.
We
It's the
have a
same
motion for the
situation,
second.
exact same price.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then thank you, Michael.
Thank
If you'll take off and let Dale come in. Budget change order 16, and then he's going to give us the monthly financials. So number 16 is under E1 in your booklet.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a very lengthy budget change order. I'll kind of go through there and hit some key points that might be of importance. Most of these are moving some money around to cover some salary cost. For example, on page 1 for the Building Superintendent Department 1570, they've had to move some money around to cover some costs for the ME's building and some other repairs that they had to have. The big ones you're going to see is on page 2 and 3. On page 3, you see under Department 4190, a pretty large increase in office supplies and food and kitchen, as well as down in the county library where we have some additional cost. For the coastal services, community services, Department 4190, a lot of this might have to be with the costs they've had for COVID. We're going to work with Edward and his staff to make sure if those are the expenses for this related expense, we will be moving those or reimbursing those costs to make sure we totally allocate this, because that's how they're working the balances up. Same thing exists on page 4, which is your road and bridge and your inland parks for repairs and office supplies that were not necessarily expected to be needed, but they had to be used. Again, we'll be working with both departments to make sure if these are COVID expenses, they will be reallocated to the proper department, and these balances will be done. But at the moment, they do need these transfers, and I submit this for your approval.
I'll take a motion. I'll take a motion for approval, please. I've got a motion and a second.
Second.
Okay.
And discussion real quick,
Yes,
Judge?
discussion.
On inland parks, so we're taking from buildings and grounds and moving it to office expense. Is that what you said, Dale?
Yes, that is correct.
Do we know what? I mean,
Well,
that's a
for inland
lot
parks,
of-
we have a real large, because we don't know the expenses of all the parks in the area. They usually do have a very large expense budgeted for repair and maintenance of
Right.
several of the equipment. And this just so happens that they needed this for office supplies, and most of this is probably COVID-related.
Yeah.
And at some point, once we time to have a fully review, a lot of expense will probably be moved.
Okay.
But at this time, they do need this transfer.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't doubt it, just seeing 10,000 taken from
Yeah.
building and grounds, it's like, God, we could put that to really good use. So, not that it's not being used properly, on the expense and supplies, it's just, like I said, it could be COVID-related, so.
And as I said, normally for this in coastal parks, we do budget a significant amount for repairs and maintenance, because we're never sure what's gonna be needed throughout the year. And just this time, this is where the best place to take the funds from.
I understand.
Thank you, and maybe we'll just follow up, Dale, with Edward and just double check, but I bet it is COVID-related and we
Yes,
can
we're gonna be working with them, and
appreciate it.
and a lot of the descriptions on that, if you look at the descriptions for 4190, it said additional costs for food, additional costs for this. Well, they were required to do this because of COVID, then we need to move those costs to the proper department.
That's right. And I'm gonna use this as a little door opening. I won't drift too far, Belinda, but I'm opening, since the door is open, I want to say that Dale and I and Belinda, and I'm trying to remember who else was on the call, Maria, had a wonderful conversation with the city about reimbursements. And I'd like to present that update to you next court. And just wanted you to know that you asked us to pursue that, and we are pursuing it, and we're going to hope to get an agreement to bring to you by next court. So I just wanted you to know that we appreciate you, Dale, because this is how we get our money back, is when we look for ways to allocate properly. And that's what the governor wants us to do, he wants us to get reimbursed. That's why we have a lot of money. And I was just looking at our burn rate today. So take us to the financials and tell us where we are.
I'll kind of go through this a little quickly because it is getting late in the day, and I know we're all getting very tired. Page
I'm
4 and
not.
5 kind of shows you your balances for where we're at the moment of April. This is about 41% of the year completed. 41% remaining to be complete. So we have $90 million in total assets for the general fund, $30.4 million of liability, and a fund balance of $59 million as of April 30th, and we know those will be going down. We're trying to finalize all the estimates, and we should have those balances to you shortly. For the entire county, we show on the page 5, we have $196 million worth of assets, $42.9 million worth of liabilities, and $153 million worth of fund balance or equity. The one we always like to tell you about is on page 10 and 11. That is our self-insurance fund. And we have been seeing a few large expenses coming out of the funds, and you'll see that our fund balance on our group health has gone down. It was at 1.6 or 1.7 million, and currently right now it's 940. The judge and I are constantly keeping an eye on this, as well as Tomas, to make sure how we're funding this. Hopefully we can kind of level out some of the expenses, but this might be an issue that we may have to bring up as we just start talking about a budget as we come into the process, because we don't want to get this to be a negative number, and it has been going down relatively significantly over the last, 2 or 3 months. And you can kind of see that on 13, where we have our expenses, where we're now 7.5 million compared to last year 6.9, so that's we're $500,000 more in expense, and that's where kind of issue are. If we go through our budget cycles, let me give you a few items where we're at a below budget levels. If we go to page 31, you'll see Department 1465 Broadway Warehouse, and that's utilities and telephone, and we're constantly working with that, and this may be a budget issue when we talk about this. They are below this, but we need to make sure, figure out why that might be the case. On page 35, did I go 35? Sorry, wrong page.
Okay.
On page 38, sorry, page 38. And I bring this up every time because of legal aid, how we have to expense the rental expense for this. It's always going to be causing a negative, but I still want to bring it up to your knowledge of it's showing below our budget process of around 35% compared to 41, but that's because that 25,000 we have to spend all at once. And until we get towards the end of the year, it kind of levels out. Page 39, you'll see Department 3250. Our magistrate is below. They're at 36.6%, and they should be closer to 41. The biggest cost is salary. Now, we did know that we just increased their salary from 25, I think, to 29 hours per week. So that is causing some of that issue. That's the last one I saw that was negative. The one key issue I wanted to bring your attention is on page 61. As I mentioned, we're at 41% of the year remaining. However, we have 52.8% of our budget remaining. So we're very good on our budget expenses, and we're doing a very good job on our total activities.
That's page 81.
Page 61.
I'm sorry, 61.
Page 61, you'll see
Give
where.
us just a second, because the screen hasn't caught up with you yet.
Faster,
Give
faster,
us
Tyner.
just a moment.
Faster,
There,
Tyner.
a little bit higher, Tyner, so we can see the bottom. There we go. Thank you.
There you go. It's 52.8% of the budget remaining, 41% of the year remaining. So we're doing very well. We do know as we get closer to the end of the year, some of these expenses do get a little bit more increased because some of these departments like to spend some of the money later at the year, but we still got a significant budget surplus.
You're 11% over.
Correct.
I mean, sometimes we have to just pause, I know it's late and everyone's tired, but can someone just feel like we need to be in church? Can I get an amen? I mean, that's a
Amen.
big deal. That's
It is very,
11%.
very good, yes.
I mean, sometimes we have to highlight what's happening here.
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
On page 84, this just tells you what our P-card transactions were for the month of April. For the month of April, it was $308,120 for the month. And the last page I want to go to is page 159, which is the very last page of the book. You'll see for the entire 7-month period ending in April, we're at $2.6 million worth of expenses for our transactions through a P-card. We're processing as quickly as we can. We have, some of these are going up because of our COVID, but we're tracking those as best we can. That is the monthly financial report for the month of April 2020. I can answer any question you might have.
And we do need to approve it, so it has to be a motion.
You just have to
We
accept
don't?
it.
Okay, just accept it. So is it a motion to accept? Okay, motion to accept, commissioners?
Motion to accept, do you?
Do you need a motion, Belinda?
I think y'all normally do accept his.
Yeah, so go ahead. I've got a motion and a second, somebody? Thank you. And any more discussion for Dale?
We also need a vote on E1.
Thank you, Lorenzo. We'll go right back, okay? Let's do this one first. Motion to accept has been made, and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and we need to do the approval of the budget order next, so I could have a motion separately on that.
We got the motion and second, we just need a vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. All those in favor of the budget change order, that was the $1,200, signify by saying aye. No, I'm sorry, that wasn't $1,200, that was C1. This budget order was the inland parks, $10,000. Signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. Okay, appreciate you keeping us on track. I'm querying whether or not we really need to go in with the security badge ID at all. I don't think we do. Belinda, is there any matter? Okay, it was put on as a abundance of caution in case we did. So I'm going to say that there's no executive session at this time, and I will proceed to adjournments in memory of. Do we have any, Carolyn, commissioners? Commissioners? Yes. Commissioner Chesney?
Judge, and I know this is one you certainly would want to join me in, and that's the passing of our very, very good friend Charles Caffey. Charles died June 15th, 2020, at his home with family and friends after a short battle with cancer. He was 72 years young. I could read this obituary, but certainly there were just so many things that this one really shook me up a lot. What a phenomenal man Charles was just always had a smile on his face. The picture in the paper was very, very appropriate, and I think they picked the perfect picture. This one really was a shocker to me. I didn't know he had been sick, and unfortunately the the really bad part of this COVID is that you just don't see people like you used to see people. You know, you just don't run into people like you used to and catch up with them for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And oftentimes we don't take the time or don't have the time to pick up the phone and call. And Charles was just one of those ones that I ran into quite a bit and saw quite a bit, and always so enjoyed catching up with him. And again, his obituary is very, very long, and his commitment to the community, and he's been here forever. He graduated from Ray High School, and anyway, it's a very long and lengthy one, and it certainly, Judge, you want to read that into the record if we can, but I certainly want to pass on our condolences to Charles Cappy's family. He was just a great guy. I don't know how else to describe him. Richard Allen Hedges, 75, passed away peacefully on June 13th, 2020. For those of us who've been around the news media for a long time, he worked at Channel 6 for 45 years before he retired. He was an active member of his church and loved his church family, and certainly our condolences go to the Hedges family on the passing of.
To mention that Dick Hedges, as I knew, I mean, he was really involved in Boy Scouts.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a big part of that, and when I was district chairman, got to work with him, and that was his obituary picture was
right
in his, I think, commissioner uniform that he had. So I had a chance to work with him for many years early on when I was in scouting before my son got involved. And yeah, big loss. I didn't realize about Dick until I saw it in the obituary, and so great loss, good man, faithful to his faith community and just the community in general and in the media, and so he definitely, that one hurt, seeing that one.
I agree completely. My last one today, Judge, is Anna Marie Campos. Anna Marie Campos passed away on June 22nd, 2020. She was the sister of one of my employees, and a very nice lady, and our condolences would go to the Campos family as well on the passing of Ana Maria Campos. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez?
I got Manuel Bazan, passed away on June the 1st. He graduated from Mary Carroll High School in 1967. He enlisted the United States Marine Corps after high school and served 2 tours in Vietnam. He made his life in the Rio Grande Valley area. As a sales representative, he loved to help others and was a very loyal friend to a lot of people in this community. And he'll be missed, and our prayers go out to his family, and we'll continue to think about him. Second will be Maria Davila Martinez, passed away on June the 7th at the age of 99. She spent most of her life in Corpus Christi. She raised 6 daughters, cared for her parents. In her later years, she resided with her daughters and embraced the role of grandma and great-grandma. She left a legacy of a steadfast faith in God. She was a proud, faithful member of the Catholic Daughters of America Court, number 1149, and of Our Lady of Guadalupe Society. She was a shining example of humanity, intelligence, kindness, and love. She will be missed by her family. Our condolences and love to the family. Adela Martinez, Adelia Martinez from Robstown, passed away on June the 9th. She was a homeowner and a woman of faith who will be dearly missed by her family. She was a sister of county employee Mercy Santos, Community Service Assistant Director. She was also very much involved in the community and will be missed by her family and loved ones. Our condolences, our prayer goes out to the family. The next one will be, some of you probably know this one here, and it's Paul Rivera. Retired police officer in Corpus Christi. Everybody knew Paul, yeah, I guess, in this town. But Rivera passed away on June the 11th. He served in the United States Army, graduated from the 19th session of the Corpus Christi Police Academy in 1971. He retired in 1997 as a police sergeant detective and went to become a captain at the Nueces County Sheriff's Office from 1997 to 2009, as well as a captain of CID. He was a chief of police in Taft from 2009 to 2010. Paul served over 40 years in law enforcement. See, Paul was a different kind of guy. There's only one Paul in this town, you know. Anyway, he'll be missed and loved by all his friends and families. Our condolences and prayers go out to the Rivera family. Gloria Iturre Barrera passed away on June the 11th. She attended Corpus Christi High School. She dedicated her life to her family, children, and faith. She will be missed by her family, and again, prayers and condolences go out to the family members. Martin Leal passed away on June the 14th, 2020, at the age of 79. Lived in Corpus Christi all his life, and he was a veteran, attended Miller High School, and he loved to play the guitar and loved to sing. He will be missed by all his family members and friends. Our prayers and condolences go out to the Leal family. Last would be Stefana Leal, passed away at the age of 88 on May the 5th, 2020. She loved the senior center at Greenwood. She was a diehard attendant at the Greenwood Center. Her hobbies loved to play bingo and to take pictures. She will be missed by not only her friends, but family. And our prayers and condolences go out to the Leal family. And that's it, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Instead of reading Charles's obituary, I'd like to make sure that we get an adjournment in memory so I could deliver it to Libby next time, Tyner. And I'd like to just read into the record what I wrote to Libby right after I heard about the passing of my dear friend. I think it says everything I want to say, and it'll keep me from crying. Doug and I are deeply saddened by the loss of Charles Libby. His passing will be mourned by our Canales and Allison family because he was so loved. He was one of those beautiful, unique patches in the handmade quilt of our community. We could not have asked for a better friend for decades. He was always on the side for our families, especially our children, our charities, our local organizations, our political causes, and he seemed like he was part of our mornings at Hester's for so long. He brought a smile to the room every time he entered, with his deep, warm, and charming voice when he would say, "Hello, Barbara. Hello, Douglas." On a personal note, he validated me as he supported me and cheered for me, and I valued his support. I always knew I could call on him for any important concern affecting our county's future. His wonderful voice would always say, "Of course, you know we will help. I will help." We will miss him dearly. We send our love to you, Libby, and the children who loved him so much and are grieving. We would do anything to be there on Monday with you to pray and to tell you in person how much we love Charles Caffey. Unfortunately, we are in quarantine, so I missed the funeral. Until next Wednesday, we will not be present at the service. Until we see you again, please know we are with you in spirit, and we hope the beautiful memories of your life together comfort you in your time of grief. For those of you that don't know, his wife was Libby Averett, and she was a longtime editor of Caller Times, and she's our president of our Corpus Christi Chamber, United Chamber of Commerce. And he was just really a very special person. And if you love the arts in this community, you need to say thank you, Charles, because he loved the arts so much. He led us to have world-class exhibitions at the museum, at the Corpus Christi Art Museum, South Texas Institute for the Arts, and just an amazing human being. And he is really going to leave a void, not just for me personally, but for Nueces County. So maybe we can get that adjournment written up, and I'll get to deliver it to Libby.
Just one?
You know what? Do a couple, because we can give one to Libby and then to his children.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much for a good court. That concludes the adjournments in memory of, and I'd like to have a motion to adjourn. This time, motion second, gavel out at 4:02 p.m. Okay. I'm going to turn them off.
Kill it. You're killing nobody, man.
Be gentle.
Really nice boxes. I'm going to take these back, Lorenzo, to my office by myself, and then I'll deliver them.